Aston Martin Vantage, the BMW M4, the McLaren, and the Vantage AMR GT3 as well. But I can tell you that there's been no adjustment to turbo boost for any of those cars. It's all been done with either the addition of a bit of weight or the narrowing of the air restrictor.
One little rather random thought when trying to sort the balance of performance is it's very hard when you've got all the cars out on the track across all the classes. Once you got to top qualifying, at least we had the cars from the top class, SP9, along with cars of similar performance. So it was suddenly down to 49 cars. And as we went through, if you're looking at a lap, even the very best drivers will make one or two mistakes around 25 kilometres. Then you factor in other traffic. It's very hard to do it. You can look at the sector times, and that's what you have to do. You have to just average it out, because I honestly reckon at any time you're on a busy track, you're going to have 2 or 3 corners minimum where you're held up by some back markers, and other moments when you're not having the optimum line because of weather, because of going past someone. So it's super difficult on a circuit as long as this, 25 kilometres. If it's a 5-kilometre circuit, you get closer to the purest of laps at some point in every session. However, that's their job. It's the job of someone with an abacus, or better still, even a computer.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Bruce. You can tell you're a journalist and I'm not. You said it so much more eloquently.
I thought you said it so much better than I did.
I don't know. Between the two of us, we'll muddle
We'll
through.
crack it.
Yeah, we'll muddle through.
Lauren Heinrich's now been plugged into the 24 Lion Speed GP car. That's the car we're concentrating on now, and he's just crossed the line to go a little quicker than his teammate Laurens Vanthoor. That's an 8:50.8. Thomas Preining tops the charts in warm-up for as much as it counts in another Porsche 911, the Grello car. And Preining, I don't know whether he was genuinely struggling in top qualifying 3 on that second lap, or whether that was just a bit of tactics from Porsche to not show too much of performance. But there were a few. I've rewatched particularly the second lap from Thomas from top qualifying yesterday, and it was quite untidy. And he was up the curb and he was missing apex, he was missing clipping points. Now there's a slight drama for the 519. I only say that because he's a masterful driver, and that was either a genuine struggle, or because where did it qualify? 8th position in the end with an 8:13.9, the Grello car. Or as I say, they are just keeping their powder dry, not wanting to draw attention to any performance that they might have hidden away. This is one of the VT2 Heckentrieb cars. So for the rear-wheel drive VT2 cars, the Toyota Supra.
Mainly a sort of left rear tyre coming off the rim sort of problem.
Possibly.
As Supra. I don't know, I'm not an engineer, but to my eye, I reckon that's what I'm looking at. Blue and yellow tyre coming off. So for the crew there, I say the Toyota Supra is a model that just gets more and more popular around the ring. For years, Toyo tyres with Ring Racing have been running them, but other people have also worked out in GT4 form. It's pretty cool.
And that is Lauren Heinrich. Lauren Heinrich has either tripped over or had connection from
on the Grand Prix circuit somewhere very early.
277 maybe, the BMW. I'm going to type that into my list. That is a Ravenel BMW 318 Ti. And yeah, it's the left-hand turn, the link section from the Grand Prix Strecker. As Heinrich flashed the lights, he went to the high side, and the BMW is trying to complete a Grand Prix lap, whereas the Porsche wants to get onto the Nordschleife. And a confusion. It's like a lane change on a motorway there. One wants to go right, the other wants to go left, and they're in the wrong places, Joe.
I think the BMW was trying to get out of the way of the Porsche, expecting him to come down his left-hand side.
I think so
By
too.
the time the BMW driver had taken his eyes off his mirrors to make that move, the Porsche was already alongside on the right, and that was unfortunate. What did Hugh Chamberlain used to say, boys? Nothing
Pints
ever
a pint.
good. Yeah, apart from pints a pint. Nothing ever good comes from warm-up. The car that we saw, the Toyota that we saw limping back with the rear tyre, under race conditions, that car would have made its way to the pits. However, discretion definitely the part of valour. The reason why he's pulled off to the left with just a puncture is because he didn't want to risk any further damage on that car. Get the car recovered.
He probably wouldn't have even got back to the pits before the end of the session. So absolutely sensible thing to do. 2 minutes remain. Sorry, John.
ANC Hey, I know you won't.
Pads and discs that we see at 24-hour races.
.92, so it gets down into the 57s. Really good lap.
Yeah, he's taken 1.7 off his time.
There's Nick Jarvis in the Ford Escort Cosworth, who was quickest and has now dropped down into second position. Now this is a lovely one, isn't it?
Okay, let's see what Thunder Saloon veteran Pete Stevens can manage with the big 6-litre V8 Carlton Thunder Saloon, a car that was dominant in the late 80s in the Thunder Saloon series.
A lot of wheel spin off the line. David Franklin has really built out a bit of an advantage there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, yep.
Up through the gears.
This was such a trick bit of kit in the late 80s. Pete Stevens winning races with Holman Blackman and Jonathan Buncombe. John Tellem drove it, but never shared with Pete Stevens. He sharing with possibly Vince Woodman.
0.8 of a second down after the second sector split. Jonathan Buncombe, any relation to Alex and Chris?
Yes, yeah, Dad, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Here he comes now then towards the line, Pete Stevens. Let's see what lap time he has got.
59.12, so he's slower than he was in qualifying, which means he's not taken the lead.
There's David Franklin.
P1. Yeah? Oh, good.
P1, yeah? Oh, good.
Running in the middle of the grid.
Brilliant. Here's Mike Whitaker in the ex-John Surtees Lola T70 Spider, big 4.7-litre Chevrolet V8 Can-Am car, similar to the one in which Surtees took the inaugural crown in '66. And look at Mike with that period Surtees lived. How cool is that?
Yeah, really awesome, isn't it? And really throws this car around. He's already been pretty successful, that car, at Goodwood, hasn't it?
Yeah, he was more than a second quicker than his nearest rival in qualifying, which was Pete Stevens' Carlton. They're coming in reverse order, of course.
And he's 1.75 seconds up on the lap time of that Ferrari 275 of David Franklin already.
Absolutely lovely bloke, a real enthusiast, and he's acquired this car from Phil Hall. In the hands of Nick Padmore, when Phil owned it, it broke the lap record at Goodwood, and it still holds it.
2.3 seconds up now. So here comes Mike Whitaker towards the line. Is he going to dip into the 55s here? Across the line he comes, and it's a 54.65.
Massive time. That's a massive time. Well done, Mike Whitaker. That's beautiful.
Here's a look at the super slow-mo coming into Moulcombe. Does he get a couple of wheels on the grass on the inside? Look how much quicker he's gone than Peter Stevens there. Nick Jarvis now drops down to third, but Mike Whitaker with a 54.65. Incredibly impressive. 2 seconds quicker than he managed in qualifying, and there is everyone.
There's, Bruce and Chris up there at the top, telling David Franklin. Here's the first of our Euro NASCAR RCO1s. It's Jerome Galpin, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he was in the 55s. He was 1.5 seconds quicker than Mike Whitaker but Whittaker's eclipsed that already. Whittaker's made the biggest improvement of anyone so far.
Galpan is pushing. This is the Euro NASCAR series, which runs at 6 events around Europe. One of them in the UK at Brands Hatch, throwing it through the left-hander, and it's Anthony Kumpen who's leading that championship at the moment. The legend of Zolder, won the Zolder 24 Hours many times.
Yeah, lots of FIA GT success as well in Chevrolet Corvettes.
Indeed, and he is Jerome Galpin here is up on Mike Whittaker's time, but only by 1/10 of a second or so. So it's all about this drag to the line. What's it going to be for Jerome Galpin? It is quicker by 9/100 of a second.
Got out the car. That's
Not for long.
So this is the second place.
Yeah, that's Mike.
Driver now, Mike Whittaker.
What did he do?
So-
54.
Who, sorry? Whittaker.
What did Jerome do?
Jerome did a 54.56.
That's it.
This now is Thomas Ferrando.
Okay, so in qualifying there was 2 100ths of a second between our Euro NASCARs.
Really?
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Whoa, slidey for Ferrando.
That shows you how evenly matched the guys are.
And the cars as well, basically the same cars underneath with different body shells on top. And he's half a second down the win the first sector, big opposite lock as he comes into Morecambe. Spectacular stuff from Ferrando, but maybe not super fast at the moment. Let's see what he's got as he comes through the middle sector, up past the Flint wall. Cuts the timing beam now, he's up by 4.5 of a second. Fantastic middle sector, brushes the bales and drives towards the line. Ferrando trying to finish ahead of Jerome Galpin, his fellow Euro NASCAR competitor. The checker flag falls and Thomas Ferrando goes quicker by 2/100 of a second. So how much were they split by in qualifying?
2/100 of a second.
Well, consistent.
I'm not joking either. How brilliant. That's great. And they're both, yeah, they're both quicker than qualifying.
Fantastic.
By the 2, just under a second.
And look at those top 3 all separated by and arriving in style there.
Big skids
at the
in
top
the
of
top
the hill
paddock.
for Jerome Galpin.
Who's next? Right. Oh, Brabham BT49. How luscious. Spaniard Joaquin Folk-Rusinol will be our next car. He's pleased with that, isn't he, Thomas? Oh, right, okay. This is Ed Berrier running out of sync.
Yeah.
So I will have to tip X out the line and put through his name.
Oh, and he's off. Ed Berrier's off. He had a spin earlier on at the second corner, but this time it's the first corner that has seen Ed Berrier in the bales. That came out of nowhere.
Oh dear, yeah, it did. But no damage to the bales, I don't think.
Let's look at it again. Here he comes towards the first corner. And... oh, that's got to be a failure there, hasn't
absolutely, yeah, it's got to be.
Because I wasn't even, to be honest, really looking at the screen at that point. I was looking at my notes because he was just at the first corner. So something must have gone wrong with it.
That's understeered straight off, hasn't it? The fronts weren't even locked.
No.
Yeah, something's broken on that. The steering arm possibly, or something like that, or...
He's got the Euro NASCAR to beat. That's got some punch though. And this is a GT4 spec, remember. You can get a GT3 McLaren, which would be a bit quicker. Well, quite a bit quicker, probably about over a lap at somewhere like Donington Park. You're probably looking at 7 or 8 seconds a lap quicker, I'd say, a GT3 car. Yeah,
these are the entry-level ones, aren't they? I went around Goodwood actually with Darren Turner. Mighty impressive for a sort of entry-level production-based car.
Well, away goes Ollie Milroy then, on the run down towards the first corner. He's 6/10 up after that first little sprint, that little 100-metre dash.
It's all about carrying the speed and keeping it neat. Comes under the bridge, through the left-hander, and then it kinks to the right, over the brow. Get your braking done before the brow. Turn in, squeeze the power.
Only 6/100 of a second down in that first sector.
Okay, so he's got a 54.54 to beat. 54.54 to beat for Ollie Milroy. Doesn't look like we're going to have Joaquin Folk-Rusinol actually in the PT49, which is a shame.
Ollie Milroy now 2 seconds down after that middle sector, so I don't think he's quite gonna get there. Now he comes towards the line, 54.54 to beat, and reckon it's going to be somewhere in the 56s here, maybe in a 57. 57.76 for Ollie Milroy, 3.22 seconds down. I just wonder whether the grunt of those Euro NASCARs up the hill is what helped him. Thumbs up for Thomas Ferrando, who is still the quickest man.
Yeah, and thumbs up to Paul O'Neill, who was quicker than all these guys actually in qualifying.
Johnny Adam, Aston Martin Vantage GTE. This is the car that won at Le Mans 2 weeks ago in the GT class.
Yeah, barring problems, this will go quicker. There's a big jump down to Johnny Adam from our Euro NASCARs.
Here he comes then through the first sector split, headlights ablaze, as you would expect from a car that races at night time, and he is a tenth of a second down in sector 1. Leaning on the car all the way through the left-hander. In front of all the fans who were on that stretch in between Moulcombe and the Flint Wall.
Yeah, the Scot took a last gasp win at Le Mans, didn't he, a few weekends ago with Darren Turner and Daniel Serra in this Pro Drive run, Aston Vantage V8 GTE Pro. What's it going to be? 54.54 to beat. He's not going to get there, is he?
No, I don't think he is. So across the line here comes Johnny Adam. He did a 53.96 in qualifying, but that's a 58.17. So that's quite dramatically slower.
Yeah, he's either has he made a mistake somewhere, or has he just eased off?
Didn't really see it, but maybe he just wasn't super pushing. But Thomas Ferrando and Jerome Galpin remain the two quickest drivers. So where are we up to now? We've only got about 12 cars to go or so.
Yeah, the gaps start to get a little bit bigger now as we spread out. Billy Johnson goes next in the Ford Mustang GT4, 53.05. So he was nearly 9/10 of a second on Johnny Adam after qualifying. He's been spectacular in this car. Looks taking a grassy apex, which has pushed him out wide a little bit there.
About to come through this first sector split. Hurtling up towards Moulcombe, really fast, and he is 0.8 of a second up in that first sector alone. Flying lap from the Ford Mustang GT4.
He's more used
onto
to
the bricks now through the Flint Wall.
He's more used to the GT, the World Endurance Championship GT Pro car, which generates much more downforce than this.
Lost a little time in the middle sector, so can he beat the 54.54 set by Thomas Ferrando, who's watching on as the checker flag falls, and Johnson goes quicker by a second. Wow, made up an awful lot of time in that final sector.
Not as quick as he was in qualifying, though. He's half a second down.
Here's a look at him going all over the place. Look at the rear of the car as he just comes through. Well, that was a bit weird, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I think there's a bump under the bridge there. Slow-mo coming over the brow, hard on the brakes into Moulcombe. You can see the car moving around. Okay. Yeah, there's a big gap to this car. This cracked 50.37. Charlie Eastwood, young Irish Porsche Carrera Cup GB race winner. Straight out of karting. Did a little bit of single-seaters, didn't work out. Became a Porsche scholar. It's been a star, and Porsche have let him drive for all their old classics.
Now he's in this wonderful 911 Cup car, 1.5 seconds up after the first sector here, Charlie Eastwood. Really starting to hurtle round, isn't he? We'll get a look at the middle sector split here as he flashes past the Flint Wall, and he's 2.3 seconds up now. So I think we're going to see him go quickest. He managed 50.37, so can he get sub 50 seconds here? It's going to be tight across the line. No, not quite. 50.51, so fractionally slower than he managed in qualifying, but the quickest time of all so far. And that was the... no, we've still got one more GT car, haven't we? We've got Anthony Reid to come as we look at Billy Johnson there. Second place in the Ford Mustang GT4.
Okay, what have we got now? Anthony Reid in the Polish supercar, the Aranera Hozira GT3. This is a beast, and Anthony Reid is maximum attack. He's missed a commitment. He's won this shootout before in a GT3 car, in a Chevron. I'll never forget his commitment through the Flint Wall when he touched the veil and the wall. It was just mighty. Here we go, on board with Anthony Reid. Former Formula 3 champion, British Touring Car Championship race winner, and podium finisher at Le Mans. Get it turned into the apex, hard on the power.
Identical first sector time to the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, to the nearest hundredth of a second. Here he comes up through the flip wall incredibly quickly.
This is impressive stuff from this Polish supercar up against a tried and tested Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car.
He's a second up now after that middle sector.
Oh, he's run that absolutely to the max. 48.2. What on earth? So, Anthony Reid, what are you taking?
That's 2 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying. That is a tremendous lap time from Anthony Reid. And there is Charlie Eastwood getting out of the car. He was quickest, now he's second quickest.
48 seconds in a GT3 car.
That's tremendous.
Brilliant. Right, David Shaw in the Eifelland Cosworth, based on the March 1972. Raced in period by Rob Stomlin, and David sporting a Rob Stomlin lid, which is cool. There's confirmation. Reid from Eastwood from Johnson. Anthony Reid, the Scot, veteran Scot, hugely experienced and successful. He's way out front, isn't he?
Now, this car in qualifying, why am I struggling to see a time? Am I being blind?
Yeah, 54.47.
Okay, I'm being blind. He's a second or so down after the first sector split. Oh yes, no, I see it now, sorry. I found it in the end.
Yeah, you're back in the room.
Here he comes through the middle sector, almost 3 seconds down now, so this Eifelland isn't going to set the world alight. Could put him, though, up into the top 5, maybe even the top 3 if he has a good run up the hill. Here comes Shaw across the line, and it is third quickest, 4.6 seconds down on that lap time. And Anthony Reid looks suave, doesn't he?
There he is. Look, he's got overalls made to look like he's wearing his members' meeting house captain's jacket. How cool is that?
What does the house captain do?
There are four houses for the members' meeting. Obanyi, Darnley, Methuen and Torbolton, and they each have captains, and spectators and fans score points towards their house by playing games. Drivers are assigned a house, and you win a race, you score more points. And as an overall house, it's a little bit boarding school.
That brings back memories, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here comes Pat Doran, who shunted on day 1 up at Moulcombe as he hurtles away in his RS200. Anthony Reid quickest then so far, 48.28. Pat Doran managed only a 52.29 in qualifying. To put that lap time into perspective, that would have put him 4th quickest, Anthony Reid, in qualifying.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, only 3 people have gone quicker than that.
So 4th quickest.
And he was actually he was 10th, wasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, and look at this. Pat Doran's on it. 7/10 of a second up after the first sector. That's very quick for the man who only managed a 52 in the qualifying run. Swinging it up through the wall, tail stepping out a little bit through the next split. He's lost a second. And now driving towards the line, Anthony Reid is the time to beat, 48.28. Pat Doran did a 52 in qualifying. He's going to better that time with a 50.98. So that's 3rd place for Pat Doran. And Anthony Reid with a little smile and a little Vettel #1.
I love those overalls.
Yeah, they're tremendous.
Classic, aren't they?
I'd get some like that in like pyjama style as well. I think that would look really classy.
Not working in here with me, you wouldn't.
Look at that delight for Anthony Reid. Still quickest. Here we go.
Oh, Paul Dallenbach, he's always mighty in this shootout. In the extraordinary PVA Special Hill Climb car, he's done a 51.13. Round the first of the 2 right-handers that bring cars onto the straight in front of the house. Very, very squirmy and twitchy. That massive Pikes Peak Hill Climb car. The rear wing's almost as big as the bridge.
Oh, he's hurtling up into Moulcombe. Onto the brakes, gets it tucked in very, very neat and tidy.
That's a terrifying piece of kit, isn't it?
It's just nuts. Up to the Flint wall.
Oh, mind the wall, Paul.
Through the middle sector, only 7/10 of a second down here on Anthony Reid, so this could slot him up into 2nd place if he really hooks it up in the final climb. You'd hope it should be all right climbing the hill, being a hill climb car. Cuts the timing beam and it's 2nd place. Sub 50 seconds, 49.6 seconds. And Anthony Reid, he's starting to get excited, isn't he? Look how close he got to the wall here. Well, not super close, but just because the car leaned and because it's got that massive rear wing, it looked like it was going to... He's enjoying it up there, isn't he, Anthony Reid? Great stuff. Such a character. I don't really like using that phrase, but he is such a character. Now, here comes James Grint in the Mitsubishi Mirage RX Rallycross car.
He's been great all weekend, chucking this little pocket rocket around. James, brother of Rupert Grint. Harry Potter fans among you will know that Rupert played Ron Weasley in the film franchise. James, a massive rally fan, hugely sideways across the apex in front of the house. The rallycross car, of course, not built for top speed. It's built for acceleration and punch out of the corners.
And I tell you what, he's up by 0.8 of a second in the first sector, and he is throwing that car all over the shop. This is a tremendous run from James Grint. He managed a 49.85 in qualifying.
He'd have to take more than a second and a half off his best from qualifying to usurp Anthony Reid in the Arenera.
He's now 0.2 down after the middle sector.
Interesting, isn't it? Quicker in the first sector, slower in the second.
And slower overall.
49,
it's third place for James Grint. Anthony Reid still P1.
He's loving that, isn't he?
Mike Skinner next up. This is a thunderous machine.
Yeah, he only managed a 49.70 as well, so he'll have to go south to take a second and a half off.
He'll make some noise doing it though, won't he? There's the order at the moment. Anthony Reid, Paul Dallenbach, and James Grint, the top three.
Such a tricky thing to keep neat. Very, very oversteery. Huge power, not much weight over the rear wheels. Big V8 out front.
Here he comes, flying into Malta. Judging on the power beautifully as he runs right up towards the edge of the road. We'll get a look at his second sector split here as he goes right up close to the flip wall. The back end dancing around. He's 0.7 of a second down, but this is just spectacular stuff.
Just one corner to go for Mike Skinner, multiple truck champion in NASCAR. Squirmy over the top and across the line, a 49.02. Anthony Reid holds on to the lead.
Still in second place. He's going to have to start thinking of some more celebrations soon, isn't he?
Oh, right.
This is getting monstrous now.
Stand back. Hold tight.
Hold on to your hats.
Andy Newell is mighty in this massive M8N. Huge 8-litre Chevrolet Can-Am monster. And he is really aggressive with it.
Oh, it just sounds so
good to watch. Thunders past the house, under the bridge, up to us. Over the brow at Moulcombe. Big old car to get stopped and turned in.
He's only 0.03 of a second up in the first sector, but this grunt up the hill is where it's really going to pay dividends for the McLaren.
Car that took Peter Revson to the title in 1971, and the last of McLaren's titles. They won all of them between 67 and 71. What can Andy Newell add to this remarkable car's history as he thunders over the top, and he takes 49.41, more than a second adrift.
Still in third place, so Anthony Reid still the quickest car so far. There are all the drivers up there. And here's a look at that McLaren thundering up the hill. How close did he get to the bales on the exit? Super close, but I just love it when they just dip a little wheel onto the grass.
Yep. 6 cars have followed Anthony Reid and not bettered his time.
Now here is the record holder for the hill, Nick Heidfeld. He was driving a McLaren back then. Now he's driving an FIA Formula E car, the Mahindra car, the M4 Electro. This is a Season 4 development car, not being raced yet. Heidfeld saying yesterday, there isn't much more to come out of this machine. He gets very, very twitchy as he comes into Moulcombe. We ride on board with him here.
48.93 he managed in qualifying, so 7/10 adrift of Anthony Reid's marker. Into Moulcombe, keep it neat, back on the power.
Half a second up as the back end tries to swap ends on him, but he keeps it all together, Nick Heidfeld. Obviously a very different machine to the ones we've seen before. Pretty quiet, but he is chucking that around through the middle sector now, and he's still 2.5 of a second up. So this is going to be a close one here for Heidfeld. This final hill, major struggle with the electric powertrain as he now comes across the line. Nick Heidfeld, does he beat Anthony Reid? No, he doesn't.
It's all about the power, isn't it? Up the hill, around the last 2 corners.
0.3 of a second slower. Nick Heidfeld setting a 48.59, which is still the quickest time for an electric single-seater up the hill here at Goodwood. And spectacular stuff from Nick Heidfeld. Look at him opposite locking as he comes around the left-hander at Morecambe. The next Formula E race is in 2 weeks' time in New York City, don't forget.
The excitement is almost unbearable. The next 3 cars are the only 3 cars that have gone quicker than 48. It's all down to these last 3 cars. Mark Higgins, multiple British Rally champion, goes off the line in the Subaru WRX. The wastegate on the turbo shattering as he shuts the throttle.
This is spectacular. Look how much grass he's taking. Track limits abuse here. Coming through the first sector split now. Is he going to be up or down on Anthony Reid? Onto the brakes. He's up by 7/10 of a second.
Oh, he's left foot braking as he takes the apex on the grass. There's not as much grip over there, even though it's got rally pedigree, and Mark is ace on the loose.
Back end stepping out through the middle split. He's 4/10 up now, so neat and tidy through the final sector. And we're going to have Mark Higgins in the Subaru WRX STI moving to the top of the times. Is it finally going to push Anthony Reid off the top? Yes, it is, by 3/100ths of a second. Anthony Reid has his head in his hands at the top of the hill. So close, but, well... Look at this was him taking the second corner, or just taking his own track at the second corner.
Do you know what? That's slower than he managed in qualifying.
Really?
He did a 47.6. Yeah, 6/10. 6/10 quicker he went. So that might have accounted for it. That grassy moment there. Slow-mo of him turning into Morecambe. See his hands working on the wheel, get it turned in. The front tyre takes a grassy apex.
Well, 2 to go, and this is Justin Law in the Jaguar XJR 12D. This is going to be spectacular. 2 cars to go.
And they were within 1/100th of a second of each other, both in the 46s. Justin Law a 46.69, Jeremy Smith a 46.68. Justin Law, vastly experienced. He's always in the running in the shootout here at the Festival of Speed in the big Bud Light Group C car.
Half a second up as he turns into the left-hander of Morecambe. Now climbing the hill in this wonderful Jaguar. Oh, flying past the bales. You see how close he got to the bales on the right-hand side. 1.3 seconds up now. This is going to be the benchmark. This is going to be what they are going to have to beat. Justin Law up across the line. Goes quickest at 46.13. That's rapid.
That is rapid. It's all down to Jeremy Smith in the Penske PC22 IndyCar. He managed a 46.68. That's a huge time from
really
Justin
good.
Law.
So,
and did you see him shave the apex of the last left-hander?
Yeah,
I mean,
it was
almost
the
inch
flint
perfect.
wall for me. The flint wall for me was just incredible. So there's Justin Law, 46.13. So Jeremy Smith needs to go half a second quicker than the time he managed in qualifying if he wants to go and win. And there's a shake of the head, actually, frustration for Mark Higgins.
Yeah, because he knows it. He was 6 or 7 tenths down. Here it is, all to play for, ladies and gentlemen. Jeremy Smith off the line in the Penske Chevrolet PC22 IndyCar.
Oh, look at the car twitching around as he's shifting up through the gears. So much power in this car.
The best power to...
Oh,
it's very sideways.
This is incredible stuff as he really throws his way up the hill. How's he going to be at the first sector split? He's 4/10 of a second down already. So what can he rescue on his climb back up the hill?
He's got it all to do now, otherwise we'll have victory for Justin Law in the big Jaguar.
Here comes the second sector split, and he's 3/10 down, so he's closing the gap. It's Jeremy Smith trying to outfox Justin Law. Here they come up the hill, smoke pouring from the back of the car. Who's quickest? It's going to be 9/100ths of a second between them, and it is Justin Law who is quickest.
Yeah? Yeah. Has he done his run? I think so.
Yes, Justin.
Is that it?
Yes, and he's slower than you, my friend.
Is that it?
So that's it. Justin Law finding out in the Jaguar at the top of the hill that the...
So Terry Grant it is who starts off the activity with a world record. Are we going to get a new Goodwood Hill record? Not from George Wingard, we're not, but what we are going to witness here is some breathtaking technology. The Goodwood Festival of Speed has always showcased remarkable cars, and here is one such. Away we'll go. The Cotard De Groot GP hill climber. It is George Wingard with Mrs. Wingard as the riding mechanic. It's a car that goes back to 1911. It was the winner of the 1911 Mont Ventoux hill climb in France. It was a course that went up to 53,000 feet in 13.4 miles on an unpaved surface. If you can do that, you can do Goodwood.
5,300 feet as he got to the top of Mont Ventoux, but it was very much part of the European hill climbing scene, Mont Ventoux. It was also part of the Tour Auto, the Tour de France race that happened in the 60s and the 70s. Those of you who follow cycling know how barren it is up there, how steep it is up there, how difficult it is to get up there. And in this era, David, you know, 1911, it was still the way of manufacturers showing their pace that they could actually climb the hill. So the car goes through the flint wall, the time ticking away. We've already gone through the intermediate split, which gives us a measure of how things are going for the competitors. And now he gets up towards the top of the 1.16 miles.
And bear in mind that these sector times will become more important when we get to the later runners. For now, it's just a chance to wallow in the machinery, isn't it? Because this will start us off with a target time. So through will go George Wingard. That is 92.32 seconds. He goes the fastest, but it won't stay that way because we go straight to Alfa Romeo. This is Annette Wiesmann with the 8C 2300 Monza. It makes a glorious noise, and Annette Wiesmann has been getting quicker and quicker all across the weekend. Another car from our pre-war Grand Prix car category, and this should go quicker than the 92 seconds, heading now up towards the timing line. So Annette Wiesmann will break the beam, and the time is going to go top. It's an 86.63.
5.69 seconds quicker for a car similar to which that won at Monza in the 30s. Now, can you imagine this? The Mercedes 60 horsepower. Now, this is Gareth Graham making his way up to the hill. I don't think there's many gear changes involved here because it's all about torque.
And maintaining momentum. And imagine being that riding mechanic in period on bumpy roads with no safety, no roll cage, no seat belts, no nothing. It goes fastest though, 79.26 seconds. Some brave driving by Gareth Graham.
Here is Sally Mason-Steeren. She was the first car to climb the Goodwood Festival of Speed hill climb back in 1993. She saw this car in the early 70s. She fell in love with it. She always kept tabs on where it was in the world, and then it came up for sale, and she said, I've just got to have it. She drives it all over the world. It finished fourth in the Mille Miglia in 1950. Sally gets to the top of the hill and she does a 78.5 second run.
She goes top as a consequence, but that time is going to be beaten for sure. Now, what about this car? Philip Dressel at the wheel of the Mercedes. This is another car from pre-war power, the 710 SSK, 7.1 litre straight six supercharged, designed by Ferdinand Porsche. It won numerous races in the hands of Rudolf Cracciola and others, and as it comes across the timing line, that is enough to go quickest on a 75.57, a full 3 seconds quicker than the rest.
In 1908, the new Grand Prix rules meant that Mercedes came up with this. Now, this is Ben Collings. He knows how to guide these cars up hill climbs, around circuits, or even to take his children to school on the Herefordshire-Welsh borders, because he uses this car to do just that. Again, another car with torque and power. Low revving, of course. They have the riding mechanic alongside them, pumping the fuel pressure up to make sure that the car can get to the end of the race, to the top of the hill climb. It's going to be close by the time they get to the top. 75.57 seconds is the time to beat for Ben Collings here at Goodwood. And he just misses out by just over 1/10 of a second.
And then the next car, here is Duncan Pittaway making his way up the hill in the Cheetah. Now, this had all sorts of engine problems earlier on in the weekend. It now sounds like it's got gearbox problems, sadly, but there's one in there somewhere. Duncan has been stirring away. He's found something that will motivate him up the hill. Well, he's brought the car, he's determined he's going to use it, and it just adds this extraordinary variety to this year's event.
Yes, he took the engine out of his camper to get it going again. as you do when you have a camper with a great big thumping V8 pushrod engine. Brilliant. That's pitch away through and through.
It's a 1963 car, but then we go back in time to this because the Mercedes now climbs the hill. This is the car with Martin Wiesmann at the wheel, and it is a car, the Mercedes W125, that had great success with Caracciola at the wheel, amongst others. The rear-engine car heading towards the timing line. Now he's got to beat a 75.57, and can he do it? He should be on here because he's nearly at the end of the run. You can see now as the cars get faster how little time it takes to gobble up the real estate, and that is a 68.64, very nearly 7 seconds quicker than the rest to go fastest of all. But James Wood in the Alfa Romeo P3, the Tipo B here, is no slouch either.
This is a very low seating position in this car for these guys. The prop shaft splits. There's 2 differentials either side of the driver's seat. And this is evocative of pre-war Monza Grand Prix racing. 68.6. He's going to go top of the pile. And he goes to first position. The Alfa Romeo, James Wood with the P3 is fastest on a 66.17.
And now we go touring cars because this is Tim Morley with the Group 2 Spec Triumph Dolomite Sprint. The sort of car that Andy Rouse, Derek Bell, David Hobbs shared in the Tourist Trophy, the European Touring Car Championship race that year. So now the Dolomite Sprint of the 70s has got to beat a Grand Prix car, the ex-Tazio Nuvolari Alfa of the 30s. Can he do anything better than a 66? He should do. He does do. 63.09 for the Dolomite Sprint in the hands of Tim Morley.
Next up, we've got Frank Lyons in the Gurney, the Eagle Chevrolet. He did a 65-second run in practice and qualifying. He's going to have to find a couple of seconds to go top of the pile to do a 63. He looks like he's going to do it. Oh, a brilliant run. So 60.62. First position for the Gurney Eagle Chevy.
Now, what about this? The Mini is next in the hands of Charles Rainford. There were hordes of these in the British Saloon Car Championship. Normally shrouded in tar smoke, driven on 3 wheels. John Rhodes is one of the real heroes, but Charles Rainsford is no slouch. Don't expect him to beat a Formula 5000 car, but let's see where he slots in, for example, against the Dolomite Sprint. 60.62 to beat. It's going to be a 62, is it? Let's see. 62.31 is the time.
He goes into second position. A valiant effort from a tiny little car.
We're celebrating an anniversary of the Ford Escort here this weekend, and this is the Frank Gardner 1968 British Touring Car Championship winning Escort Mark 1 twin cam. Henry Mann is at the wheel of it. His father, Alan Mann, legendary Ford team owner, and very successful too. And Henry Mann is a very rapid driver in his own right. He has got to try and beat a time now, 60.62 seconds. He's not quite going to do that, but again, where will he slot in against the Dolomite and the Mini? He will go third on a 62.37.
So we go another 4 cylinders up. It's the Rover, the SD1, the Hepalite colour scheme. The Rover V8, it always had the speed, it had the traction. There was all sorts of rule wrangling at the time, but they managed to get round it, and it's great to see this car climbing the hill climb here. 60.62. Frank Lyons is currently quickest with the Formula 5000, the Gurney Chevy. 60.62. It's close for the touring car. Second position goes the Hepalite Rover.
Now, Bill Shepherd is in the ex-Jack Sears Championship winning Ford Galaxy. This car from 1963, and Bill Shepherd specialises in these tail-wagging yap-tacks. He's got all of that grunt. Has he got enough go to go with it? 60.62 is the time that he's got to try and beat. You're asking a lot of a touring car to beat a Formula 5000 single-seater racing car, but it's going to be close. 60.62, 60.76 is what he does. That puts him second fastest. A really good effort.
The track is a lot narrower when you're driving a car like that, isn't it? Meanwhile, at the Flint Wall, here comes BUY1. It is the Jaguar Mark 1 of Grant Williams. This has always been rapid throughout the entire weekend. I thought he was going to brush the straw bales on his left-hand side as he came through Carne Cedar. He's going to go wide. I thought he was going to go into the bales. 60.62. He goes quickest by 1.68 seconds. Fantastic. It's Jaguar beating an F3000. 5000, sorry.
That car from 1959. The Mark 1 Jaguar from 1959 is fastest. This is Franck Viola with the Euro version of a NASCAR. It races in its own series. It's got a very, very big engine in terms of power. It's also got a very, very big wheelbase, so it fills an awful lot of Goodwood. But Frank Viola has been getting quicker and quicker across the weekend as he now accelerates up towards Flint Wall. Let's see what he can do here. Can he beat a 58.94? Just to put it in context, if a car of this decade can't beat a Jaguar of 1959, there's some explaining to do. But it's an illustration of how quick Grant Williams is, because this is going to be a 58.39, which will put him top.
So then, it's the Euro NASCAR that's quickest from the Jaguar Mark 1 as we now go to Italy. It is Tom Andrew in the Alfa Romeo, the 155, shades of 1994 in the British Touring Car Championship.
It's a car from the Italian series that Antonio Tamburini drove. It's in the livery that Gabriele Tarquini took to British Touring Car title success in 1994. There were wrangles about all of this in terms of the rear wing, because it came in the boot and Alfa Romeo exploited the regulation, but it was a championship winning car and Super Touring was never really the same again. Tom Andrew drives it. Tom Andrew goes 9th on a 64.83. Great to see the Alfa 155.
Now then, here is Holly Mason Franchitti in the Lola Cosworth, a 2-litre screamer mounted in the back of this sports car. Pretty little sports car that it is as well. She drives it well. She comes through past the braking area into Moulcombe, and she soon gets on the throttle. A real crisp sounding engine. Her intermediate was a 26.3, so she's on the pace as she comes up towards the Flint Wall.
It's a car that her father raced at Le Mans with great success, and Holly Mason Franchitti then heading towards the timing line. The target, remember, is still a 57.93. You're getting into late 1970s purpose-built sports racing cars. Here it's going to be close. 56, 57, 58.23 for second fastest. Second quickest then Holly Mason Franchitti. Here you've got Jérôme Galpin making his way up the hill in another of the Euro NASCARs. This is the guy that promotes and organises the championship that runs on some ovals, but mainly road courses. So this is a car that can go left and right.
And it's going to go very quickly indeed. It lifts an inside front as it comes through the top left-hander, and he goes quickest by 3 seconds, a 54.7. We're getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Here is the 1992 Benetton Ford V8 that Michael Schumacher shared with Martin Brundle, who has been here at Goodwood in 2018. He won his first ever Formula One Grand Prix in this car. A 54.7 is the time to beat.
Lorena McLaughlin at the wheel and comes over the line now, and that's a 57.61 from Lorena McLaughlin. Goes second fastest in that car that Michael Schumacher scored his first Grand Prix win with, Spa 92. It's time for the British Touring Car Shootout, and the first one to take to the hill is Rob Austin. It's the first time he's been here. He confessed he didn't really know which way the hill went yesterday. He's now confessing to a level 9 hangover, having enjoyed the ball last night. But Rob Austin never lacks commitment. This new car for this year, the Alfa Romeo Giulietta, had a podium finish on its first race weekend at Brands Hatch. It's run by HMS Racing, Simon Belcher's team. Simon himself a touring car racer and a jet ski champion, so adrenaline pours through the veins of the driver of the team, and Rob Austin goes through Moulcombe Corner.
Now, he's not quite on the pace of the fastest time to the first intermediate, which is, by the way, on the braking area into Moulcombe. Well, that was set by the NASCAR that's currently top of the pile on a 54.7. So, as David mentioned, this is a shootout within the bigger shootout. We've got Rob Austin, the first of our 6 British touring car racers, battling to see what time they can do. The fastest time that we saw yesterday was a 52.98 second run. It's going to be a bit more for Worcestershire's Rob Austin as he crosses the finish line, a 65.53.
That's the target. 65.53, the time to beat for Tom Ingram, currently second in the British Touring Car Championship, which celebrates its 60th anniversary this year. Tom Ingram, former Ginetta champion, the reigning Independence champion in the BTCC. The car, a 2-litre turbo Toyota Avensis. It's run by Speedworks Motorsport, the Northwich-based team of Christian and Amy Dick, and Tom is one of the new wave, the young guns of the BTCC.
He's coming up towards that intermediate split. Let's compare it with Rob Austin, the first runner in this British Touring Car Shootout. Austin did a 28.1. Tom Ingram's done a 25.7. He's 9 miles an hour faster on that braking area into Molecombe Corner. He's already out of the sunshine, into the shadows, into the sunshine again as he goes through Carnet's seat towards the top of the hill. It doesn't look steep, but I can assure you that it is. The time to beat of Austin at 65.53.
Tingram over the timing line, 55.92. He's the quicker of the two thus far. And now what can Matt Neal do? Triple British Touring Car champion, well over 60 touring car race wins. Matt Neal blasts away from the line. The new Honda Civic Type R is in business then. Matt Neal, winner at Thruxton earlier on in the season. He's won 3 British Touring Car titles. He knows every trick in the book, but does he know how to get up Goodwood quicker than Tom Ingram, who at the moment is the fastest of the BTCC shootout?
He's having a go, isn't he, David? Because he was really drifting over to the outside of the corner through that right-hander. There's a big crown in the road, and if you get the wrong side of that crown, you lose the positive camber, and it starts to push away. Out of Molecombe he goes. He is on a par in time at that intermediate split with Tom Ingram, who is quickest by the time he got to the top of the hill with the British Touring Car runners. Therefore, the time to beat is a 55.92. One more corner to go.
Matt Neal is on it. Matt Neal is not here for a Santan. He wants to win the Touring Car Shootout in the 60th year of the BTCC. It is a 55.13. 55.13. That means he's the top touring car, and he's second overall in the shootout behind NASCAR technology. Josh Cook is go. Double race winner this season for Powermax Racing with the Vauxhall Astra. He's another young gun within the British Touring Car Championship. Runs his own Renault Clio race team. And Josh, race instructor, race driver, is very rapid indeed. And we're about to see that borne out here on the Goodwood Hill.
Looks quicker to me, David, with the pictures we're getting. He was quickest to the first 100 metres. He's got to beat a 25.6 to the intermediate. He does a 24, so he's quicker. It's going well for Josh Cook with the Vauxhall Astra. Now the hill really starts to go up. Horsepower has to be your friend. How late can you go towards the flint wall? If you hit the flint wall, there's only ever going to be one winner if you get it wrong.
He did 98 miles an hour through the first speed trap. He is absolutely on it here. 55.13, the Matt Neal time to beat. He's going to do it, surely. This is fantastic. Josh Cook does a 54.06. 54.06. He goes top in the British Touring Car Shootout. Adam Morgan blasts away for Sicily Motorsport. Adam has been a race winner this season. He came out of historic rallying into Ginettas, into the BTCC, and Adam Morgan is another very rapid driver within this 60th anniversary of the British Touring Car Championship. He skims the lawn, cuts the grass on his way up the hill.
What little grass there is here in the summer of 2018, that's for sure. It's hot, but that means that the tarmac is warm. The tires will be grippy. Oh, he's wide, but he keeps his toe in. Rallying, if ever you needed the experience, Adam, has come home to roost here at Goodwood on the exit of Molecombe Corner, kept his toe in, pedal to the metal, do not lift. The time to beat by the time he gets to the top of the hill was Josh Cook's 54.06. Time ticking away. He's got 4 seconds to go. He can see the finish line. It's ticking away. Is he going to do it? Oh, 54.88 seconds. He goes second in the Touring Car Shootout.
Goodwood track tester Andrew Jordan, the 2013 British Touring Car Champion, is go. This, perhaps, the car to beat in the Touring Car Shootout. Andrew could possibly do this climb with his eyes closed. He knows his way around here better than many. The BMW 125i M Sport with Andrew Jordan at the wheel.
Now, he did a 52.98 second run in qualifying yesterday, but is it maybe a little bit too hot? That is a question. Is it going to be attacking those tires a little bit too much? He's up on the intermediate split, 96 miles an hour. Not as fast as Josh Cook into Molecombe, but now he can use his rallycross experience, because that's where he cut his teeth. There's nobody around him. He doesn't need to look in his mirrors, David. He's only got to look one way. I remind remind you, the time to beat at the moment of 54.06.
It's going to be good for Andrew Jordan. It is going to be the top touring car time, 52.58 seconds. Andrew Jordan, the 2013 BTCC champion, wins the touring car shootout here at the 2018 Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard. A great drive up the hill. Andrew Jordan wins the touring car shootout from Josh Cook. And if we want to look at the overall times, taking the touring cars and everybody else into comparison for the moment, it's Andrew Jordan the quickest on a 52.58 from Josh Cook, 54.06. Jerome Galpin third, 54.75. Adam Morgan is fourth, ahead of Matt Neal and then Tom Ingram. Lorena McLaughlin is seventh, and Rick Woods, Vauxhall Cavalier Mark 1. The Mega Bertha is eighth fastest. Wow, what a shootout we're having.
Draw breath, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Jordan, top of the pile. He has gone 0.4 of a second faster than he did in qualifying yesterday. The rest of the runners and riders, Holly Mason Franchitti ahead of the NASCAR. Grant Williams in that 1950s Mark 1 Jaguar. I take my hat off to you to do a sub-60 climb here at Goodwood, ahead of the Formula 5000 Gurney. Bill Shepherd in the Big Galaxy. Ken Clark in the Big Rover. Charles Rainford in the Little Mini, and Henry Mann in the Ford Escort.
The sort of in-between Escort,
absolutely,
really.
Absolutely.
That's your top 16 after the shootout, but we're not done yet, because we have still got another 20 to go, and you've still got a lot of shuffling in this order. A great effort so far by Andrew Jordan. He wins the touring car shootout, and let's see what else we have coming up with the rest of the field good to go.
Congratulations, the first part of the shootout, the British Touring Car Championships shootout, is complete, and you are the winner. 52.58 seconds, victory by about 1.5 seconds. That's a big margin.
Good. I wish British Touring Cars was that easy, because it's been quite an easy weekend, really. You know, 6 out of 6 we've been on top, and I said to the guys, I'm sure there's a 52.5 in it. I said I think that's about it, really. But yeah, very happy with it, and yeah, it's great to come and get a win here. And yeah, as I've said, we say it's just for a bit of fun, but of course we want to win.
So it is. Drinks on Andrew Jordan tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So back at the start line, we turn our attention next to the Chevrolet SS. This is NASCAR technology. Ed Berrier is due to be the man behind the wheel. The NASCAR cars have been shuffled around across a variety of pilots, all brave, over the course of this weekend. And this, you'll see, runs in the Elvis Presley tribute livery. The number 77 is a nod to the year in which the King passed away. Ed Berrier was a winner in 2000 at the Hickory Motor Speedway in the NASCAR Busch Series, resplendent in its Elvis Presley tribute livery. And let's see whether Ed Berrier is going to be all shook up.
He leaves the line in serious form as he goes through the first 100 metres in 5.51 seconds, significantly quicker than we've seen from the touring car guys, but you're hardly comparing apples with apples, are you? Because this is what, 600-700 horsepower, rear-wheel drive, big wide tyres. He comes up to the intermediate split. He went through here yesterday at 85 miles an hour. He's 5 miles an hour faster here today, 90.6 miles an hour as he goes up towards the Flint wall. Now these NASCARs obviously only designed to do one thing, go left. Go a hill climb is another kind of engineering exercise, but brave all of these drivers are in these big cars.
So let's see what he can do for a time. He's got to try and beat a 52.58. That's your top time now, courtesy of AJ. Andrew Jordan's time is going to remain. That is a 54.15. That's now third fastest for Ed Berrier. And we're going to move next to rally technology.
Carlos Sainz and Luis Moya did the World Rally Championship, always with the orange Repsol colour scheme on their car. They did a season with the Ford Escort WRC. It was built in the UK by Malcolm Wilson, and Carlos Sainz, two-time a World Rally Champion, now two-time a Dakar winner. But here we are with Nick Jarvis in the Spaniard's old car, four-wheel drive, 2-litre turbo. He's struggling to get it all together, but he just about gets it through. Everybody in the grandstand near me craning their necks over to the right-hand side to see if the tarmac car was going to go gravel rallying.
Multi-purpose very nearly, this Ford Escort. Nick Jarvis hustling on, gets the car now through Flint Wall and heading towards the timing line. He's going to try and beat a 52. Is that going to happen? I don't think it is. Then we need to see where the car will blend in relative to the other times. 52, 53, up towards the timing beam. Nick Jarvis does a 55.13. That's going to put him 7th fastest. The very latest DTM technology. This is Frank Bieler behind the wheel of the Audi RS5. 3 times a Le Mans winner. 1991 DTM champion. 1995 96 British Touring Car champion. Winner of the Touring Car World Cup as well for Audi. And this is the sort of car that has had a win this very day at Zandvoort in the hands of René Rast. Frank Bieler on the hill.
The tyres are normally for the longer DTM races. They won't be to full working temperature by the time the car gets to the top of the hill. But as you say, the experience of Bieler will be used to the fore here. It's got long legs, this car. It hasn't, unfortunately for him today at Goodwood, got the sheer acceleration to launch him off the start line, but Bieler threads his way through. He's low in the car, he's way back in the car, lots of aerodynamic devices. He doesn't want to take off on the straw bales on the side of the racetrack. He gets to the top of the hill, it's all done, it's all safe for the German. 56.04 seconds for Bieler.
And so that puts him 9th fastest in the DTM Audi. Formula 5000 machinery blasts away from the line from 1970. This is the very brave Matthew Wurr aboard a car that Derek Bell took a race win with at Monza in 1970. Derek has been reunited with the car this weekend. And Matthew Wurr, who used to race big Harry Morgan +8s and then TVR Tuscans, is trying to tame it up the hill.
He's on the wet tyres, which are softer, but there's a bit more movement within the rubber and the carcass. He's late on the brakes, he's going to spin it, he's going to spin it! No, don't hit anything! He's just come to a halt. He's got away with it. The tyres were moving around quite a bit. You saw him get a little bit out of shape at the first and then the second corner, and thankfully he didn't hit the straw bales. Let's have a look at this. Now, you come over a crest, you can't see where the corner is until it's too late. He chucked it in, he was going to spin it, it was all under control, and once you spin, there ain't no more skill involved. Unfortunately, he didn't hit anything. Thank goodness for that. The car and driver are perfectly okay. Not the last, I fancy, David, to have a bit of a moment at Moulcombe.
It does go to show how much commitment all the drivers are putting in. It's only a bit of fun, isn't it? Isn't it?
Until you put your crash helmet on, you tighten up the belts and you put your gloves on. He fires it back up and he will now continue his run up towards the top of the hill. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He was having a go.
Matthew carries on. This is a case of as you were, I suppose, now, because he continues the run and Matthew will make his way red-faced up to the end. But again, you can't argue with the guys for showing so much commitment, putting so much into this run.
But one of the things I learned when I was hill climbing is you've got to risk it. You've got to risk the car. You've got to lean on it at every corner. And if you're not prepared to do that, you won't get the time.
Very true. Well, the red flag came out just while Matthew was being retrieved. He's got to the end, so the course is clear. And as soon as the officials are happy, then we'll get the next cars up the hill. But a reminder that it's Andrew Jordan still the fastest on a 52.58. As now to the line comes the Maserati MC12, the Goodwood Cent 100. Not a car that raced in period, but a car made out of other bits of a Maserati MC12. Away from the line, blasts the Maserati MC12 with Michael Bartels at the wheel. One-time Grand Prix driver, FIA GT champion in a Maserati MC12, FIA GT1 world champion in a Maserati MC12, and a very accomplished GT racer.
And a very accomplished hill climber here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Back in 2014, he was a podium man after the shootout in a similar Maserati MC12. It sounds glorious. He's quickest at the intermediate split on a 23.87 second split there. He rushes past the bales, closer to the bales on the Flint Wall. No surprise there, but as now he can stretch the legs of this car up towards the top of the hill.
This should put him top, shouldn't it? Because he's got a bit of downforce, he's got a big engine, he's got a leaden right foot, 52 to beat, and he does a 51.33. Michael Bartels goes top then in the Maserati, and at the top of the hill, everybody looking at the screen, looking at the data and seeing where their cars might drop to. A motor racing legend, Emanuele Pirro in a NASCAR. Only could it happen at Goodwood. He's won Le Mans, he's raced in Grand Prix, he's a touring car champion, he's sideways, he's up the hill.
He's having a go, isn't he, David? He's having a go for you watching trackside. Look at this, 800-plus horsepower being put through those rear wheels, and now it dances its way up the straight. He's coming into Moulcom. He can't see the apex until it's too late. He's got a little bit of opposite lock. He has to get out of the throttle. He has to wait just a little bit, but 92 miles an hour on the approach to Moulcom means he's meaning business. Next intermediate coming up, it's a 38.1 that he's got to beat. He did a 40.62 through there. He might have frightened himself, but no, it's Emanuele Pirro. He gets towards the top of the hill. 51.3 he's not going to beat, but a valiant try.
Absolutely right. It's a 54.71, doesn't go top, but it was a good effort. Don't forget, Emanuele hardly ever drives a car like this. He's probably never sat in it until the weekend, and to go fifth is a mighty effort. The Jaguar in the hands of Matthew George blasts away. Matt George in the GT4 spec Jaguar F-Type from the British GT Championship. A GT4 car, in theory, closer to a production-based car. He's close to the edge of the road. He's close to the grass there. And this, Toby Moody, shows commitment.
He is. He's over the wrong side of the crown in the road there, but you've got to go wide. It's a trade-off, isn't it? Now he can settle in. It may only be 5 or 6 seconds between the beginning of the home straight to Moulcom corner, but when you're in a car, it feels like 20 seconds. You can settle yourself and concentrate on the next braking point. 38.1 is the target of the Flint wall. He comes through here, and he's done a 40.21. He is a couple of seconds off. The time he's got to beat is a 51.33 of the Maserati MC12. Oh, leaning on the car through the top left-hander. And for Matthew George, it's a 54.18. He goes to 5th.
Good effort by Matthew George. This, a Spa 24 Hours winning car. It's a Romain Dumas car with Stefano Ortelli and Mark Lieb. It won the 2003 Spa 24 Hours. Florent Moulin, a classic race car dealer, is the man behind the wheel of the car rally period by Freisinger Motorsport in NGT, the sort of normal GT category. But there's nothing normal about the way this is going to be driven.
Little bit of dust on the track as he goes through the right-hander in front of the house. The car's dancing, it's drifting over the road. Hard on the brakes, but those big, fat, slick tyres working hard. Now he can use the acceleration of the 911. The weight over the rear wheels, it can really hunker down over the rear suspension. Gives himself space. Now he can stretch the legs of the Stuttgart car. 38.1 at the intermediate split. He was in touch on a 39.1. Can he beat a 51.33? Touch and go, could do it.
The teeth on the front, gobbling up the real estate as he goes over the timing line to go third. 53.34. Florent Moulin has not done any timed runs all weekend, but when he needs to, he certainly shows the energy that needs to be put in. Rallycross technology next. The old Mark Rennison Ford RS200. It won the British Rallycross Championship. The man behind the wheel is Steve Harris.
Now, the measure of these rallycross cars is their acceleration from a standing start. We have a measure at the first 100 metres. Yesterday he did 4.7 seconds to the first 100 metres. It shows that it is head and shoulders above a lot of the other cars, but then its weakness is that it might not have the sheer top speed. Is Top Gear long enough? The drag from the rear wing. But he's hard on the brakes, he's a little bit sideways. He dances it into the corner, almost a Scandinavian flick. Now he unleashes the power. 550, maybe even 600 horsepower. He comes up towards the Flint wall. He comes out of the Flint wall. The split is a little bit long. I think there's a timing error, but he's on his way towards the top of the hill.
The time he's got to try and beat is a 51.33, and look at this, he's absolutely on the limit. Steve Harris goes through. The time that he's offered is a 62.01, but I suspect there might be something in the system that will be better than that. We'll double check because it looked quicker.
He might have broken the beam before the run was started.
Possibly so, possibly so. Ready to go, Ricky Collard in the BMW M4 DTM. He blasts away from the line. Ricky, who is a BMW junior driver, his father Rob is a star of the British Touring Car Championship. His grandfather, the late Mick Duffy Collard, a star against history in hot rod racing on the ovals. And Ricky does not lack commitment nor bravery. Look at this.
Look at the rooster tail coming out from behind the rear of the BMW M4. He was staggeringly fast and late on the brakes into Moulcom in qualifying. He did 110 mile an hour then, a little bit slower today, 104 miles an hour. But this thing really has got long legs. It did 121 miles an hour over the finish line at the top of the hill. Intermediate, he's up. This could be the next best time of day with Ricky Collard, the youngster, the BMW Motorsport junior driver. 51.3 to beat. Ricky Collard breaks the beam, and he does it. 50.82 seconds.
Ricky Collard goes quickest. Steve Harris in the RS200 second on 50.95. Michael Bartels in the Maserati goes third. We turn from rallycross cars, touring cars to single-seaters, a specially adapted single-seater for Billy Munger. He lost both his legs in a huge accident at Donington Park 12 months or so ago. This is the Tatius Cosworth chassis run by Carlin for the British F3 Championship. And Billy Munger, for whom there is a huge amount of support, is about to display a huge amount of talent.
And a huge amount of speed as he comes into the braking area towards Moulcom. In qualifying, he was second fastest at 104.6 miles an hour. He's done 115.7 miles an hour. That is how committed the brave Billy Munger is on the brakes into Moulcom, past the Flint wall. This could be a good time. He's up by 1.78 seconds at the Flint wall. This shootout just sees people getting quicker and quicker. He's going to do a time quicker than a 50.82. He's going to smash it to go top of the pile. A 48.31 second run. A round of applause for Britain's Billy Munger.
Billy Munger goes fastest then, and now we are into our final few cars, so this is where it gets even more dramatic. Mike Skinner blasts away in the Toyota Tundra. It looks fast, it sounds fast, and there's a good reason for that. It is fast.
Now, if anybody has commitment at Goodwood, it's Mike Skinner, a former podium man here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed a couple of years ago. Now he can use the sheer speed that he would use at Talladega or Daytona. Goodness me, it hoves into view like a rocket. The V8 pushrod power howls up the hill towards the Flint wall. This is hill climbing. This is fabulous stuff.
You're asking an American pickup truck to go quicker than a single-seater racing car, but if anyone can do it, Mike Skinner is your man. The time he's got to beat is a 48.31. He is throwing everything at this as he comes up towards the line. 47, 48.25. He goes quickest. 48.25. Mike Skinner goes top of the times.
And he crossed the finish line at 140.3 miles an hour. Just 600ths of a second split first and second place.
Michael Lyons blasts away from the line in this Lola T400. It's a car that's 43 years old, and yet Michael Lyons, who specialises in historic cars as well as modern GT cars, will put everything on the line here.
It's very quick off the start line, David, because it's got all the weight in the rear and it's got a lot of suspension travel. He was uber fast on the intermediate split speed time, and then he's quick again. He's quick again as he's 22.09 seconds. He's up at the intermediate. Now, can he carry that advantage a little bit further up the hill to the next split? And he can. He's 6/10 of a second up. He's got the rear out a little through Carney seat. One more corner to go. It's flashed through here. The time to beat a 48.2. And Michael Lyons goes fastest again. 47.86 seconds. They're getting quicker and quicker and faster with 138 mile an hour over the line.
Next, you are going to see a BMW like no other. This car is capable of 211 miles an hour. Jürgen Weininger in the JAD V8 engine BMW M3 blasts away from the line. You're riding on board, it makes a fabulous sound, and this is going to be driven very hard indeed, and a big slide save, another big wobble. Now it's sort of in a straight line.
It's a Formula One engine in a BMW M3 E36. A German driver called Georg Plaza built the car. He unfortunately isn't with us here anymore, but this is in memory of Georg Plaza with Weininger rushing up towards the Flint wall. It's gone. It's that quick. The intermediate split, 35.6. And he's a second up on the previous Lola Chevy time of Michael Lyons.
4 seconds quicker than anybody else. Jörg Weidinger goes fastest. We look at Rod Millen in the Toyota Celica Pikes Peak. He is another Goodwood hero. He's got the 10th best ever time up this hill climb. Let's see what he can do now. We're into the final few runners. The pressure is on, and Rod Millen is go.
And his advantage is off the line to the first 100 metres. He did 4.66 seconds yesterday, not quite as quick today. Now he gets into his stride, grabbing a gear. We're live on board with Rod Millen's crash helmet. This is what he said. He even waves to the crowd. Really? 21.9 is the split, just 0.8 of a second off the fastest time to that point, but the sheer acceleration with this Toyota that's got 850 horsepower, but moreover, David, it's the bravery of Millen. He never quite cracked 10 minutes up the Pikes Peak International hill climb when it was half tarmac and half gravel, but his bravery is never going to go away.
Absolutely right, Toby. To the line comes Rod Millen. He won't go quickest, but it will put him 5th. 48.50. Rod Millen goes 5th, and we have only got 4 more cars to go. Justin Law on the line. Justin Law ready to go in the IMSA American Spec Jaguar. This car from the Sports Racing Legends class that we've had here this weekend. Justin is the man with the 3rd best and the 4th best times up the hill. It takes you to the early 1990s. It's going to be driven hard. It's going to be driven with a huge amount of commitment. Justin Law almost on the grass. Here he comes.
He did a 45.42 second run yesterday. If he can replicate that time, he's going to go top of the pile. The car hasn't got the sheer acceleration off the line and out of the slower corners, but boy, oh boy, believe me, it was the fastest over the finish line yesterday on 150.9 miles an hour. That's a new outright record on speed over the line. He's not quite in touch on the intermediate split, but now he can really stretch its legs. 46.4 to beat. 46.66. He goes to second, just 0.23 of a second back.
7-litre engine, V12 power. Is it enough to keep him second, or will this car go faster? Jeremy Smith in the Penske Chevrolet PC22. And he's got a problem because the car creeps over the line and then it stalls, and he's done that before this weekend. They're going to have to drag him back now. Are we going to be lenient and let him go again, or does that count as a fail?
In hill climbing rules, David, a run is only a run when your rear axle crosses the start line. So it's an element of giving people another chance. The reason a lot of people stall on the start line is that there's a lot more rubber underneath the car there rather than the tyre warming area. So when they let the clutch in, they just need to give it a few more revs than normal. I do have to say, the onboard live camera shot from over his left shoulder is absolutely what Jeremy will be experiencing. That's the kind of view that he will have. There's a lot of history behind this car, and yet he risks it.
It's the car that Emerson Fittipaldi took to Indy 500 honours in 1993. Nigel Mansell made a bit of fun of the restart, and Emo was there to capitalise. It has got success in its veins. Jeremy Smith has driven it very quickly all weekend. He is 3rd after the qualifying run yesterday. Jeremy Smith is go. The Penske accelerates up the hill, up through the gears, through the shade, turn right, head towards Park Straight. Jeremy Smith, very rapid.
And he's fastest of anybody to the first 100 metres. A little bit of opposite lock. He grabs another gear with his right hand. It's a stick shift, remember. This is a manual gearbox. He rockets into view, past the Molcomb intermediate split, past the speed counter. Now he can unleash that turbocharged power up towards the flip wall. Deep breath, right, then left, then the long left towards Carnet's seat. Hold it, foot to the floor. The time to beat at the moment is a 46.43 seconds. He went quicker yesterday. Time to beat as he crosses the line.
Will be confirmed because of the timing problem, because of the second run. So it's in the system. We'll confirm it as soon as we can. And as soon as the time is confirmed, we will bring that to you. But it was a great effort put in by Jeremy Smith. So there are 2 to go, and we're into electric power. Peter Dunbrack in the Neo EP9 will be next, and then it's going to be Romain Dumas. There is the Neo. That is going to be the next car away. So we're just having to hold that until the time for Jeremy Smith is confirmed. And anything better than a 46.4 will put him top, but I fear he's not going to be able to combat the efforts of the next, indeed the final two cars.
Peter Dumbreck, he did a 47.3 yesterday, did a 44.4. He went quicker again this morning. He was second fastest off the start line yesterday. The acceleration with the all-electric four-wheel drive Neo, it holds the Nürburgring all-electric track record, the Nordschleifer, at 6 minutes and 47 seconds. About a second off a P1 LM McLaren kind of time around the Nordschleifer. Dumbreck, of course, knows his way around the Nordschleifer, and after this weekend, he knows his way up Goodwood Hill.
Jeremy Smith's time was a 46.78, third fastest. So, Jörg Weidinger is quickest in the BMW. Justin Law is second in the Jaguar. Third, Jeremy Smith in the Penske. Fourth, in the background there, Michael Lyons. Jörg Weidinger at the forefront there. Fourth in that Lola Chevrolet that is, what, 43 years old. Mike Skinner fifth, and Billy Munger sixth now on the times.
0.23 of a second, covering first and second position. The Penske, as you say, David, going into third position. So it's the European hill climb car, the BMW E36 with the V8 Judd engine, that is top of the pile at the moment. Therefore, Wendinger is guaranteed a podium position. Two more cars to run.
The Neo is on the line. Peter Dumbreck started off as a single-seater star. He went for a time into the DTM. He has been a GT racer of great repute for a long, long time. And now the officials get the nod to say, yep, we're all good. We've got the time. And Peter Dumbreck is just being given some last-minute instructions and information as to why he's being held there. But as soon as possible, the car will be allowed forward and we will be ready to go. It is between Peter Dumbreck and Romain Dumas. It is the Neo EP9 versus the Volkswagen ID Pikes Peak, because these are the fastest two cars that we have had up the hill all weekend. Peter Dumbreck just goes backwards a little bit, in theory now, so he can make his way forward, get some warmth into the rubber, and then he should be good to go. Electric technology will round out the shootout. Can they beat a 46.43? On the evidence of the weekend, the answer should be yes, but which one will be top?
It's an interesting scenario between the Neo and the VW of Romain Dumas, because Dumas has got about the same power, but he hasn't got the top speed that Dumbreck has. So with Weidinger quickest at the moment on a 46.43, there he is on the left-hand side. Justin Law with his arms folded just to the right-hand side. He's second fastest at the moment on a 46.66. And Jeremy Smith, who's probably still shaking his way out of the Penske Chevrolet from 1993, is in third position. Meanwhile,
the penultimate car to take to the hill in the shootout. It is the Neo EP9. Peter Dumbreck is the man. Behind the wheel, Peter Dumbreck blasts away from the line. Let's see what he can do. The time to beat is a 46.43. That should fall.
He's on the same pace as his qualifying run to the first 100 metres. But where he makes the time is on sheer top speed. He's off the track, but he gets it back on. He did 117 miles an hour on the approach to Malcolm. He rockets into view like an F-16 jet fighter. The tyres are scrubbing away. 118 miles an hour he did on the approach to Malcolm. Now he goes up towards the Flint wall, one way, then the other. The split to beat a 33.11. He's on the pace. Here goes Peter Dumbreck. The time to beat a 46.43.
Can he do it? He should do it. It's a 42.43. How much quicker can he go? 44.32. Peter Dumbreck goes fastest. 44.32 seconds. He goes top. Even Jörg Weidinger, who's just been defeated, forces a smile.
The fastest ever run that Dumbreck has done up the hill. He nearly beats Romain Dumas's qualifying time. This is the last car. This is the business.
Romain Dumas, he's won at Le Mans. He's a Pikes Peak record holder. He's a rally fan. He had a big moment early on in the day down at the first corner, but he managed to save it, and he knows what he's up against. He's got to beat 44.32. He did a 43.05 in the qualifying run yesterday. The officials just hold the car until the instruction can be given, and then he's going to light up the Goodwood Hill.
1,100 kilos that he's got in this car, approaching some sort of 600 horsepower. electric power, four-wheel drive. He's not just a Le Mans winner, as you've said, David, but he goes rallying in his spare time. He drives anything and everything. He drove at Le Mans this year, went back to Pikes Peak. Thank you very much, I'll take the victory. Comes back here to Europe, and here he is sitting on the start line. The Indianapolis yard of bricks that are set into the road are already being crossed by Romain Dumas. The first 100 meters, amazingly fast, half a second quicker than the best time so far.
So he is on the money, and he is quicker in that first intermediate. So 44.32 to beat. Is he going to be able to do it? Here comes Malcolm Corner. He turns the car through that left. He's up at the next split as well. So Romain Dumas is looking good here. He's quicker in the first two splits.
He is by a full second at Malcolm. Already he's past the Flint wall. The Frenchman trying hard with the Volkswagen. He's 0.83 of a second up as he goes towards the top of the hill. One more corner to go. 44.32 seconds to beat for Dumas, and he's done it. 43.86 seconds. Best time of day.
Romain Dumas, it is, who wins the shootout at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Romain Dumas, it is, with a 43.86 second run. Fantastic. We have just witnessed some very brave guys putting everything on the line. Romain Dumas wins the shootout. Peter Dumbrecht second, and then third is the BMW of Jörg Weidinger. Fourth, Justin Law. Fifth, Jeremy Smith. And sixth, Michael Lyons. And where does that put Romain in the all-time greats?
Overall, in Goodwood history, it's the third fastest ever run of history, but more importantly today, it's the quickest here this weekend. Romain Dumas with Volkswagen, victorious in 2018.
Romain Dumas wins the shootout. Peter Dumbrecht second fastest, from Jörg Weidinger third. Justin Law fourth. Jeremy Smith in the Penske fifth, ahead of Michael Lyons in the Lola Chevrolet T400. Mike Skinner seventh in the NASCAR-style Toyota Tundra, and then Billy Munger in the Tatuus Formula 3 car with the Cosworth 2-litre engine, eighth fastest. Ninth, Rod Millen in the Toyota Celica Pikes Peak. Ricky Collard rounds out the top 10 in the DTM BMW 11th. So we are about to get underway for the shootout, because Nick Pellet will be on the hill, and so too William Evans. And so this, ladies and gentlemen, is, and we've had many a highlight over the weekend, another highlight. The clock will run, and this is the shootout competition underway. The cars will go in reverse order from yesterday. Steve Smith's Hotchkiss was damaged, so that is missing. The Fiat S61 of William Evans goes first. Now, a quick reminder that the hill is 1.16 miles long. We'll talk about sectors, talk about splits, and we'll talk about the time at the end, which is going to give us the order as the cars then now turn through Malcolm. This is William Evans in the Fiat S61.
This car from 1910, one of the oldest cars that we're going to see out in the field, and it had a successful racing career on both sides of the Atlantic. 125 horsepower meant that in 1910 you could reach 100 miles an hour. Victor Henry won the Grand Prix of France, which was held at Le Mans, by 2 laps, and one finished third in the Indy 500 the same year, and then S61 won the American Grand Prix in 1912. So a car with a lot of history, both in terms of simply years and what is achieved in that time.
Indeed so. So the Fiat up towards the line. As I say, they're going in the reverse order of the time set yesterday. So each subsequent car you see will be going quicker and quicker and quicker. The time to beat from yesterday, 39.9 seconds, and 41.6 currently standing as the course record. The Goodwood Festival of Speed shootout then getting underway, with Lorena McLaughlin's Benetton Ford to come, Gianfranco Brancatelli's Ford Sierra Cosworth, which may be given to Michael Lyons for this, and Nick Jarvis with the Escort Cosworth, Andy Petri's Camaro, the Euro NASCARs of Jerome Galpin and Todd Gilliland. Those are the times that they set in the qualifying run yesterday, but the time that was just the ultimate, a 39 yesterday from the charging Romain Dumas in the electric Volkswagen IDR. There's Andy Newell to look for in the Ford GT Roadster, Richard Dodkins with the mighty Mark Chevrolet 717, Ollie Bryant's Ford Mustang GT S1, that's another ground-shaking car, and the Ford Focus Pikes Peak
entry of Tony Quinn. Katsu Kubota's ex-Ronnie Peterson March. GT star Dan Harper leading Carrera Cup GB Championship with his 911 GT3 Cup Porsche. Oliver Solberg, one to watch, and indeed the course record holder from 1999, Nick Heidfeld, with the Formula E Mahindra. He is going to be a man to watch as well. Jörg Weindinger is a regular European hill climb specialist. There's World Rally and World Rally Cross champion Peter Solberg. Jeremy Smith, really brave with the Penske. And Romain Dumas, fastest in that qualifying run yesterday. He's already been the fastest man in this car up Pikes Peak and round the Nordschleife. He did a 39.9 yesterday. Can he add another record come the end of the weekend?
So we're starting off with some of the slower cars from earlier on in the qualifying section. Here pulling away is the 505 Aston Martin Ulster in the hands of Holly Mason Franchitti.
The Ulster gaining its sobriquet thanks to the great success in Northern Ireland at the Ard Circuit, a 1-2-3 in class for Aston Martin. And on the back of that, they took the Ulster tag. Holly Mason Franchitti, daughter of Nick Mason, married to Marino Franchitti, accelerates up Park Straight with a road that is drying out all the time. It was pretty wet and horrible for the bulk of the morning, but actually it's drying fairly swiftly now. There are still one or two damp patches, but the more cars we send up the hill, the drier it gets, the quicker it gets as well.
5 seconds up, Holly Mason steering in the first sector as she continues this climb. And it's just amazing, isn't it, to see the cars getting quicker and quicker and quicker as we go through the order. And then you see the oddities in there, don't you, where some of the older cars, for example, Julien Majoub is out there in a historic Bugatti, and he ends up in the middle of a lot of modern machinery. Yeah,
Julien Majoub is going to be worth watching. Not saying that Holly Mason Franchitti is not worth watching here in this car that dates back to 1935. It's a 1.5-litre 4-cylinder engine. And as the cars then come to the timing line, it's up through the gears, assuming you've got gears, which isn't the case for everybody in this if you're in one of the electric cars. But the time that is set is an 87.30. So Holly Mason Franchitti then to the top of the times.
This is the Penske Xerox Special, a 2.7-litre 4-cylinder engine. Gregory Heacock is driving it, and it was originally a Cooper Formula One car, but it was crashed and then resurrected as a sports racing car by a young Roger Penske, who went on to have a reasonable amount of success in Formula One, winning a Grand Prix in 1976, and then more notably in America.
And then the car was sold to Bruce McLaren, who then started building his own sports cars and Formula One cars. So in a sense, this car, you can effectively trace its lineage to the start of the McLaren car dynasty. So the car up towards the timing line, and Gregory Heacock on this ever-drying road accelerates now towards the finish line, an 87.30 to beat.
Here he comes then, up towards the line, and he cuts the timing beam, and he's going to go quicker than Holly Mason steering, and is 20 seconds up. So that was a good little lap from the Xerox there, as he comes across the line. Now we go back in time a little.
You talked about oddities. We have all sorts in this run. Julian Grimwade's Bentley 3-litre Le Mans we should have next. And the car coming to the line. This, the 1925 Le Mans 3-litre Bentley. Julian himself has been a regular in the Vintage Sports Car Club events for many, many years. A great Bentley enthusiast. And away he goes, accelerates off the line. We're celebrating Bentley's centenary, of course, this weekend here. And as a company still, of course, massively involved in sports car racing with modern-day GT cars. But Julian Grimwade then takes to the hill, accelerates up Park Straight. This car that was driven in the 1925, or entered for the 1925 Le Mans. That was the year that the famous Le Mans start was inaugurated, where you ran across the road. But the organisers insisted that for the first 20 laps, the car had to run with the roof up. So it was harder to get in, and therefore it didn't behave quite as the drivers wanted. But that was the regulation that year. Now it's allowed to run up the hill with the roof down. And Julian Grimwade, with the air conditioning vents, sitting out in the fresh air, going through Molecombe.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And to imagine these cars racing around Le Mans back in the day, when Le Mans was really, really Le Mans. If you want to see a great view of Le Mans in the past, there's an onboard lap with Mike Hawthorne in, I think, a D-type Jaguar, and he takes it round on just a regular day, and he's saying, oh, mind the postman, oh, mind the chickens that are running across the road. Search for that on the old interweb, because that is quite something.
So this is sedate motoring in comparison with what we will get to see later, but Julian Grimwade's Bentley 3-litre Le Mans up towards the line then. A 67.3 is what the target time has now dropped to for Greg Heacock in the Penske Xerox Special. And there is the checkered flag, there is the timing line, there is the Bentley 3-litre Le Mans that does a time good enough for third, a 98.98 second run. So next we turn our attention to Robert Murray, takes to the hill in the Aston Martin Grand Prix 11 horsepower.
And this is Green P, one of two cars entered at the 1922 French Grand Prix at Strasbourg, where it was driven by Count Louis Zabrowski. So an awful lot of history in this car, and it makes its way up the hill in that 11 horsepower machine. We'll get more horsepower as the day progresses, and we'll even end up in kilowatts.
We will indeed, yes, because we are modern, aren't we? And this car, still quick, still competitive in Vintage Sports Car Club events, and taking you back to the very early days of the Aston Martin company. Aston Martin, founded in 1913 by Lionel Martin and Robert Bamford. It took its name from a hill climb event where Lionel Martin had competed at Aston Hill, and it spawned the early 11 horsepower prototypes, Green P, Razor Blade, the Holford Special. And although Aston Martin then decades later had perhaps more success in sports car racing, it was a Grand Prix constructor for a brief period with the DBR4, an example of which we've had here this weekend as well. So Robert Murray in this car that dates back to 1922. You wouldn't anticipate to beat a 67 time, but he does go across the timing line to go third with an 87.69 as the time that he sets. Now this is George Wingard in the Fiat. This another very early car, this going back to 1911, 14.2 litre four-cylinder engine, enormous four-cylinder engine to be fair, bought initially by the American millionaire Caleb Bragg. He won the 1912 American Grand Prix, and former Oregon State Senator George Wingard, PhD, is the man not so much driving it, but being driven by the Fiat as he goes past the flint wall.
What's his PhD in?
Anthropology.
Anthropology?
I thought you'd have known that.
Oh, sorry.
You being a student of human behaviour and all. Yeah, how about this? This is the beast of Turin. This is the redoubtable Duncan Pittaway at the wheel. And this car, every time you see it, it takes your breath away. 28.4 litre engine, 4 cylinders. Only 2 of these were ever built. This was driven by the very brave Pietro Bordino. It took the record for the flying mile on Saltburn Sounds in 1911. It got up to 116 miles an hour. Duncan Pittaway brought this car back from Australia, where it had been taken by a Russian prince. He's repainted it, he's gone racing in it, he's gone hill climbing in it, and it is just an amazing machine.
I feel like you must have to repaint the left-hand side every day, because it spits out the flames, it spits out the smoke. So keep an eye. If you see the driver's left as it comes up the hill, you'll see it banging and popping and covering the car with black marks. He climbs up the hill now. Races this car. If you were at the members' meeting earlier in the year, or watch or come to the Goodwood Revival later in the year, you'll see Duncan Pittaway throwing this car around wheel to wheel with other cars, and he drove it here from Bristol. So there you go. He drives it on the road. He'll be driving it home as well. So absolutely amazing stuff. Duncan Pittaway across the line in the Fiat S76. And he sets an 81.09 seconds. This now is Sally Mason-Stirren in the Ferrari 160 MM Barchetta, which is a beautiful little car. And it's great to see this 1950 2-litre V12. And it was designed by Carrozzeria Touring around the mission that weight is the enemy and wind is the obstacle.
So now you know.
Yeah, I mean, that goes for all of us, doesn't it? But
Speak for yourself. Sally Mason-Starr, the very first competitor ever up the hill at the very first Goodwood Festival of Speed, and she's been a very welcome visitor every year since this oh-so-pretty Ferrari 166 MM Barchetta up towards Moulcombe, and Mason-Starr's husband and wife, ardent Ferrari enthusiasts, and up to the top of the hill. Time to beat still is that of Gregory Heacock, and it remains a 67.38, but at the moment it's looking pretty good, but it is going to fall undoubtedly.
So here comes Sally up to the top in this lovely little Ferrari, as I say, from 1950, coming up to cut the timing beam and complete her run. Great sound, isn't it? It's not a wailing V12 like we hear from some of the other Ferraris, but it still sounds brilliant.
It's had quite a lot of mileage as well over the weekend. There's the checkered flag. Sally Mason-Starr will break the timing beam 5th quickest on an 88.01 for that run up the hill.
I love this car. This is the Scat Type C Racer Targa Florio, the car that won the Targa Florio in 1911. Andrew Howe Davis at the wheel, and he regularly takes it back, the Targa Florio not existing as a race as it did in those days, but he takes it back and drives it around anyway.
He does, and when he went up the hill on Friday, he said, oh, it's quicker than I thought it was going to be, because this is the first time that Andrew Howe Davis has had a go up here. This car, as Jack says, from 1911, 4.4-litre four-cylinder engine, and the car heads towards Moulcombe Corner now. Again, as so many cars of that era, the driver sitting on it rather than in it. No real protection at all. There's no roll cage, there's no side protection, there's no seatbelt even. It's just down to the driver's bravery and how much of the right foot he's prepared to apply that gets you safely through the corners. And as the sun now starts to break through and the road dries, the speed builds as he heads up towards Flint Wall.
And this is the era that was really creating the start of the Italian motor industry. Giovanni Serrano sold the rights of his first car to Giovanni Agnelli, of Fiat, and this Scat was built in its in Turin, and it's fantastic to see it up and across the line. Andrew Howe Davis having some fun with it as well. The Targa Florio Scat Type C, lovely stuff.
Being urged on to the timing line as we now see it's Gareth Graham taking the seat of Ben Collins in the Mercedes Grand Prix, and we're celebrating 125 years of Mercedes. Look at the way it's all vibrating through the steering wheel as it rattles away from the line. So Gareth Graham, who's not driven the car, I don't believe, this weekend, but we've had a bit of driver shuffling, so he takes over, we were told, from Ben Collins for this car, but that graphic telling us it's Herman Leyer in the Benz 200 Blitz & Benz first of all to go, which makes sense, forgive me, as he goes now up towards Park Straight.
Yeah, this is the Blitz & Benz from 1909, so I think it's the first time that we've seen it out in time running at all, the Blitz & Benz. It does run in the members meeting, so Herman Leyer obviously happy to just get in and chuck it up the hill, and it was built with one aim in mind, to break the 200-kilometre barriers, which is 124 miles an hour, that even in 1909 trains and aircraft couldn't do that kind of speed. Incredible. 21.5-litre four-cylinder engine in that car. As I say, I think it's the first time we've seen it up in the timed runs this weekend. Even these guys, you can hear them balancing it on the throttle, giving it a bit more, giving it a bit more. This isn't a Sunday afternoon drive.
Far from it. It may not look as quick as others, but there's a huge amount of effort being put into this, and Herman Leyer with the car dancing around the road with those skinny tyres up towards the timing line. 67.3 to beat. Where's he going to drop in? The time is confirmed as putting him fourth fastest, 86.60, as he heads down the continuation road towards the turning circle.
So next up will be
Gareth Graham.
Gareth
Graham. What I prepared earlier.
Okay, well, tell us, David.
Well, only that he's taken the car over from Ben Collins and away he blasts. So he's driven other things this weekend, but not this car. So the Mercedes Grand Prix, Gareth Graham for this 1908 12.8-litre four-cylinder engine car. It's owned by Martin Wiesmann. Ben Collins, who is married to the Duke of Richmond's sister, has been driving it for the majority of the weekend, but it's now going to be Gareth Graham behind the wheel. Grand Prix regulations agreed in 1907. They stipulated cars had to have a minimum weight of 1,100 kilos, a cylinder bore smaller than 155 millimetres, and the 1908 French Grand Prix held in Dieppe, and it was Christian Lautenschlager winning in a Mercedes Grand Prix such as this, and beautifully presented this car, absolutely immaculate. And Gareth Graham, more of a Bentley specialist though, is certainly driving it very swiftly indeed.
Certainly is as he comes up to the Flint wall. I believe it was this exact car that won that 1908 French Grand Prix, beating the runner-up by nearly 9 minutes. Sounds like a modern Formula 1 race. I joke.
Well, especially with Mercedes winning it, quite. So,
yeah, that's true.
Gareth Graham to the end of the run. 67.3 remaining the best time, but that's from a much more recent car that didn't do a great run yesterday. We're going to the older machinery here, so you wouldn't really anticipate them to be as quick, but we will get times much, much faster than that. Second, however, goes Gareth Graham, so he may not be well versed in the car, but he's put it to good use. So now David Eyre in the Bentley Bernardo Hassan Special takes to the hill, number 156. Mentioned earlier on that we're celebrating the Bentley centenary, and here's another example of the lineage of the company.
Willie Hassan, a man who built an awful lot of the Bentleys for racing, and this was specially made for Brooklands, the first permanent racetrack in the world, if I recall correctly.
So,
yeah, and it's got an 8-litre engine, single-seat cockpit, and it lapped Brooklands at 143 miles an hour in 1938. That is quite some speed in the late 30s.
Because you're not talking billiard smooth circuit.
No.
Are you talking a banked oval, a bumpy oval, which for much of the time cars would be in the air as they bounced over the bumps. David Eyre then in this Bentley Bernardo Hassan Special heading up towards the timing line. And where is this going to put him relative to Gareth Graham? He's got to beat a 78.64 to be ahead. Can he do it? Can he? Yes, he can. Does a 76.18. Goes second fastest.
So good stuff from David Eyre, and this now is a Bentley Pacey Hassan Special. So another one built by Wally Hassan, this time for Bill Pacey, one of the Bentley boys, and he won the Brooklands Wheatstone meeting Gold Star outright back in 1936. So another one built by Wally Hassan, now for Bill Pacey, and it's William Metcalf who is at the wheel of it at the moment.
It's a 4.5-litre, four-cylinder engine car, and as up through the gears goes William Metcalf. We've seen quite a bit of him on the hill this weekend, and always trying very, very hard. He blasts his way past the Flint wall. Keep saying this, the road is getting drier, but it's going to be interesting to see what the later cars can do. So in this timed shootout final, the Bentley Pacey Hassan Special heads towards the line. So don't forget that in this we've got different classes. So you've got the fastest Pioneer racing car for the pre-1919s. You've got the fastest vintage racer, 19 to 1930. And as William Metcalf goes across the line, this car drops into the post-vintage racer class, 1931 to 1949. He goes third overall on a 76.89.
So we saw Ben Collins give up the Mercedes Grand Prix car that he's been driving so far this weekend, and now he's at the wheel of the W125, the Mercedes-Benz Grand Prix car from 1937. This was the car that won the European Championship that year, also was raced by pre-war greats like Richard Seaman.
It was a car that Colin Crabb found in Eastern Europe, brought back, restored it, and Imperial, the sort of car that Rudolf Caracciola and Manfred von Brafich and Hermann Lang would have driven. Ben Collins, real Mercedes specialist. He is, of course, the brother-in-law of the Duke of Richmond, and he flings the car now past the Flint wall, and he's back on the power as he heads towards the line. Now, this is going to be quick. It should be quicker than that last handful of cars we saw. It's not going to get anywhere near he could just about sneak there, couldn't he? Because he's a brave driver, is Ben. It's a nice streamlined car, this, even though it's giving away, what, 30 years or so. 67.3 to beat. Is he going to break 70 seconds? Yes, a 69.17 for Ben Collins in the Mercedes-Benz W125. That's a mighty effort as we look at the Aston Martin DB4 GT of Tom Alexander, an ex-Sterling Moss car. This built with a slightly more powerful engine and a shorter body than the earlier DB4 to take on the Ferrari 250 short wheelbases in GT racing.
Around 300 brake horsepower, and as you say, ex-Sterling Moss. It won on the car's debut in the International Trophy at Silverstone in 1959, a 3.7-litre straight-six engine for Tom Alexander, who's been progressively getting quicker over the course of the weekend, was pretty steady on his first run up the hill, but now he's getting faster and faster. He's going to be there or thereabouts with Heacock in that Penske Xerox special we saw earlier on. He's about a second down coming up towards the line, so let's see whether he can get sub 70 seconds and slot into second place. There's the timing beam. No, not quite, but a 69.63, which is remarkably close between the second and third place cars.
And this is James Wood in the fantastic looking and sounding Alfa Romeo P3 Tipo B, 3.2-litre straight-eight supercharged engine car. Alfa Romeo had more of its success in Grand Prix racing in Europe. This car went to America. Frank Griswold bought it, took it to the States, entered it in the 1939 Indy 500. It didn't qualify because he wasn't fast enough. Griswold paid Louis Thomas to race for him, and the car finished 15th. It has come back to the UK and has been prolific in historic races, but it's one of the few P3s that had a stateside career. James Wood, very, very experienced historic racer, and he knows this car inside out. He's going to push this, and the time he's got to try to beat Silva's 67.38, but where is he going to blend in relative to Ben Collins in this battle for the cars up to 1949, the 31 to 49 class? So the time he's got to beat against Ben Collins is a 69.17. Can it be done? Can it be done? There's the flag. 70, 71. No, he doesn't quite do it. So Mercedes trumps Alfa Romeo.
Now this is the 1988 RF88 Van Diemen Ford, which is in the hands of Richard Wilson. This Michael Schumacher's first ever racing car.
Pretty much. It's a Formula Ford car, which was then the go-to junior single-seater category. Everybody had to run a Ford 1600cc Kent engine, but it was a multi-chassis Formula. Van Diemen, British company, one of the best ever in the history of Formula Ford, and it was run, this car, by Willy Bergmeister's team in the European and the German championships. It came to the Formula Ford Festival, and Michael Schumacher used it to be second in the European Championship that year. Richard Wilson drives it, and so it's got a small engine, no wings, no aero. These used to give great racing, great slipstreaming, and again a significant car in the career of Michael Schumacher.
And he's half a second up as he climbs the hill. Naturally not in the same class as some of the cars we've seen before, but this might be the quickest time we've seen so far from Richard Wilson. Still see some Formula Ford racing in the UK at the likes of the Walter Hayes Trophy at Silverstone, but not quite what it once was, Formula Ford racing. And this car, Richard Wilson, in the hands of, goes quickest by 7/10 of a second. I love this. I love this. Julian Majoub in the Bugatti Type 35B.
Just fabulous to watch this. It's a Malcolm Campbell, a Petrie car. Julian Majoub very rarely goes in a straight line in anything. There's always a huge amount of commitment. He's a very, very accomplished historic racer, is Julian. He's of Iranian extraction and has made a good, successful career both in business and in motorsport in the UK. And he drives this ex-William Grover Williams Bentley with great gusto. And just watch this. There's a lot of experience in driving the car, but there's a lot of bravery and commitment being put into this as well. 2.3-litre straight-eight supercharged engine. And Julian Majoub working his magic. Concentration etched on his face through Carnet's seat now, sawing away the wheels sideways as he discovers the damp patches under the trees. Up toward the line, a 66.67 is the new top time from Richard Wilson. Julian Majoub is going to beat him, isn't he, in the Bugatti? He is! He goes fastest on a 64.25 in a car dating back to 1927.
And that is what historic racing is, isn't it? That's what it would have looked like in the day. Absolutely superb stuff. This is an amazing car.
Oh, it is. Joe Macari, who's a specialist car dealer in London, he's raced in club racing in the UK, raced at Le Mans in modern GT machinery. He has this delectable 250 GT short wheelbase competition and drives it with a lot of verve, as you can see as he heads up the hill. It makes a great noise, and these were really excellent GT sports racing cars of the time, taking on the likes of Aston Martin and others.
So Joe Macari climbing the hill in this 250 GT short wheelbase, and this was the car we were talking about earlier when that Aston Martin came up, the blue one, the DB4 GT. It was built and designed to try and match this kind of car in the hands of Joe Macari now, and he might beat... It's going to be tight here with Julian Majoub.
3-litre V12, magic sound. He's not going to beat the Bugatti, is he? So Joe Macari goes through, goes second fastest on a 66.01. So Julian Majub, there he is. That's the fastest man in the car from 1927. You're not meant to do things like that with it, Julian. That's just an outstanding run. Bugatti, Ferrari, Van Diemen. A very eclectic mix of cars. Julian Majub then is currently the fastest.
Yeah, I was being a bit of respect for
a 64.25. We understand that Lorena McLaughlin's ex-Michael Schumacher Benetton has stalled on the line, so that's just being moved out of the way, and we'll see whether we can get this car ready to go instead. Now, Gianfranco Brancatelli, we're told, is going to drive today, and he blasts off the line. Lots and lots of wheel spin from the Italian. Lorena McLaughlin's Benetton in the background as the Ford Sierra RS500 heads towards us, the car that won the Spa 24 Hours in 1990 for Gianfranco Brancatelli, for Ben Schneider and Wim Percy, and heads now onto Park Straight. The Sierra RS500 that came from the Cosworth just blew the doors off everything in international touring car racing for 2 or 3 glorious seasons.
And this was a good era of tin top racing, wasn't it?
It was. Star drivers you had in it, star teams, and great racing. There was always the legality protests, but that aside, the racing was good. Gianfranco Brancatelli had already raced in Formula 1 in the late 1970s for the rather unsuccessful Philip Townsend team before he became a touring car driver. In the mid-80s, he was the go-to driver to do great things for Rudy Eckenberger in the Volvo 240 Turbo, and he was one of the few people that Tom Walkinshaw, who was a rival, feared. So he put him in his team for the following year, put him in the 3rd car, and Gianfranco didn't get much mileage, which was one way of combating his pace. But a great driver, Gianfranco Brancatelli, was really spectacular. The Sierra Cosworth has gone through, and now Lorena McLaughlin blasts away, lights up the tyres in this 1992 Benetton, the car with which Michael Schumacher had his first Grand Prix win.
Yeah, we didn't see this car up with the Michael Schumacher celebration because it's out now in the timed run, and this was the car that he was teammates with Martin Brundle in 1992. And it was Schumacher who took victory in Spa-Francorchamps that year, typically in a wet, dry race, I think it was, and the car that gave Schumacher his... And if after that win, if you'd have said there's going to be another 90, you'd have got some funny looks. So here comes Lorena McLaughlin. She runs this car an awful lot at various hill climbs around the country. So hugely grateful that she brings it here to Goodwood and is running it up the hill, about a second away or so from the quickest time we've had so far.
And the fastest time is Gianfranco Brancatelli. It's always a fast-sounding name as well as being a fast driver, Gianfranco. He's done a 63.61. Lorena is a little more circumspect in the Benetton, but not by much, and she will break the lead 64.74 seconds. 64.74 for Lorena McLaughlin's 1992 Benetton. Julian Majub watching all of this. He's second fastest now, but being outgunned by a Sierra RS500, that's not too shabby.
Certainly not in that wonderful Bugatti Type 35B. Now, here we go. A Carlos Sainz-style World Rally car in the hands of Nick Jarvis, the Ford Escort Cosworth WRC. Love the sound of this as it bangs up through the gears, and he's 2 seconds up after the first 100 metres on the Ford Sierra Cosworth that we had up a moment ago. He's not really using the road there, is he? Just cut the corner, he'll be fine. It's a rally car.
Exactly. So rally cars are used to going off-road. There was Nick Jarvis mowing the lawn as he comes up to Park Straight. This car with the Repsol colours, braking late, scrabbling for grip. Again, he hooks wheels onto the dirt as he accelerates up towards Flint Wall. This car that Carlos Sainz and his regular co-driver of the time, Luis Moya, shared for many an event. Many an adventure, goes now up towards the completion of the run. Nick Jarvis, a great enthusiast, racer and rally driver, and he's putting a lot of effort into this. Nick gets quicker and quicker, season after season after season. The time to beat is Gianfranco Brancatelli's 63.61. This is going to be close. There's the flag. The Escort should go top, and it does. A 56.92. Nick Jarvis fastest then in the rally spec Ford Escort.
Very good run then from Nick Jarvis up to the top of the hill. Look at him here at Moulcombe Corner. Little twitch and then just turns in super early. 2 wheels on the grass around the left-hander. I guess that's always going to give you a couple of tenths, isn't it? But maybe not the full 6 seconds. Now we get on to some of our NASCARs and Euro NASCARs. Coming off the line here is the Euro NASCAR of Jérôme Galpin. And he's a second down on Jarvis after the first 100 metres. But these basically NASCARs that race in Europe.
That's right. They have one oval event at the little circuit at Tours, not that far from Le Mans. The rest of it is on permanent circuits. Brands Hatch, in fact, next month is a venue, for example. Jérôme Galpin is the man behind this series. It is blessed by NASCAR. It's a sanctioned championship, and it's got stronger and stronger and stronger. They have a pro driver class, an elite driver class, and it's the same type of machinery. And Jérôme Galpin then comes past Flint Wall, pressing on. And the time he's got to beat to go top is a 56.92, just set by Nick Jarvis. Good go.
He's only 0.3 of a second away, isn't he? Yeah. So Jérôme Galpin up to the line. And we'll see what he's got compared to Jarvis. Very different cars. One's a rally car, one's a NASCAR, and the quicker of the two is the rally car. Just by 0.3 of a second. In fact, there was only a thousandth splitting them in that final sector.
And that's the beauty of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, all this variety, and shows you who the really good drivers are, the brave drivers are in this. Don't forget, there's no warming up lap. You come out of the assembly area, you go down the hill, turn around, sit in a queue, and off you go. So you've got to try and get the heat into the tyres and assess the grip as you go and not make a mistake. Todd Gilliland in another of the Euro NASCARs is next, still the target time, 56.92 seconds.
So we'll see what he can do again, these Euro NASCARs. Oh, gets a couple of wheels on the grass and has a bit of a slide. These are all basically the same car. So it's pretty much a head-to-head in terms of drivers and setup rather than the actual machinery that you have. And he's a second down after the first sector split and now starts to climb the hill.
Still, we're seeing, though, people having yet to improve on their times of yesterday as Gilliland gets oh so close to the wall there, but although each car subsequently is getting faster than the previous, still the road is not quite as conducive as it was yesterday to good times. And as Gilliland got a problem, he slows, look, coming towards Carnet's seat. So the Euro NASCAR is going to trickle to the line, but a problem, something has broken in the transmission, I fear. So Nick Jarvis knows that he's still safe as he watches on the screens. And Todd Gilliland is going to have a fail next to his name, I suspect, because the car has ground to a halt and he's not going to get to the line. That's going to give us a delay, a red flag, while that car is retrieved. He's close to the end of the run, but unless he can get the car fired up again and move it off the road, Andy Newell's GT40 is going to have to wait. And yes, indeed, we do have a red flag.
Well, hopefully it shouldn't take too long to clear. Plenty of marshals around the course, and especially up at the top there. They'll be able to either push him up or roll him back down to the little runoff area on the right-hand side, and it is going to be down the hill.
Quite as quick in most cases for drivers today compared to their time of yesterday, but we're still in isolation for a great shootout, but it's just all fascinating to see whether the Nick Heidfeld record can be broken, isn't it? So Andy Newell is next to go. The car from 1965, this 4.7 litre V8 GT40 Roadster. Only 3 of these were made. They took the roof off the car, but it didn't really make it an advantage because it lost the aerodynamic edge. It did save a little bit of weight. This car that Sir John Whitmore and Bob Bonger drove in the 1965 Tiger Royal, and it was one of the few events where it wasn't disadvantaged on that length of lap. Sadly, the car crashed out. Now, Andy Newell is an absolute gun in historic racing. He's a great preparer of historic racing cars as well. Came from Formula Ford 1600 in the 1980s, but Andy Newell, great value to watch. You've established that so far, looking at him coming onto Park Straight. If anybody can go quicker than the Escort, Andy could well be the man, even though the car's much, much older, and he's having a real go as he heads up towards the Flint Wall now.
Looks brilliant, sounds brilliant. The sector split is not quite brilliant enough. 0.4 of a second away. He's going to be there or thereabouts as he powers now up towards the line. Nick Jarvis's rally car is the quickest time so far. The Ford GT40 Roadster cuts the timing beam and misses out by half a second, and that half a second slots him all the way down to 3rd place.
Does indeed, but in his class, not a bad effort. Remember, that car is from 1965, so that puts him into the GT and Sports Prototype 65 to 81 class. He's up against much more modern opposition, but still going to be a good time, I'm sure, as David Gilliland now gets ready to go. The family seems to like confectionery, doesn't it? Because Todd's got one confectionery backer and David's got the other.
What confectionery would you have on your Euro NASCAR?
I'd go for this one.
Okay. Through the first corner he comes, and we've seen these NASCARs be pretty spectacular over the course of the weekend. You can see how lively it is and how much it's leaning over towards the left-hand side as he comes through that second right-hander now up Park Straight towards the left-hander here at Moulcombe. where we actually lost one of the NASCARs earlier on, and he gets on the dirt on the outside. That is right on the limit.
There's a lot of commitment being put into this. The time to beat, a 56.92. Now, where is he at the next sector? Let's have a look. He is a second up, so David Gilliland is looking good. This should put him at the top, except he's a bit sideways through Carnet's seat. Now he's got to get it into a straight line. Foot nailed to the boards, up towards the checkered flag, up towards the timing line. And he goes fastest of all, 55.37. David Gilliland then goes fastest.
A second and a half quicker than that man, Nick Jarvis. Very, very good run from the Euro NASCAR. And now we have got a American NASCAR in the hands of the Chevrolet Monte Carlo, in a man who knows what he's doing in Formula One, in Le Mans. Never seen him race NASCAR before.
No, he's driven these cars here. Yeah. He's not raced them, but there's not many things Emanuele hasn't raced. He's got a good, of course, Goodwood Revival pedigree with success in historic GT cars, multiple Le Mans winner, Formula One racer, touring car BMW driver as well on his way up, because he was a regular part of the Schnitzer BMW team with Gerhard Berger and with Roberto Ravaglia. Emanuele loves coming to Goodwood. He's an honorary member of the British Racing Drivers Club for his exploits at Le Mans, and he is giving this Chevrolet a real workover.
Sounds fantastic, doesn't it, as it climbs the hill, echoing off the Flint wall, and we'll get this second split in a moment. There is the quickest man so far, but Pirro might be able to become that man, because he's 0.2 of a second up. He's all over the shop coming to the final turn.
Very sideways, as that cost him dear. 55.37 to beat. Is he going to do it? Yes, 55.17 by 0.2. Emanuele Pirro goes fastest in the shootout here at Goodwood, and that was a very brave effort indeed.
What a noise that was. So fantastic stuff, and we are now going to move away.
Something. You get the best one until now. I don't know what Emanuele is doing.
That's Jerome Galvan saying you had the best lap until now. Brilliant lap. This isn't a NASCAR.
But it's big and it's brutal. It's the March Chevrolet 717, the car built for Can-Am racing, but this actually spent most of its time in Europe in the Inter-Series series, which was the European version of Can-Am. A year earlier, in the forerunner to this car, Helmut Kellen has won at Croft. Richard Dodkins has this omnipotent Chevrolet-powered March. It's an absolute beast. He's raced it for many, many years. It fills the road, but Richard has mastered this with a lot of experience under his right foot.
9.2-litre V8, and you can see it right behind him. It's unbelievable. Just look, just behind the driver's head. Stunning, stunning piece of kit.
So he's down in the sectors, but it's still great to see Richard, perhaps with the road being a bit damp in places, still being careful, understandably. It's a pretty valuable car. And Richard, who's been racing in historics for 3 decades, if not more now, loves this type of car. And he's not afraid to let people race it either. If anybody ever shows an interest, they're always offered a seat. And he's enjoyed his run. But that's the man currently who is the fastest, with a spring in his step, Emanuele Pirro, quickest.
How are you? I'm very well. How are you?
So he's speaking to Julia Bradbury there for the ITV4 highlight show, which we'll be able to see. Now this is quite a car. Oliver Bryant in the Ford Mustang GT S1. A noisy, noisy car. This from the mid-90s.
It's only got a 5.9-litre engine. It's a V8. It only does 750 horsepower. But I tell you what, it gets the wax out of your ears, especially out the road it's dry. And Ollie Bryant can really push this car. Very experienced GT racer, modern and historic. This car dates back to 1995. 3 Trans Am titles taken by this, and he's quickest in the first sector.
Finished third at the Daytona 24 Hours in that year as well in 95. Oliver Bryant powering his way now towards the Flint wall, where we'll get the second sector split. Barely enough room to manoeuvre through that narrow part of the second, and he's down now by 0.4 of a second, so it's all past Carney's seat and up towards the final corner, down to whether Bryant can beat Pirro as he comes towards the line.
So 55 to beat, he's not going to do it. The time has ebbed away a little in sectors 2 and 3, and where does he drop in? Third. Ollie Bryant goes third fastest, 56.55 in the Trans Am Mustang. It was a good effort. Now, how about this? Is this the ultimate Ford Focus? It's Tony Quinn's Pikes Peak car, 3.8-litre V6, turbocharged engine, and the New Zealander ready to go. Power coming from a twin-turbo V6 V6 engine from a Nissan GTR. This means 850 brake horsepower is on tap. Good luck, Tony Quinn, as he now takes on the challenge of the Goodwood Hill.
Thanks to that four-wheel drive and all of that power, he's got 1.3 seconds faster in the first 100 metres of the course. So launching off the line, not a problem for Quinn, but and now he's 2.2 seconds up. So this is a really, really good lap from Tony Quinn.
Great run, isn't it? It's going to put him top, surely, unless he drops the plot now. He's a little cautious, maybe, going to the flint wall, understandably, but he threads his way between the bales and the flint, and now towards Carnay Seat. 2.8 seconds up at the second split point. 55.17 to beat. He should do that easily, except that he gets into the straw. Is that going to delay him? Yes. Is it going to matter? No. He goes quickest on a 52.40, and he's brought a bit of the bale back with him.
Just shortening the corner, David.
Of course, for others to come later, yes. Well, that was quite a run, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Here's a look at it again, coming through the final corner. Oh, just caught it with the rear left of the car. Wonderful stuff. And that Ford Focus across the line. And Emanuele Pirro there, texting everyone, tweeting everyone, saying, I'm fastest at the moment.
Well, except the bad news is, not anymore. Katsu Kubota in the X20 Peterson Mark 761, taking you back to the Formula One season of 1976. The car raced by the likes of Ronnie and Vittorio Brambilla that year, then a year later by Brian Henton, by Hans Stuck, by Jody Scheckter even. And Katsu Kubota, great fan of 3-litre Formula One cars, also a great fan of Lotuses. He's got a lovely collection of them. And Katsu Kubota accelerates now. Malcolm, who's down by a second in the first split.
Ronnie Peterson won in a 761 like this at the Italian Grand Prix in 1976, which probably more vividly remembered for Niki Lauda's return after his accident, and he's in the wall. Katsu Kubota into the bales, and that is not going to be a quick lap time. He's not going to come to the end of the session, and that is frustrating. He's climbing out of the car, which is good to see, but a dramatic end to the run for him.
And a lot of damage, I'm afraid, because that's taken a wheel off. As Tony Quinn is all smiles because he's the fastest. He's smiling about the time, not the demise of poor Katsu Kubota, but I'm afraid, yeah, that's done a lot of damage, hasn't it? Wing off, bale damage, and Katsu goes to survey the damage. There's the wheel, look, at the very back of the shot. That was quite a moment, wasn't it?
Well, it seems as though he maybe just, where we've seen people brush the bales before, he's taken it a bit too tight and sort of ripped the rear left off the car, basically, as he makes his way up the hill.
With barely a second glance, has a look at the damage and then thinks, right, time to walk away. Don't think of the cost. But great shame, because the drivers bring these cars, many of them, of course, with huge value to entertain us. That's the last thing we want to see. Yes, we like some drama, but not like that. Talk us through this, Jack.
Well, here's a look at the replay, and he's just going to pop in to... So I think just as he's coming through that left-hander on the way to Carnay Seat, he's hit the bale on the inside. It's in that blind spot between that part of the course and the flint wall beforehand. So it sort of happened a little bit out of sight, but Katsu's okay.
911 on the side of the car, and he is still in his late teens, Dan Harper. He's a very, very impressive young British talent. Northern Irish driver, came from Ginetta Juniors into Carrera Cup GP, leads the championship, and away he blasts then in the Carrera Cup. This car heads up the hill. It is a 4-litre flat 6 engine, and with the road getting drier all the time, can Dan Harper go quickest?
So he's in the GT3 Cup car as we get the hill climb action back underway here at Goodwood after that little red flag, and he's using as much of the road as he possibly can. Through the first split he comes now, and how's he doing compared? He's up by 0.2 of a second, so good run up to Morecambe Corner.
Looking good, isn't it, then, for Dan Harper? Is Dan the man? Let's see. The time he's got to beat is a 52.40 as he comes past the flint wall. He's been up and down the hill in all sorts of cars over the weekend. He's gone even quicker still through the second intermediate. So this should put Dan Harper quickest of all then as he comes up towards the timing line. 52.4 to beat. He's going to be in the 50s, but where is he going to be as he breaks the beam now on a 50.89? Dan Harper is fastest.
Found a lot of time in that final sector, didn't he? Ended up 1.5 seconds ahead of Quinn, although that was when Quinn brushed the bales, so that may well account for some of that time gained by Dan Harper. So really good run up the hill in that Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. And next we're going to see, I really enjoy watching this next car, James Cottingham at the wheel of the Dallara SP1, and he gives it some.
Absolutely right. The ex-Pedro Lamy and Comas Olivier Beretta Orica, back in its original PlayStation colours. It's got the Judd 4-litre V10 engine in it. James reckons it's the best sounding car here. Who are we to argue? He's a very experienced historic racer. He's a very brave racer, and he is on it.
Fantastic stuff as he comes up now towards Moulcombe Corner. How's he going to fare in the first split? Gets onto the brakes now, and he's got half a second's advantage.
So it's looking good. James Cottingham in this Dallara that then passed into Roll Centre colours and was run by Martin Short's team. Max Girardot, the new owner, drove it yesterday, but James Cottingham has certainly taken his brave pills this morning. The road is getting drier. The road is getting quicker. He's nearly a second to the good at the second intermediate. The time he's got to beat is a 50.89. That's against the GT3 Porsche of Dan Harper. He breaks the beam at a 49.55. James Cottingham goes quickest.
So that's the first driver into the sub 50 seconds, and that was about a second slower than he managed earlier today still. So we're still a little bit adrift of the ultimate lap time. Now this is going to be fun.
This is going to be sideways. This is going to be spectacular. This is going to be worth watching. Oliver Solberg, then, son of the great Petter Solberg. He's been a real hit this weekend. He's been on the rally stage. He's been in the drift arena. He's been on the hill. He's been in a variety of cars. Oliver Solberg has been great value all weekend. The Citroën DS3 WRX World Rallycross car launches itself off the line. Brilliant acceleration with four-wheel drive from these cars. First sector, he's a second up, he's got bags of understeer, and he's got to sort that out on the run. Now, up Park Straight, look at this!
That's unbelievable from Oliver Solberg in the Citroën. Fantastic stuff now as he comes up the hill. Is he going to get on with the same shenanigans here up at Moulcombe? Onto the brakes, flicks it in, back on the power, hooks it up, powers up the straight.
He's quick on the second point, it's all sideways, but he's managed to save it. Through past Flint Wall he goes, the tail wags. So he's got to try to beat a 49.5, yeah, he's still quicker. Going through the second intermediate, again he's sideways, but he's millimetres away from the bales. Oliver Solberg up towards the timing line, he's sideways again, there's the flag. Can he go quicker than a 49? Yes, he can, a 49.39. Puts Oliver Solberg fastest. Fantastic stuff, great reception for Oliver Solberg. Brilliant effort. I don't think it's going to stay as the top time, and it could have been quicker, maybe, had he not had his major moment here. But wasn't it good to watch?
I love this man. I love this man. Here he is at Moulcombe.
Petter, this is what you've got to live up to. If Dad's watching, he'll know what he's got to beat, and he'll know how to drive. So there is James Cottingham, who watches Oliver Solberg arrive completely sideways. There he is.
In the top of the hill at the assembly area, chucking it round and round in some donuts. He has got some style. He has got some, all of the drivers up there applauding Oliver as well. Fantastic stuff.
Absolutely. Now, the next car that we should have is the Mahindra M6 Electro, the second generation Formula E car, to be driven by the man that still has the course record, a 41.6 Nick Heidfeld set in 1999. He's next up to the line. Can he maintain that record? Well, if he can, I think it's going to be by others' performance rather than a performance in this car, to be fair. But it's still a very rapid piece of kit. If you're not familiar with Formula E, it is a category that's been a huge success in a very short space of time. We'll come back to that in a moment, because here's the hero of the weekend in many senses. Oliver Solberg out of the car.
Huh? 49.39. I missed the first corner.
I missed the first corner. He said, yeah, we noticed, Oliver. No kidding. But he's the fastest so far.
My first corner, I really fucked it up.
Well, apologies for the language there, but he's I mean, he's not wrong, but apologies for that. Here's a look at the first corner where he just sort of, well, as you said, David, Massa's understeer, went right, nearly ended up in the grass.
Yeah, and then, look, he mows the lawn on the inside, flicks it sideways, and had to sort that one out as well. It's great to watch, but it didn't help the time. It was quick, but it could have been quicker, and you've got the message. But don't forget, these rallycross cars with absolutely stunning acceleration. And a great reception. Goodwood, well done for Oliver Solberg. Oliver, make sure you come back next year, please.
So I think the Formula E car's got an issue, so we are moving on to the next car of Jörg Weidlinger. There you can see the Formula E car's trying to sort it out. There is Nick Heidfeld standing at the front there as the Mahindra team try and get it sorted again. But this BMW is quite something going up the hill too.
Yeah, it is. It's this 3.4-litre V8 Judd engine car from 1991. Looks like a race-prepared BMW M3, but it's designed with its 560 brake horsepower for hill climbing. The Judd V8 really designed for prototypes, powering this car. Jörg Weidinger then with a huge rear wing for downforce goes through the first intermediate. He's trying to be precise, but he's also trying to be quick.
560 horsepower coming out of this V8 Judd as he climbs up now to Moulcom, arriving at very impressive speed. Onto the brakes, back on the power, and up the hill. We'll get a look at his second intermediate split in a moment as he comes up past the flip wall. Not short of commitment though, Jorn. I think he's a little bit away from the fastest time. Yes, about 1.8 seconds away from Oliver Solberg at the moment.
Indeed so. It's going to be good though, isn't it? Still, it's going to put him in the mix, in the top three potentially. His target's going to be James Cottingham really in the Carrara, and he goes third, misses out on the top time by 1.26 seconds. So the BMW does a 50.65. Jörg Weidinger goes third fastest. It's Oliver Solberg there, he is, who is still the fastest. Now Nick Heidfeld we've seen out of the Formula E car, so it's time to look for Solberg Senior. Petter is next to the line. So Oliver had the Citroën. This is the Volkswagen, which was the car to beat for 2 seasons in World Rallycross. Absolutely dominated in the hands of Johan Kristoffersson last year in the World Rallycross Championship. Oliver says, right, need to go and watch the old man. Excuse me. Goes to find a timing screen. And so Petter Solberg, World Rally Champion, World Rallycross Champion. He's always been box office, and this is why, as he blasts away from the line, up through the gears, and Petter Solberg concentrates hard as he heads down towards the first corner. This is where Oliver got all sideways. Petter much more in control, and now launches up Park Straight, although he's up the grass, isn't he? And he almost runs wide.
Little dab on the brakes through the middle of the corner there for Petter Solberg. Hooked up the start, 6,000ths quicker than his son. Now he's onto the brakes coming into Moulcom, and he's 7/10 of a second up, predominantly through that first corner. Petter maybe a little less spectacular, but driving it the fastest way.
And he's taking it seriously. Got a new set of tyres flown in on Thursday night after he'd had a first run up the hill. He's a second to the good at the second intermediate, so this should put Petter Solberg fastest. The time he's got to beat is a 49.39, but where's it going to be? Is it in the 48s? He breaks the beam. It's a 47.83. 47.83 for Petter Solberg. He goes fastest. And Oliver has a look. Sorry, he's second now, Oliver, but that was a great effort by Petter Solberg.
Look at him, straight to look at the timing screens to see the various sector splits. Petter was so close to the bales coming through the final left and right. Absolutely superb stuff. And here he is now arriving at the assembly area for the top, lighting it up, spinning it around. Goodness me, mind the beast of Turin there.
You know the Solbergs are in town, don't you? How about that for an arrival? Everybody responding well to that.
I want to be a Solberg.
Well, you could be Jeremy Smith if you were brave enough, because this guy hustles this car amazingly. This ex-Emerson Fittipaldi Penske PC22 launches off the line. Jeremy Smith has been really brave through Flint Wall on his previous runs up the hill. He's down a little bit going down to the first corner, but he doesn't have the acceleration off the line that the rallycross cars do. This is where he can make up the time up the hill.
So here he comes then, along Park Straight towards Moulcom Corner, up through the gears. And he gets onto the brakes in this car that won the 1993 Indianapolis 500. And that is neat and tidy. We go on board. This is going to be scary up through the flip wall. Listen to this. Back on the power, so narrow. The back end goes, and it's 1.6 seconds down. I think he might have lost a bit more time there. That is a lively, lively run from Jeremy Smith in the Penske Chevrolet PC22.
He may have lost time, but he has gained a huge laundry bill, that's for sure. That was a mighty moment. Jeremy Smith breaks the beam. He goes fourth fastest, 50.31 seconds, so Petter Solberg is still the quickest. Whoa, I wasn't convinced that was coming back. Jeremy Smith deserves a big round of applause for that, because that was some run. It means that if the Formula E car is not going to be able to run, we've got one more car to go. It is the Volkswagen IDR of Romain Dumas. He went up the hill yesterday in just under 40 seconds. Whether he can do that is a moot point, but really the target is to go quicker than 41.6 to beat Nick Heidfeldt's record, and that's now really what the attention is going to be around. However, Nick Heidfeldt is going to have a go. The Formula E Gen 2 car has been Control-Alt-Deleted in a sense and given a reset, and it's there ready to run.
It's called a power cycle.
That's what I meant. I was just speaking old person's speak. Nick Heidfeld then is the man behind the wheel, and it's a completely different type of run, this, because it's going to be quieter, it's going to have a different sensation, but one thing's for sure, it'll be quick.
Away goes Heidfeld then, getting a little bit of wheel spin off the line as he comes towards the first corner, running at 250 kilowatts of electrical power, which is about 335 horsepower, as he comes towards the first sector now, comes through the right-hand corner that leads him out onto Park Straight. All you can hear is the wind noise on the onboard from this car as it comes up to Moulcombe Corner now, and he's 2 seconds down at the moment as he comes through Moulcombe and then climbs up the hill. This is the second generation Formula E car, and they have their season finale this weekend, next weekend I should say, in New York City on the streets of Brooklyn, and he's about 3 seconds away here, Nick Heidfeld, in the Mahindra from Peter Solberg's time.
So the time to beat is a 47. He's not going to get near that as the car whistles its way up towards the line. There's the flag. Where's he going to be? 51.99, only 7th for Nick Heidfeld, but now he will head to a timing screen and watch and wait and have a look at the big screens too to see what Romain Dumas can do. Le Mans winner, Pikes Peak record holder. He is the man with the fastest lap round the Nordschleife for an electric car. There he is. He comes up towards the line. So the figures really are now what we need to be looking at. This car should go fastest within the shootout, no question. Yesterday, he did a 39.90 in sunny conditions. Can he do that on a damp road? Doubt it. Can he go quicker than 41.6, the course record, which will now be officially compared against? That is possible because the road is drying. Romain Dumas blasts away from the line. Storms down towards the first corner. Really, we're looking at the time of 41.6 to beat, and straight away he's quicker than anybody in the first intermediate.
Decent first split then for Romain Dumas in this all-electric Volkswagen IDR, making his way along Park Straight, and he arrives at Moulcombe Corner so fast, stamps on the brakes, tucks it into the left-hander, and back on the power. What is this split going to be as he comes up towards the Flint wall? He did a 29.46 after the 39.9 after the second split yesterday. This is looking good for Dumas as he comes towards the line, but will it be a record?
The question is, can he go quicker than 41.6 seconds? He's not going to do that. He comes across the line and wins the shootout on a 42.32, but he's not as quick as the record of a 41.6 of Nick Heidfeld from all those years ago. He has gone quicker than the record in the practice sessions, but technically speaking, it's only a record if it's done in the shootout itself. But Romain Dumas is the fastest up the hill. That was always to be expected. He gave it his best shot, but it's a 42.32 quicker than Peter Solberg. It's a Volkswagen 1-2 from two very different types of Volkswagen. Romain Dumas is the fastest in the shootout here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Wonderful stuff from Romain all weekend. A brilliant Volkswagen IDR machine, and you can bet your bottom dollar that they are going to be back next year to try and lower the time even more, because they made up 2 or 3 seconds on last year's run coming back this year, and how frustrated will they be that we had all that rain this morning. We'll be able to see all the cars come back down the hill in a few moments' time as well, but Romain Dumas hauls himself out of that incredible machine. Electric power, not noisy, goodness me fast.
Absolutely right, and driven by a great sports car racer and somebody that's won many a new fan over his 2 visits in recent years to Goodwood. So Romain Dumas wins the Festival of Speed shootout, but not quicker than Nick Heidfeld's record in that run. He's with Ed Foster.
What did you do?
Romain Dumas.
I thought I'm second enemy. Yeah?
Sorry.
I fucked up the first
Romain, so we're live on the screen at the moment. Not as fast as yesterday, but what a time, a victory today.
Oh, yeah.
So
I mean, it
42.32.
Yeah, I mean, it was not really easy. We start with rain towers, so we didn't know what to expect. And with the delay, we saw it was getting drier and drier. But yeah, anyhow, it was a correct run. No stress, no risk. It was for sure drier than expected, but you know, it's a part of the game. You don't know what you will discover in the corners, but it was such a nice weekend. Incredible performance from Volkswagen Motorsport. Again, a lot of fun for me. Very, very nice always to be part of this event in Goodwood, Festival of Speed or the Revival. I always have a lot of fun. So thanks for the organization for sure, and hopefully see you next year.
I agree with that. Thank you very much, Romain. We'll see you next year.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's a shame that the record wasn't bettered there. It was bettered yesterday in that qualifying session. So, yes, Volkswagen can crow that they have gone quicker than the record. Sadly, it wasn't broken in that run, but blimey, it wasn't for lack of effort or commitment on the part of Romain Dumas.
No, look at this. So fast as he comes up through Moulcom. And then this was the top of the hill. Back on the power, coming through the final. Left-hander, and it wasn't quite to be this year for Romain Dumas. As he said, hopefully see you next year. I can't imagine they won't be back next year, as they came across the line in that Volkswagen IWR. Romain Dumas, either way, the winner of the run.
Yeah.
And he's straight away pointing to Oliver Solberg and saying, "That lap from that guy."
Results of the shootout final this weekend. Romain Dumas, the fastest by some margin over Peter Solberg in the Rallycross Polo. Then Oliver Solberg, third ahead of James Cottingham's Dallara Sports Racer. Jeremy Smith in the Champ Car Penske fifth. The BMW M3 of Europe finding a sixth from Dan Harper's Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. And Nick Heidfeld, eighth in the Formula E Mahindra. Tony Quinn taking ninth ahead of Emanuele Pirro, then David Gilliland and Oliver Bryant 12th. And it's Nick Jarvis from Jerome Galpin. Andy Newell in the GT40 Roadster 15th. And then Richard Dodkins in 16th. George Wingard has done a bit of shuffling from what he was initially entered in, so it's going to be the Mercedes 60 horsepower, which is an even earlier car, can you believe? 1903. It's amazing what conversations go on in the Drivers' Club in order to do a bit of shuffling of cars.
I believe there was a cracked block that led to changing of the vehicle, but had to be driven in a similar way, a very visible way, because of course they're sitting atop rather than within.
The shootout underway. The first car to go. The Mercedes 60 horsepower. George Wingard at the wheel. Now, don't expect this to be the fastest time of the day. Far from it. But do not expect it to be slow. Remember, this car dates back to 1903. 60 horsepower. But it was still able to do impressive top speeds and average speeds. And this is how it would have been, apart from the full-face helmets. In other words, a riding mechanic. The driver working hard behind the wheel. Forget seat belts, forget roll cages, forget safety in a sense in that period, forget even a sealed surface, because they were bumpy roads with stones to cause hazards as well. And George Wingard, a master of this type of car.
Absolutely so, and riding passenger having to be a bit like on a motorcycle sidecar outfit. You have to lean with the car, but actually their principal role is to keep it four square on the track and to hang on. Quite simply, you can see the passenger hanging on behind George, the driver, and to with their left hand down to the side of their seat. And of course, parts this track are straight, but not really for very long. Suddenly you get to corners like the Flint Wall, hanging on, just diving through the shade, through the darkness. Then as they approach Carney's seat, back out into the light. The run is nearly over, but at this point they're really thinking every last tenth of a second has to be gained.
Indeed. Well, this will be the target time. It's a target that's going to be smashed, obviously, given the vintage of the car. But that's been a really committed effort as it comes up towards the timing line. So where are we at? About a minute and a half heading towards the line. Bear in mind that fastest times have been in some cases around just under 40 seconds. So 1 minute 36.65, 60 miles an hour going over the timing line. And if you think, 60 miles an hour, that's not very fast. The car's from 1903, give it a chance.
Yeah, sitting on top, hanging on, pressing on. Robert Blakemore, we saw his Aston Martin Ulster glorious in that the Aston Martin tribute moment just a short while ago, but now he's driving it on his own. This is no parade, this is driving as hard as he can. And the Ulster was the car that really put Aston Martin on the map in terms of performance. You can drive them on the road, far better to drive them on the circuit and even on hill climbs. And Robert Blakemore pressing on very hard.
7 seconds faster at the intermediate, so it's going to be a much quicker time. It's a much later car by a decade, and he comes up towards the line now then. So 96.65 to beat, and let us see where Robert Blakemore drops in. As he comes towards the line, it's going to be about 90 seconds, is it? Breaks the beam now, 89.87, so 6.7 seconds faster. That puts Robert Blakemore quickest thus far. This is Sally Mason-Stirrod with a beautiful Ferrari 166 Barchetta.
She hasn't missed a Festival of Speed. She was the first car up the hill in the inaugural Festival of Speed in 1993. Lucky cars from the family stable. Such an enthusiast, such a supporter. She doesn't expect to topple the big one. Barchetta better, but she drives absolutely beautifully and is so enthusiastic, really part of the scene here at the Festival of Speed.
And faster than the previous two. It's a much later car, so you can anticipate the times to drop. Sally Mason-Steeren heading up towards the timing line. This should put her fastest, 89.87 to beat. The Ferrari breaks the beam now. There's the checkered flag, and that is 80.95. Sally Mason-Steeren goes fastest.
Alexander Boswell really puffing away, has been all weekend in the Delage. It's been a delight to watch. He really pushes that Delage Fecke very well. Of course, Alexander also out in that 1952 Ascari Ferrari, so he mix and matches, but this is such a dynamic car, the Delage. He's definitely going to take, I would reckon, at least another 6 or 7 seconds out of Sally's time, and more.
If not, yeah, 9 seconds quicker at the intermediate. So the time to beat, 80.95. Lots of smoke belching out of the side of it, but Alexander Boswell is nearly at the end, so he sticks his foot to the floor. It's going to be under 70 seconds as he breaks the beam, 67.91, 13 seconds faster than the Ferrari.
That was so impressive, and you could really see how Alexander was working the car, hanging out of the side. Now, older in terms of age, but Ben Collins is really going to push on in the blitz and bends. This is a mighty car. It's sort of like the production, like sort of almost through chitty bang bang in a way.
We're back at 1909 for this car, and Ben Collins with the 200 horsepower Benz is a real master of this. There's a lot of effort going on, that enormous steering wheel. He accelerates up the hill. Look at the skinny tyres, trying to find some adhesion against the road. Up towards Molecombe Corner now, looking down from the high shot. Drops it down a gear, turns in, on with the power, slides it, leans into the corner, back onto the power, and now heads up towards the line. The time to beat, 67.91.
And just look at, you can see every gear change. Of course, Ben has to lean out of the cockpit, he dangles the lever forward. It's a very physical car to drive, but what he's got, which is hard when you go out hail, is momentum. He's carrying it, he's keeping the racing line every time. A little bit of a slide, he corrects it as soon as he can, and then he's going to be hurling it left for the final time, and then we will know what sort of time he's going to set.
And 67.9 to beat, gets ever so close to the Vales, breaks the beam to go second. 69.02 in a car from 1909, the 21.5-litre Blitz and Benz. That is fantastic. As you see now, James Wood on the start line in the Alfa Romeo P3. He is about to go. James Wood in the Alfa blasts away. Let's quickly join Tom Clarkson.
Lovely to hear your enthusiasm, and my goodness, it's mental down here at the start. So much excitement, listen to the noise. Everyone is loving it. We've just spoken to Travis Pastrana. He's excited. Go for it. Over to you, Adders. Enjoy.
James Wood at the wheel of the Alfa Romeo P3 heading up the hill. Another fantastic 1930s Grand Prix car, and James knows how to drive this.
James has driven this an awful lot, and he has the precision as well as the press on to really deliver a time for this glorious Grand Prix racer from the 1930s. Thus far, the best sounding car to pass that commentary box. He gets past the flint wall without a flinch. And I tell you what we saw from Ben Collins was a little twitch through the final corner. He had to come off the power a bit, and that is why he's not top of the charts. But these times, I think, are going to be blown out of the water by James Wood.
Yeah, he's 2 seconds up on the Delage of Alexander Boswell. A little bit of a twitch from the back of the car. He wags the tail, heading to the line to go fastest. 65.27. James Wood goes quickest then, 89 miles an hour through the speed trap. This is Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser-Nash Shelsley single-seater. Pat Blakeney-Edwards is, as you can see, a very spectacular driver, and there's going to be nothing left on the table here.
I was going to say Captain Unsensible rather than Captain Sensible, but he has car control coming out of every pore in his body. Such an enthusiasm. I don't care what speed the car's going, it is such a spectacle. Drives every sort of Fraser-Nash you can imagine, and anything else. Sometimes he drives a Rover touring car, he doesn't care, but he's absolutely exquisite on hill climbs. What's he up to now when we get to the split, waiting to see where he is? He's down by half a second. Can he claw it back through the twisters at the top?
Well, he's going to try, that's for sure. Look at all the effort being put in. That steering wheel is never idle. It's going left, it's going right. He's working the car is working him. He has got to try to beat a 65.27. It's going to be close, but it's not quite going to happen. It's a 66.55 to go second in the Fraser Nash single-seater.
What he didn't lack was application. What he did lack was ultimate horsepower at the top of the hill. He really started to run out of steam there. But now a lot more horsepower on display because the Tyrrell, the DFV in the back.
From 1984's Formula One season, the Tyrrell 012 of Ian Simmons, and he accelerates with the Cosworth D and V engine in the back of it through that fast right-hander onto Park Straight now. It's a very successful race car in Ian's hands, and it takes you back, as I say, to 1984 and the Formula One season.
Looking to be neat and tidy, not to overdo it through Moulcom. Certainly I spoke to Ian at the top of the hill and he was trying to be contained and not to step out beyond. And as drivers say, you're trying to get the extra tenth of a second shaved off. You can blow away far more than that. You can waste a second or even two if you get it wrong. So precision is what Ian Simmons is looking to achieve.
Well, at the moment, he is the fastest, and let's face it, that's no surprise. This car is from 1984. It's got to beat a car from 1935. So the advantage goes Ian Simmons' way. 65 seconds to beat, goes over the line, and he does it, but only by 2 seconds. So it was a gentle run, a safe run up the hill from Ian Simmons, but it's great to see the Tyrrell in action. The touring car that you see now is Matthew Holmes' BMW 320, Spa 24 Hours winning car in the hands of Eric Ellery, Marc Douay and Didier de Radiguez, the former motorbike champion, and Matthew Holmes attacks the hill right now.
You always expect the touring car drivers, their cars aren't as leery, but they've still got to bring the performance out of them. Tidy through Moulcom, that's important, and then you try and build as much speed as you can before you get to the fearsome Flint Wall. Here he goes, dives into the shade. Nice, neat flick, a little bit of space on one side, a little bit of caution, but then back into the sunlight. And now the final sprint, he's 8.89 of a second up on the best time so far, pretty much where you'd expect him to be.
Yeah, but not a full second, so it's a more recent car, but a less powerful car. It's a touring car, not a Grand Prix car, so up to the line, 63.2 to beat. Is he going to do it? Yes, 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 by just under 2 seconds. Matthew Holmes goes fastest then in the BMW. Next away, Richard Westbrook, GT star for many, many years in Porsches, in Corvettes, in the Ford GT, and this is the Ford Mustang Mach-E GT.
He's learnt this car very quickly over the course of today and the last handful of days. Normally this year he's racing the Glickenhaus hypercar in the World Endurance Championship, so talk about changing the season around. Paul Swift is being listed as the driver of this car rather than Richard Westbrook. We'll get clarification on that, but Paul has been sharing the car through the course of the weekend, and we know he's a driver who can drive in a similar fashion to his father Russ Swift, can be spectacular, but right now he's not trying to be spectacular, and as he's trying to keep it four square on the hill.
Doing his best, isn't he? So yeah, stunt driver, rally driver, and right now hill climber Paul Swift accelerates towards the timing line, taking over the seat from Richard Westbrook, and he's dropped some time in the second intermediate then, so he's a little bit down on the BMW. Was quicker, he's now lost time against Matthew Holmes, so 61.23 to beat. Matthew Holmes' time stands up to the flag, 61.91, just under 7/10 split them, so he lost time heading up the hill. Paul Swift goes second.
So isn't this the glory of the competition? We've had a fantastic sign set by a car from the first decade of the 20th century. That was by Ben Collins, but then we've had the latest machinery with an electric engine guiding up the hill, but now somewhere in the middle, the Curtis Craft IndyCar racer with Geraint Iron at the wheel.
We are in 1954. It's a two-speed gearbox, fast and faster effectively, and this designed to go round and round Indianapolis, not up and up the Goodwood Hill, but right now it's looking good in the sectors. 61.23 to beat the Curtis Craft Offenhauser, twitching up towards the flag. 61 seconds to beat. Yeah, done. 59.10. That goes quickest.
And just looking at the adjustment of the cornering line several times to get through the final corner, Geraint did not want to lift, but now if you want noise, here is the noisiest car on the hill.
Duncan Pitaway blasts away in the Cheetah Chevrolet. It's a very stubby little car, it's a very leery little car, it's a very noisy little car. Can it go faster than Geraint Owen's Curtis Craft Offenhauser? Well, let's see, because now Duncan Pitaway attacks the hill. He makes the climb then in this 6.9 litre V8 engine Cheetah.
And just bear in mind that Duncan's such an entertainer, but probably, I think, today the only driver competing the hill climb wearing collar and tie. He had standards, you know. He also had plenty of horsepower, lots of grunt from that Chevrolet V8 lump at the front. There's nothing at the rear. There's a bit of colour. There's the back flap of the car and the tail lights, but Duncan Pitaway sitting literally over that rear axle, swinging it. He really attacks through the flip wall. David, is he going to go top? He's almost half a second down. Can he be brave in the ultimate sprint to the finish?
We know that he's brave, but has he got a heavy enough right foot as he accelerates up towards the timing line? Let us see. 59.1 to beat, and slightly down, 60.08 seconds. So second fastest for Duncan Pittaway, but a good effort nonetheless. Now this is Ewan Sergeson in the Shadow DN1, Formula One machinery.
So again, it just shows the mixture of machinery, Formula One, excuse me. And this is a car made famous by Graham Hill back in the day, tried to take it towards victory for his own team. But right now, the focus for Ewan Sergeson, who's has a whole host of people in the style of Embassy Racing. I love the support crew here, but how's he doing on the split? Just waiting to see. He's 59.1 seconds to beat. David, is he carrying enough speed into the final corner? I think he's going to come up just short.
It's going to be close, isn't it? 59.1. It's just the wrong side of the minute. 60.93 puts him third then. So it is Geraint Owen ahead of Duncan Pittaway, Ewan Sergeson third, Matthew Holm is fourth. This is one of the best cars here, the unique 250 GT Ferrari, so-called bread van. We're in 1962. It's 3-litre V12, and it's Emanuele Pirro at the wheel.
And from the engine notes that came past us, there wasn't a great distance between the floor and the throttle pedal because it was planted as it went through. The left-hander to lead up the hill, and he's keeping it neat, keeping it tidy, but keeping that throttle pressed. 59.1 seconds. He's going to be right in the mix. I think he's just going to steal it.
Goes fastest of all by just under half a second, 58.63 seconds. The next car to boom up the hill is Kenny Etchison with the Sauber Mercedes C9, a 1989 sports car from the Group C era, and this should go top.
It's got the grunts, and Kenny's got the desire. 25 years out of a competition car, but it's one he knows so well. He was a winner in the World Endurance Championship, several rounds in that, and he kept the foot planted through the final corner. He's going to be close to 52.2 seconds. That's a 6.3 second advantage. Good to have you back, Kenny.
Drivers there, look, including Paul Swift getting ready. To the line comes Ken Clark with the Rover SD1, the Rover Vitesse from 1983 that starts the saloon shootout here in the Goodwood Festival of Speed, presented by MasterCard Shootouts. The car is an original 1983 Rover Vitesse. Steve Soper raced it in what was then called the British Saloon Car Championship. He and René Mech shared it to win the Silverstone Tourist Trophy in the round of the European Touring Car Championship. And Ken Clark is the man who mechanicked on the car in period and is the man behind the wheel of it today. We have a standalone competition for the touring cars, and Ken Clark accelerates up the hill, the first of the touring car subset to go. Let's see what his target time is going to be.
There are going to be people he's competing against in this special subclass. It's a class of its own. There are going to be people in faster cars, younger cars, but Ken Clark really putting the power down. And for so many people, that Rover 3.5-litre engine, when revved hard, is such an evocative sound. It'll be bouncing off the flip wall right now. He goes past it. Let's see what the split is, but we can almost wipe the slate on the split because this is its own class. 6.4 seconds down on the ultimate pace set by Kenny Atchison and Sauber. That's about 4 square, I would say. So Ken Clark, he'll set the first touring car time.
Well, indeed, he's up towards the line. That V8 grunty engine powering him over the line. The time that Ken Clark sets is a 61.80. So remember, that is a 1983 touring car. By the 1990s, we were into 2-litre engines as the upper limit, but much more advanced technically. And this Alfa Romeo 155 from the Italian Championship, the ex-Antonio Tamburini car, driven by Tom Andrew. It's in the livery that Gabriele Tarquini carried to win the British Touring Car Championship in 1994. And it's Forza Alfa Romeo as the 155 climbs the hill.
Surprised it hasn't got the Italian tricolore out of the window for tonight's football match, but right now Tom Andrew hasn't time for such niceties because he's trying to shave chunks of time off. So far, 1 time set by Ken Clark in the touring car class, fast enough to be 7th overall, but already we're seeing greater pace from Tom Andrew, so there should be. He's in a much newer car.
Absolutely, much more technology in this, and by the end of the Super Touring era, even more technology, but he's a little bit down there as well against some of the overall times. Kenny Atchison Sauber is the fastest outright, but he's got to beat 61.8 seconds. He's not going to do it, I don't think. The Rover looks like it's going to carry through the time. Yes, 62.94. Tom Andrew goes second in the touring car shootout in the Alfa Romeo. Ken Clark remains the fastest, and the Alfa Romeo goes to the holding paddock. Grant Williams in the Mark II Jaguar, blast away from the line. Now, don't expect this to be the fastest touring car, but you can expect it to be the most spectacular.
Sideways driving styles, puff of tyre smoke, doesn't matter if it's on the Goodwood circuit or on the hill climb. The tail wagging the dog there, but Grant Williams keeps it as straight as he can. Second right-hander to go onto the straight to come. Well, there's no straight when it's Grant Williams to come past the house. There's a little right flick under the left flick under the bridge, and then what you can't always see from outside, there's a little crest here, and then they get to the tightest corner on the circuit.
Look at that, loads of commitment, flicks the car into Volker. Correction needed, a bit of opposite lock coming out of the corner. He's on the loud pedal now, so Grant Williams with Jag 400 makes the run towards the timing line. The best touring car time he's aiming for is from the Renault Vitesse of Ken Clark, 61.8 seconds. He's not going to do that, I don't think, but bear in mind, this is a car from 2 decades earlier. The tail wags, almost kisses the bails then as Grant Williams accelerates from Carnet's seat up towards the timing line. It is going to be the slowest of the 3 touring car times thus far, but it's the oldest of the touring cars that we've seen. It is a 68.43. That puts him third within the touring car shootout, as we now see the 1988 Ford Sierra RS500 blast away from the line. This, the ex-Andy Rouse car that took many a race win in the British Touring Car Championship in 1988. Julian Thomas at the wheel.
Well, Julian watched this car as a young lad and decided it was his favourite in the days of the RS500s when they were so spectacular in the championship. He then saved up his money, he bought one. This is his first visit to the Goodwood Hill Climb. He's been loving it. Didn't love it quite so much, David, with the RS500 when it was wet yesterday. Kept it on the straight and narrow, though, because he's been building up. He said, I just want to get faster on each run, learn a little bit more. Let's see if he's managing to put all those little sectors together to create a good time. We'll get that first relevant split anytime soon. Oh, yes, he's very much on the pace in the Sierra, and so he should be.
Absolutely right. So Julian Thomas then with the Sierra RS500 whistles towards the line. All of that power hurtling him up towards the checkered flag to break the beam, and he does a 54.08 second overall, fastest in the saloon shootout, this class within a class. But go forward a decade. The Renault Laguna blasts away from the line. This is Mark Jones at the wheel of the Laguna, a car from 1999, the Alain Menu Jason Plato chassis, and Mark Jones blast through the cars by the end of the Super Touring era. So technically advanced. The Williams Formula One team had a major input in this. Costs were spiralling. This was the peak, really, of the Super Touring era.
It absolutely was. The competition was red hot, and it's red hot here today. OK, we've got cars of different ages, but Mark Jones doesn't care about that. He just wants to come out top of this class, and at the moment, it's looking very good for him. He's really attacked the first part of the course, very neat and tidy through Moulcombe, up to the Flint wall, very close to the Bales on the right-hand side, but staying suitably away from the hardest thing up there, which is that Flint wall. But can he build the momentum for the rest of the course through Carnet's seat? He's almost at the end of the track. The last burst out into the brightness and then into the dark, David. The target, I think, has got away from him, so he will go second in the touring car class. 56.51, but still really respectable times.
The next car to go, Rick Wood in the ex-Rick Kelly Holden Commodore. He blasts away from the line. This 2008 chassis in the Holden Racing Team colours, but it was a Holden Special Vehicles entry for Rick Kelly, run by the Walking Shore team in a big accident at Bathurst in 2008 with Paul Radicic behind the wheel. But Rick Wood has rebuilt it, and he has put the HRT colour scheme on top of it. He's raced Holdens before. He's very, very quick and very successful in them. And this car that makes a great noise is also a great sight. And crucially, it is well driven.
Very well driven, and Rick Wood likes cars with a lot of horsepower, and certainly in comparison to the cars in the British Touring Car Championship, this has loads of grunt, equals of grunt. That big V8 up at the front. The time very, very good indeed. So Rick Wood ought to, if he can complete the course without making a slip up. So many times we see drivers blowing in this final sweep to the finish line, but he's looking good on. Oh, is he on the clock? No.
A little bit down, goes through on a 53.13, so he's quicker than Julian Thomas. He's fastest of the touring cars, and that is going to put him second overall behind Kenny Etchison's 53.13. Nick Swift in the Mini 2012 75 GT, the recreation of the Richard Longman British Saloon Car Championship winning Mini from 1978 to 1979. This, if it's ever on four wheels again, I'll be surprised, because Nick Swift is one of the fastest Mini drivers. The car hopping and skipping its way out of turn one up the hill. Nick has the heaviest of right feet. This is going to be a joy to watch.
It was a bunny hop as the tail of the car hit the grass bank on the outside. Not the grass bank, the grass verge. He'd already lost a second to the Sauber, the fastest car off the start, finished straight, but he never ever lifts. This is the Italian job. It's red, it's white, it's blue. It's all rolled into one, and up the hill he goes. He is loving this hill climb.
He's never done the Festival of Speed before, and Nick Swift is absolutely flying. This Mini is being given a real workover. He heads up towards the line. The best touring car time is a 53.1. He's not going to be that far away from it either as he comes across the line. The little Mini does a 56.62. Fantastic from Nick Swift.
Does not deserve to be there. There is no horsepower in that car. It's just willpower, and it very nearly carried the day. But certainly in terms of entertainment, that is the car that has driven harder than any other thus far. Fantastic.
Let's go NASCAR. Jack Tetley blasts away from the line. This is the 2012 Chevrolet Camaro. It's 5.9 litres. It's V8. It is noisy, and it's a very spectacularly driven car as well. Jack Tetley had a bit of a moment in the damp this morning, but let's see what this run turns out to be. Jack has got the ability to go fastest here.
He knows his hill where, but when you've got this much power, it's about caution as much as anything, because it's far easy to put too much of the too much down onto the circuit and not get it down straight. Oh, very tight to the straw bales. He enters the flint wall section of corner. He's 7/10 of a second down on the fastest time at that split, and that, of course, was Kenny Atchison, still fastest in the Sauber C9. Hitting the edge of the circuit, and then, sadly, just a little bit more. The final corner, he's hit the straw bales on both sides. It was the smallest of kisses, but round went the tail, David.
Indeed so. Red flag comes out, so the shootout is going to be suspended. Jack Tetley just with a wheel onto the grass, but at that speed shows the commitment the drivers are putting in, but that, I'm afraid, has been quite a moment, doing damage to the car. So the shootout is for the moment stopped, and the marshals will attend to get the car out of the way. Jack Tetley is okay, that's the good news, but he has done a huge amount of damage to that. Oh no. Jack a little bit winded, understandably, because you're going at a very, very high speed, but just one wheel inches offline, centimetres offline, really, can do that to you. So, following team principal Amy Dick off the course, and Rory Butcher drives the Toyota Corolla to the line. He's into position. We're talking two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, 2-litre turbocharged power in the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK Toyota Corolla, run by Speedworks Motorsport. Scottish driver Rory Butcher is at the wheel. Gordon Shetton's brother-in-law. He's a touring car race winner himself, and he is go down towards that first right-hander. Let's see how he fares against the top touring car time, 53.13 of Rick Wood.
Interesting little thing. Loses ground, of course, in the touring car of the drag through the first 100 metres, and actually wasn't as fast as the little Mini in Nick Swift's hands, but I'm sure he's going to make it up further up the hill. Let's see the application from the Flying Scot. Lovely line into Malcolm. Such a tricky corner, perhaps a little bit on the wide side. It just kept going deeper and deeper into turn. He's got to keep his composure. He's only just got it back up to the flip wall. David, you can breathe again.
Yeah, we're going to discuss lovely line later, Bruce, because that I thought was a little bit close to the edge, but he's having a red-hot go, isn't he? Rory Butcher then heads up towards the timing line. The best touring car time to beat is a 53.1 from Rick Wood in the Holden, which has got bags more power, but the little Toyota is going to come across the line and just misses out, 53.89. So, very, very good effort indeed by the Toyota Corolla. Now, this is Jake Hill, who is another British Touring Car Championship star. He was 6th overall in the shootout qualifying session yesterday. It's a 1992 Nissan Skyline. It's got four-wheel drive. It's got bags of grunt. It's got a really fast driver behind the wheel. This promises to be quite a ride.
Well, it wasn't short of grunt, and only 0.08 of a second down on the fastest of the 100 metres charges off the line, so plenty of power. Jake Hill, such a fantastic young racer, using that very well for the drag to the first corner. Neat and tidy through the two first right-handers. Up park, straight, absolutely fine. Malcolm, let's have a look at his line. All very tight to the left, being very, very sensible indeed. Can he carry this momentum, David, up to the flint wall? Then I'll hand over to you. Let's see where he is on the split, coming up shortly.
That wall looks perilous. perilously close, doesn't it? But Jake has it all under control. He's very, very fast, very, very committed. The best touring car time to beat is a 53.13 through Carnet's seat, heading up towards the flying finish, close to the bales. Here comes the line, here comes the timing beam, and he goes fastest. 48.96 for Jake Hill. Fantastic effort. Fastest outright in the Nissan. Brilliant effort.
He was sixth overall yesterday, but that's not only one in the touring car class of the shooter. What a run.
Sam Hancock blasts away in the BMW then. So Jake Hill fastest in that saloon set, and Sam Hancock takes us then into the last 10 in the main shootout in this 1979 BMW M1. This is a brilliant car.
It really is. Sounds fantastic, and we heard from Sam earlier talking about the ability with a little bit more height to ride the camber in the hill, and the certain is that umbrellas starting to go up. Or was that an old bit of footage? You don't want rain on the hill at this stage. We want constant weather conditions, and he's lost a bit of ground on that amazing run from Jake Hill in the Godzilla Nissan. But right now he's probably good for second overall. Just looking to see if any windscreen wipers are coming on. Looking out the window, can I see rain? But we did see that umbrella.
Well, sixth goes Sam Hancock, 54.34 then in the BMW M1 Pro car. But from here on in, we're going to just get faster and faster and faster machinery. Jim Farley, Ford's CEO, with the Ford Mustang Mach-E 1400 is next to whistle away from the line. This is electric technology. This might not look like the most obvious of competition machines, but this is incredibly quick. And in fact, a driver swap, Richard Westbrook takes over this car, and that's going to make him go even faster, because as more umbrellas do come up, Richard Westbrook is now hunting for traction. If the weather is against us, this is going to turn the complexion of the shootout upside down.
Absolutely it will, because the drivers who are fastest in qualifying will be the last ones to go, and therefore they might have the wettest surface. But don't forget, here on the hill, we had rain yesterday, literally just at the finish line, nowhere else, and it was a deluge. I don't think we're heading there, but the track has to be giving the level of grip it can, and the drivers have to interpret that when they often can't see it as they flash past the flint wall. But Richard Westbrook, very good run from him thus far.
Yeah, Richard, a very accomplished GT racer for Porsche, for Corvette, for Ford, and he heads towards the finish. It's not going to be the fastest, is it? It's going to be a 54.85 for the Mach-E. Richard Westbrook then being given driving duties to go 7th. So now we look to the Ford Puma Hybrid Rally 1. This is next year's World Rally Car. Rally 1, regulations, and away blast Ford Puma. It is Adrian Formo at the wheel. The time to beat Jake Hill's 48.96. Let's see what he can do.
Well, at the moment, Jake Hill sitting on that advantage of 3.3 seconds, but this is a car that should be fantastic on the hill. Matthew Wilson at the wheel. He's taking it over from French racer Adrian Formo. Maybe he's pulled rank because, of course, M Sport, the family company, helping to develop this car, the hybrid power. Windscreen wipers on, even down here. He kicked up the dirt, a very strange line, trying to go too deep into Moulcombe, and then he had to rescue it. So certainly even below our commentary box, now we're just getting the first splashes. But is it wet at the top as well? But we normally get the rain at the top and nothing down here. Now we've got light rain everywhere.
Last to go, Travis Pastrana's Subaru, four-wheel drive, so it could be very much a Travis Pastrana run this as Matthew Wilson heads towards the line. I think he's lifted a little bit, hasn't he, just to be on the safe side with the conditions. So for Jake, he got that time in at just the right moment. 54.55 for Matthew Wilson as he goes across the line. Next to go is this fantastic Ford Fiesta Pikes Peak. It's four-wheel drive. It's 800 brake horsepower. It's Ian Gwynn behind the wheel. Now this could be a dark horse for the top three. Blast away, a little bit hesitant off the line, but he gets up to speed now. Up through the gears. Speed building. Power kicks in. Ian Gwynn hits turn one.
Now, of course, when you're competing in Pikes Peak hill climbing, goes up to 14,155 feet, and the big problem at the top is that altitude really affects the engines. Don't think we have that concern here in the South Downs in southern England, but taking the shortest line possible, the little kick to the right over the crest. How can he get through Moulcombe? Neat, tidy, and then that 800 horsepower being released up the hill.
So he's a little bit down at that first sector point in the intermediate. How does he fare? Let's see, 36 seconds to beat. No, he's lost a bit of ground there as well against the standout Jake Hill time. So Ian Gwynn with all of that power, trying to be careful as to when he applies it. Now, can he claw back some of that lost ground here? No. A 48.9 is going to be very hard to beat right now. He skims the bales coming up to the line. 54 seconds. Yeah, just 54.96. Goes 9th fastest. Ian Gwynn in the Ford Fiesta Pikes Peak.
One of the hard things to assess is just how wet the track is becoming. It doesn't look out of the windows of the commentary box those almost any different, but for those at the top, most especially Jake Hill, suddenly the excitement is really building. Maybe the realisation from outside the top 10, 6th overall in qualifying, of course, he can take the big prize. But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Anthony Reid in the Ford Escort Cosworth blasts away. Single-seater racer, sports car racer, touring car racer in a rally car. The ex-Carlos Sainz Escort WRC that Anthony has been given driving duties in for the first time this weekend, and he has taken to it like a duck to water. Expect commitment here.
Well, that might be appetite, a duck to water, but no one tells Anthony it's raining. He comes from Scotland. He knows full well the value of rain, and therefore he would have spent his childhood driving in it before he moved down south, bested himself near the circuit here in Goodwood in his Formula 4 days and pressing on really hard. He wasn't expecting to drive the car, and he is very, very quick and very committed. Let's see where he is on the split. 2 seconds down, bearing in mind how others who could have been quicker weren't. That means Anthony is not paying attention to the rain at all.
So here he comes up towards the line. 48.9 to beat. Again, close to the bales on the outside. It's a 51.6. Goes 2nd fastest. It's Jake Hill's Nissan, Anthony Reid's Escort, Kenny Atchison Sauber, the top 3. Jake Hill can't believe this. The Praga goes next. This is the Praga R1, and the time that it has to beat is 48.96 seconds. The Praga blasts away from the line, down towards the first corner. Alice Jirasek at the wheel.
Every single driver that fails to beat him raises the pressure on Jake Hill, sitting at the top, fastest in the Nissan. I'm so impressed with Alex Jirasek and the really immaculate little tiny sports race of the Praga R1. Look how neat and tidy it is, and that is the beauty of this car. But it's a question, can Jirasek, he's only 0.3 of a second down as he sweeps left through Moulcombe. This is the point at which, with flecks of rain on the camera lens, yes, where is the rain at the heaviest? Is it heavy, or is it just enough to make the track a little bit slick? There's not a lot of heat in the tarmac. He's good on the split, not enough to topple Jake Hill, but he could go into 2nd place.
Let's not talk about the rain, it might go away. 48.9 to beat. Alice Jirasek up towards the line. 47.48 is going to be about 50 seconds as a prediction. 51 indeed, 0.38. Goes 2nd, but Jake Hill survives. Another car goes up the hill. There is Jake. Great effort. Well done, Jake, so far. And he is the fastest. Now this could change things. From 1988, the Group C2 Spice Cosworth. Jeremy Smith at the wheel. He had not driven the car until this weekend. He is always massively committed when it comes to the Goodwood Hill Climb. Normally in champ car machinery. Just watch this.
He always attacks. He's almost always in the top handful of the drivers here. Doesn't always have the ultimate machinery. This one even had a gearbox failure. He had to go up to Birmingham, get a new gearbox, come back down on Friday night, fitted it yesterday, been fast ever since. Fantastic through Moulcombe. What a line.
Faster than Jake Hill to that first intermediate. So this is looking good. All of a sudden, Jake Hill's time is in jeopardy. 48.96 to beat. He's a second quicker at the first intermediate point there as he heads now towards the finish. Absolute commitment into this car. 48.9 to beat. 45, 46, 47.1. Jeremy Smith goes quickest.
Well, fair dues, says Jake Hill at the top, but that took a drive of supreme focus, and his line through the flint wall, I think you might be looking at the timing screen, David, it was exquisite. Right, new target time. Who's the man who's going for it? It's Harry King, the young superstar in the Porsche.
20-year-old Harry King, the reigning Carrera Cup Great Britain champion. You're riding with him in the 992 iteration of the 911 GT3 Cup Porsche. Harry King is one of the most exciting young British drivers in a GT car. And just look at this.
That was to the edge and almost beyond in front of Goodwood House. Only 2 drivers to go after Harry King. The target time, we've just seen it being set by Jeremy Smith, 47.16 seconds. He's got more power, Jeremy Smith, than Harry King, but Harry King just 0.15 of a second down just before he flashed into Moulcombe.
He goes past the flint wall. He was a little bit close to the grass as he headed up towards Moulcombe. He's 4 tenths down. It's going to be hard to pull that back. But Harry King guiding the car up towards the line. He's giving it everything. His foot pressed through the bulkhead then to try and get every last thousandth out of it. He goes across the line, goes second. 47.65. Harry King goes second fastest. That was another run full of commitment. Harry King has become something of a Goodwood hero after his exploits this weekend and at Speed Week.
Now, go on, next one, last one, penultimate one.
This is the McLaren 720S GT3X. Rob Bell at the wheel. This is a GT3 Plus car in a sense, and he's got to try to beat
To futures, to stocks, to crypto, be on top of it all. That's why tens of thousands of traders are subscribed to Market Journal, a free newsletter that allows traders to keep up to date with the markets every single week. Remember, an informed trader is a profitable trader. It doesn't matter if Trump tweets, AI stocks are pumping, or if Bitcoin drops out of the sky. Market Journal has you covered. Join for free today using the link in the description below.
All right. So I have been trading full-time since January of this year. I've realized that all of my problems kind of stem from impulsivity, and what's fixed that is meditation. That helped me a lot, so just stating that. I have trouble following my trading plan on days that the market's choppy. So how do you identify, of those 20 days in the market, those 10 days that you're not trading?
Okay, good question. Now, just to take a step back, how do you said you have a hard time following your plan when the day's choppy?
Right.
In your plan, do you anticipate that day is going to be choppy or no?
I don't.
So you cannot anticipate days when to trade and when not to trade, right?
Sorry, let me correct myself. On days that the market is trading inside the highs and lows of the previous day is how I have seen in the past that the market's going to be choppy.
Okay, so then when you see that, shouldn't your rule or game plan be do not trade today? Just flipping it.
Yeah, you're right.
So if you're going into that day knowing the criteria of not to trade, but you're creating a game plan to take on a trade, then which side do we stick to? Do we stick to listening to your game plan, or do we stick to listening to market data?
Yeah.
Right? So I think the first thing is, if you already have that and you found that out of like, hey, market trades between a range, market can break out of this area, there's like news out this week, or market is anticipating something big, there's a high probability we're going to be flat, your only rule should be to not trade. Right? And that the rule there comes, do not trade today. I'm watching the session for data collection. I'm watching to see what levels the market reacts off. Maybe that day does trend up out of nowhere. That's okay. Live with it. You say, hey, out of the 20 days I thought the market was going to move, 4 days it moved. Based on my data, I saved 16 stupid trading days. I live with that, because what happens is when we create these rules, we'll have those anomaly days or events that go, oh my God, I knew I should have done this. I knew I should have traded that day. Why did I sit out today? Okay, but let's take a step back and look at it through a larger lens. And when we look at a larger lens and larger data, it's like, well, it made the most amount of sense to sit out, right? So I think going into those days, if you have a game plan, you start to mentally already prep your mind to put on a trade. But if you go into those days, like I have days where I'll go in, like I said, like if it's Tuesday and FOMC's tomorrow and Tuesday, Wednesday market choppy, I'm like, oh, I'm not trading. My game plan is I'm not trading. I'm gonna watch the open, the 30 minutes, maybe 60 minutes in. I'm gonna observe the market. I'm gonna take my levels and see how the market reacted to the open, carry it into my tomorrow's game plan. That's my job for the day.
What if on the open the market trends on FOMC?
Personally, I'm still not trading it.
You're staying.
I don't want to trade it, because now, if we go over 20 weeks of the same data, if you give me 4 of them that work and 16 don't work, I would rather take the bet of the 16 side.
The 16, yeah.
Right, so that's where the anomalies come out, because you're like, oh my God, last FOMC went up, but you're like, okay, let's go through the past 20 weeks. Why did last week it go up? Oh, something big happened in the market. Trump maybe tweeted something. So there's like events that'll also happen that we miss, and we just look at the action. But in case of a larger period, the data usually suggests otherwise. And the idea is to, it's all a probability game. What's the probability? This day, there's a probability 80% it's not going to trend. I'm not going to play the 20% side.
Right, and it's better to take the 0 or break even rather than take the loss.
And the mental energy that you have. And also in days like that, for example, non-trending days in the market, news event days, market is harder to trade. There's newer, like sometimes it's just the most random thing. It'll open, it'll sell off, then it picks back up and then it sells off, and you're like, I don't know what's going on. But mentally, you're like, oh, if I bought here and I sold there, it's like the reality of that is like you guessing, randomly guessing what the lottery numbers are going to be.
Yeah, and one follow-up question I have is, say you take on a trade, position moves in your favor. Do you add to that trade? And if you do, like what are your parameters to add to that trade?
The way I look at that is, if I wasn't in this trade now, would I buy right here? The most simplest way to look at it. Same thing, if I'm in a losing trade, if I wasn't in this trade, would I buy here? And most of the time the answer is either no in the losing trade, because I'm like, oh, I wouldn't, there's no way I'm gonna buy this stock or trade that's falling and selling off. This is where I would short. But because I have a long position, I avoid that. So I always look at a position if I want to add. If I didn't have anything right now, was to take a trade, what would that trade be?
Okay.
And the way to kind of trick your brain is, if you're already long, right? And your position in something is like you're already long, or you're looking to go long. I like prompt my brain like you prompt ChatGPT is like, force yourself to go short and look for a reason to go short. You must have a valid reason to go short. And now I try to come up with that reason. I'm like, oh, actually, yeah, this makes sense. No, this doesn't really make sense. So you can kind of weigh it out. Because in the moment, your brain does block out the other side because you get confirmation bias.
Right.
I'm long. What points to long? And if I look at a trade, I can tell you why you should go long or why you should go short. That'll make absolutely no sense afterwards. But in the moment, it makes the most amount of sense ever.
Nice to meet you. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Cheers.
So, my name's Dave, and I definitely find that the FOMO and overtrading is something that I've been working on the FOMO. I've been especially trading futures. Like you see these big pushes up, you're looking at NQ, you're like, oh my God, why am I not in that? But you gotta breathe. So I've been doing okay with that for sure, but the overtrading, I've been scalping a lot. And you know, at the end of the day, half the time you're like, I made 40 trades to make $200. Like, why didn't I stop when I was up at 1,500? And I just find that these days it seems like with the market, when it moves so fast, you just want to be in, you want to be in, you want to be in. And I trade a lot of the overnight session. And so for me, it's just like you're watching gold move and you're like, I got to get in, I got to get in. Okay, I'm in. And then you make too many trades because you're trying to scalp it. And then all of a sudden it's like, wow, I made $300. That's awesome. I was up $3,000, right? And so I found that the journey to become a successful trader has really just been a lot of trial and error of being like, okay, I'm trying to learn how to do this and trying to trade and do it properly, but when do I need to step on the gas and when do I need to back off?
Yeah. How long have you been trading for?
I've been 2 to 3 years, somewhere in there.
2 to 3 years. Do you have rules, once again? I mean...
I'm the best. I've got a couple of rules that I've talked to, and like I have a couple of friends that are therapists, and I was like, man, you get in these trades and you're like, hey, I'm hot, I'm ready to go, I want to be in there. And they're like, you need a cool down period. Like take 3 minutes, like just reset. And even when you do that.
What do you do for your cool down period?
Just getting up, just getting out, go do a little stretch, just move, get away from the computer, get away from the computer.
Does that help?
It does for sure, but sometimes in the moment, like when you're clicking that mouse, you're just like, oh man, I'm up, I'm down, flipping left, right, like you're just dopamine's firing, right?
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of people struggle with that, but it's something I've noticed. Like you want to be a scalper, I'm like, okay, I like the scalping, it's good, it works a lot for me, but then sometimes at the end of it, you're just like, what am I even doing?
How do you know the scalping works for you? Because you're green on the end of the day.
Like there's been a lot. I find that especially with prop firms, it's hard. You can be green, you can be green. You break one rule, you're like, oh, I blew $2,000 in that day. I blew my account, right?
Yeah.
So you can. It's something I've really noticed. You can be green and be profitable, but the way that some of the rules are set up, you really got to pay attention. And I just sometimes you're not.
Have you ever flipped into trying to trading a lot less instead of being a scalper and restricting to 2 or 3 trades for that session? Have you tried that?
I definitely tried it.
And how'd that go?
It goes okay. I find myself just basically staring at the walls sometimes, and I'm like, okay.
Do you have a hard time doing that?
Yeah, for sure.
But what's your results? And like is it better than scalping? Like, are you able to say, hey, I took 3 good trades and I was able to make more than 200, maybe make 500 or 1,000 or whatever the case is, or no?
I don't think I have enough data for that. Honestly, this is one thing that this has really helped me with, is going through some of my trades and going like, I am not tracking this properly. I am going in and out of trades. I'm flipping my bias. I'm not tracking it properly. So something that I've seen that TradeZella has really helped me with is be like, okay, you are flipping your bias. Like you're not even thinking about this. Like you should be picking 1 or 2 more trades and just holding through them. And I'm just not doing it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because if you're scalping and you're flipping your bias so much, it's very hard to be able to flip your bias and trade well at the same time. And then it hits the same roadmap of randomness, right? You're getting a lot of random trades, and it goes back to the same thing of data collection, of how do you get good data that is the best amount of data for you to actually analyze, hey, am I trading well, or am I throwing 20 darts and thank God I'm coming out positive on that, right?
Yeah.
And the way to do that is restrict your trade count. That's what I always say, like process of elimination, eliminate, go to 3 trades a day, maybe 4 trades, go through all your 20, 30 scalps that you're taking and say, what are the setups that work? What are the setups that don't work? What are the setups that I want to do? And how do I restrict myself that I can only take 3 trades, or 5 trades, whatever that is. I can only trade in the first hour, take 3 or 4 trades. They have to be an A+ or a B setup. What is the A+ setup? What is the B? Right? What does market context have to do in an A+, and what does market context have to do in a B? I don't know what the difference is. Okay, so I am identifying everything as an A. Once you have that data, then you start to break it down and you look at the pattern and you're like, well, not everything's an A+ setup. And that's where you start to have real information and data on yourself. What happened in the market? What happened in the open? What was the week like? Was there any economic events? And you start to track those things over a course of 60 days, let's say. And then that gives you enough clarity on your edge, enough clarity on things that work, enough clarity on the way to trade. And I've noticed with people, what happens is that have taken 20 trades or 30 trades or were scalping, when they reduced their position sizing, they traded so much better. That's like what happened with me. Like if you look at my data from like 2019 to 2018, I would have like 20 or 30 trades. Now I have like 2 to 5 trades. And my thing is when I go in, I'm like, okay, I want to find 1 good trade or 2 good trades. What's my bias for the day? Let's say I'm looking to go long. Very few times am I going to go long, catch a short, go long, catch a short. Like that's not what I'm looking to do. If I can find that one side, I can go in with size. Like even if you take all your trades, your 30 trades for the day, you find that one good trade and you go in that trade with more size, let's say, you'll make way more money than those 30 trades up and down.
Yeah. I noticed for sure that, especially just reviewing the data and listening to some actual professionals and saying, okay, is this trade, if this is a scalp, I need to size down. Like I can't be going into GC contracts for, looking for a couple of points. Like you blow yourself out $800 in 10 seconds. So it's like, oh, is this a scalp trade? Like you just have to have that one conversation.
I think also break that down. I think for now, stick to one side. I would stick to the wider day trades. Also scalp trading, if you're not at that point of outside of being a developed trader, your emotions are going to be all over the place. Your bias is going to flip, and that's not going to give you the right data to analyze into how you're processing. And then it's easier to go from like day trading to scalping than like scalping and trying to be profitable, in my opinion. Cool. Thank you, man.
Hey, Omar.
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
I'm good. How are you?
I have a huge issue in cutting my winners early, even though my studies and my data says I should be holding on to a trade. I see the red candle and I take my profit and I run. Sometimes it's a good thing, but I do see that the trend is continuing to where my study shows, and I'm just not mentally
Just 2 things. So you
it.
said sometimes a good thing, and I just want to focus on that for everyone, is sometimes everything will be a good thing, right? So I think we don't want to flaw our perception of real data by the sometimes anomalies. But now if I look at that over a course of larger amount of data, is that a good thing or a bad thing? So
I'm capable enough to hold on and come back and hold to my test level. I'm just like, I'm already in the money. Then I okay, cut it short, have it come back, but it doesn't come back all the way, and then it goes, and just my risk to reward just doesn't make sense for me to enter.
Okay.
I have a huge issue in just holding on to my trades.
Okay, have you tried scaling out?
I have, but every single time I see a red candle going against me or on a long position.
Why don't you change your chart colors from red to something else?
I mean, and the other issue I look at is I look at I'm already in the money.
Why are you looking at your P&L?
Bad habit.
So don't trade your P&L, change your candle colors, and trade price, right? And the way to always reassess it is, would I take a trade here? Would I hold a trade here? And then another thing to do, I see you have a lot of notes, which is good. When you trade live, write it down. Write down your thought process, right? Write down, say it out loud, because when you're trading and you're in your head will play so many different thoughts. So sometimes just keeping yourself accountable, writing it or typing it out, or even just turning on Loom and talking out loud to yourself and saying, oh, the market seems like it's going to go higher because of this. Like, and you look at it from a subjective point of view, right? You don't look at your P&L, because if you have your P&L open and you see you're 500 and then you're 480, you start to panic. You start to like go all over the place. So don't look at your P&L, change your candle colors, and then before you go into a trade, start accepting the loss before you take it. So if you go into a trade and you're risking $200, I lost 200. The outcome, if it's anything outside of me losing 200, that's great.
Okay.
If you feel a little hesitation when it gets to a certain level, start by selling half. Just sell half, like or sell a portion of that position. If you have 2 contracts or 10 or whatever the size is, cut off half, sell it at that point, and then let the other half ride out and see how you adjust it. Because once your position size goes down, it's also going to make things easier. And then let go of the idea that you have to maximize your position. So if you get into a position and you're risking 200 and you're aiming to make 500, and at one point you're up 500, but you walk away on that trade at 420, that was the $80 you were risking that you lost to potentially make more. That's the trade, that's the risk you wanted to take. So if you lost that money and you didn't maximize it, it's okay sometimes, because you were also taking on that risk of hoping to make more.
Yep.
So you have to be able to walk yourself through these thought processes and make sense of it. The problem is in real time, it's hard to make sense of it. So write things down, tell yourself, hey, if I get to my target or the trade starts moving in my favor, take half off, change your colors of candles. That helps so many people, like make it white and black, right? So you don't see the red and you panic, oh my God, it's gonna sell off. You trade 1 minute or 5 or what time?
2 minute usually.
Yeah, that's also why you're trading on a very small, you can look at the 2 minute, but then look at a larger time frame too, like look at a 5 or a 15 and look at the direction of the market and look at what's going on, because the 2 minute or the 1 minute, it's also gonna freak you out.
So many emotions coming.
Because even when I look at the 1 minute sometimes, I'm like, oh shit, I don't know, and then I look at the 5, I'm like, never mind, right? It's a lot of noise.
Do you add on to your winners? Usually what I tend to do is, let's just say I want to go from one point to another and it's going in my favor. I add on.
Same,
size,
not always.
but-
So it's the concept isn't if I add on to my winners, that it's all trade by trade basis, right? If I go into a trade with heavy size early on, I'm most likely not adding. If I go into a trade with less than usual size and the trade becomes more favorable for that particular trade and it looks good, now that new add-on is a separate trade. Mentally, I break them down as separate trades.
Okay.
Because if I look at it as adding on, I'm like, well, would I take the trade at this level? And I'm like, no, I think it's way too extended. I wouldn't take it at this level. Why would I add on to it?
Are your targets the same or are you targeting different?
It depends on once again on the trade. If the trade is let's say, because there are certain periods where you get into a trade, it works out super well, it starts moving, market gets active, volume starts to surge in. At that point, you're like, okay, well, this is a good trade. I'll get in. And then my level, depending on that level or depending on that trade, I'll keep that same level as a point of how will I react when we get there. Okay. So a lot of trading isn't like, oh, when we get to this level, I'm going to sell. The idea is when we get close to this level, does price continue moving up? Does price slow down? Does volume keep coming in? Does volume die down? Do we see a lot of sell orders come in? What starts to happen? Maybe that may happen a little bit before my level. Okay. And I'm like, I don't want to carry on the risk, I'll get out. And that's something that's okay. You live with that. You're not going to catch the highs and lows of every trade.
Correct.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you.
So an issue of mine is maximizing profits, right? And letting winners run, actually, right? And I feel like at times when I'm looking at the market, I have a specific point of entry.
So question, why are you jumping to focusing on maximizing profits? You had an issue before. What was the previous issue?
Impulsive trading sometimes.
Yeah, so you can't work on those two things at the same time.
Okay.
Right? So the idea here is to have a theme, and I'll get to the question, but I think just take a step back. The idea is to have a theme of what's the first problem. You need to solve that first problem, and then build and fix the second problem. It's like building a building, right? You can't work on the 7th floor without having the base.
100%.
So how do you solve this issue? Focus all your energy and time on this. Once that issue is done, then you go, okay, what is my second issue? What is the second problem I have to do? Now, if you go into this trying to solve 6 or 7 different issues at one time, you're going to struggle. You're not going to have one thing to think about, right? So let's fix the first thing. And when it's fixed, you need 30 to 60 days, give or take, of following the rules, following everything. And then you go, okay, I'm doing this part well. I need to maximize my profits. I need to cut out my losses.
Yeah.
My data shows me I mess up. My data shows me that I should hold my trades longer or shorter, whatever the case is. Let's focus on this. This is the second problem now. Okay. So it needs to work in that order.
Yeah. And I completely understand.
Yeah.
But there are times where, let's just say I take a regular trade and I want to hold it to take profit.
Sure.
Because that's the goal, without touching it, without doing anything extra. I just want to let it run. But it gets so close to take profit and it just reverses.
Yeah.
And I either break even or I lose the trade because I don't do nothing to it because I'm trying to now be objective. And there are times where I do take a trade and just like the previous person, I see a little bit of a retracement or a red candle and I get out immediately and it continues to go to take profit.
Yeah.
So my issue is how can I go about staying objective during this process and instead of being subjective about, oh, this is money going up, this money going down, just focus overall on price action.
Yeah. There's very few times that I've sold a trade at my take profit.
Okay.
Right. I think take profit is a good goal post.
Okay.
But what you don't want to get caught up into is like, this is my take profit and I have to sell at my take profit.
Yeah.
So it's like if I take a ball and I bounce it on this table, I can make an assumption that's going to go this high, right? But if I bounce it and then when it hits this, it starts slowing down here, it probably makes sense for me to just take my money and walk away. Because that difference of profit at that point to the loss is too wide. The R at that point doesn't make sense.
Okay, I understand.
But it has to, when the ball bounces and it gets there, that has to be justified that, okay, this looks like it's going to go down now, and I live with the trade. But now if I bounce it and it goes up super strong, I have no reason to sell my trade.
Yeah.
So a lot of trading with taking profits and whatnot is reading what is happening. Like if you just take a trade and you like walk away and you don't look at it, it doesn't really make sense to me, right? If you're swing trading, sure, fine, still difficult. But outside of swing trading, you need to analyze that trade going in that direction and what starts to happen.
Okay.
And if you just aim for that level, there's going to be times it comes right here and then goes right back down.
That happens a lot.
And it doesn't make that risk reward, because you're still risking essentially that point or points or whatever it is for that small gain.
Yeah.
And a lot of times for me, I'm like, I don't care about 2 points. I'm already up 20 on this.
Yeah.
Let me take the 20 guaranteed right now, than for risking these 20. And you know, if you look at data, it might say, oh, well, you know, you should have held it. But I'd rather take the profit for a few points and call it a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would you still consider that to be an objective process, though?
Yeah.
Because I feel like at times it's so close to take profit. I see money and I'm like ready to take it.
Yeah, I think when because your risk reward changes, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't sell at that point and you take the $1,000, what happens if you're up only 800 now and 600? Now you are either gonna let it hit break even, and if you let it hit break even, you're like risking $800 to make 200.
Yeah, you're 100%.
A lot of times, doesn't make sense.
It does not.
You know?
Yeah. Honestly, great response.
Yeah.
Appreciate
it. Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Great, wonderful. My name is Sony. I think I'm in a very interesting space. Like everything, like I've been hearing folks like discussing their struggles. I've been there. I'm probably still there. Like the sunk cost, right?
Yeah,
like that's like I have moved on. I've blown up my account 3 times.
Okay.
And then I always came back, not to recover. I told myself, it's a sunk cost, it's gone. I think I'm learning a skill. I need to work on this. That's why I came back. And I've struggled with stop loss and working on that, getting there. So I think I'm in this in-between space where in my trading journey, I've seen myself being profitable. I have discovered my edge, and I think I'm there. But when do I say I have arrived? Do I ever say that?
Never.
Oh, so it's like a recovering alcoholic. They never recover.
Never, no.
Okay.
Never, yeah. I think don't.
Okay.
So I try to chase that. I've arrived for like 7 years,
Okay.
8 years, and I never, like even now, I'm like I'll have a bad month or week, and I'm like, oh shit, I suck. Like I have no idea what I'm doing. It's natural, right? Because the markets are always evolving. Your internal struggles and issues never go away. You get better at dealing with them. So when they do come back, it's like, how do you now deal with them when they come back in that moment? So it's like you never essentially arrive. Like for me, I'll give you some context.
Yep. For
6-7 years, every time I would have like a trading year would end, I would say, shit, can I do it again? Can I make money again? Oh, I don't know. When's this gonna stop? When am I gonna have like a year where I blow it all? Like just back in my brain, like that was the thought process. Now over time, it's gotten way better, but that's also not a bad way to look at it, because you also don't want to get to a point of I've arrived and then market boom takes it all away from you. Yeah. If you come up on your tippy toes, and you're like, okay, well, I understand I have to be on my tippy toes for this game, and just because I made money yesterday or last week or last month or last year does not mean the market is going to give me money again. I have to earn it, so you essentially never arrive.
Yeah, so I think it's like slightly different. I don't know much about the men, women, psychology, all that stuff. I feel like I do a lot more based on my instinct, like when I read the tape and the chart, like something just tells me inside, like, and then I have gone back and looked at the stats, because every man asked me, like, what are the stats? Like, okay. Anyhow, how much data do I need to look at to like figure out that metric? Like, I've been tracking for 4 months now.
Are you profitable in those 4 months?
Only in the last 4 or 5 weeks, and I have tweaked, and I feel like I shouldn't say I feel like it is actually working for me.
Yeah, so 4 or 5 weeks is not enough for you to feel that.
Okay. Well, thanks for telling me that.
So everyone goes through this cycle, and this is a very interesting cycle to be in, where you track, you do everything right, and then you hit this high of like, okay, I got it, 4 weeks. And the first thing that people hit is like, do I increase my size? Do I get more aggressive? How do I start making more money now? 4 weeks is not enough.
Sure.
Right? Like my question to you now is like, how do you respond when you have a losing week? How do you respond in the coming months when you have a losing month? Right? How do you respond to a whole quarter? So I would give it another 6 months at least for you to build groundwork, because there are certain things every trader has to go through. Like you have to go through a bad losing streak after you made it. So like now it's like 4 weeks, you're profitable, cool. Now what happens in 2 months when you give that money back, or if you give that money back?
Yeah, so for me, the success criteria is not just the green.
Sure.
For me, like my biggest setback was, I want to say it was, like applying a stop loss.
Sure.
Now I'm able to do that.
Sure.
So I account for that as well in my success. Like, so like to say like, oh, I'm a profitable trader. Accepting that 4 weeks is not enough, obviously. But I see that as a big win,
Sure.
like personally.
What are 3 things really quickly that you're struggling with right now as a trader?
Discipline, sometimes I slip up. Like I clearly know this is outside of my niche. Like
Sure.
I'm short biased, penny stocks.
Sure.
So
What else?
that is it. I'm like really like sticking to like,
Okay,
I'm done by 9 a.m.
So if that's it for 4 weeks, I mean, if we were to talk again in 6 months, you should be profitable.
Yeah.
Okay?
I should be.
Now the challenge there is how do you keep this pace in 6 months?
Yeah, that's like, I'm actually worried. Like, I wonder if I'm like struggling with an imposter syndrome. Like, I just like, can I really call myself a trader just because I have an account?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
Okay.
I'll tell you not yet.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think you need to have 6 months to 9 months of consistent, trades.
Okay.
Because there's different challenges. One is like, you did it for 1 month, good job. That's phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
But are you able to continuously keep doing it? And you're gonna have hurdles in your trading journey. And the question isn't, the idea isn't always like money, right? It's not profitability, but it's like when you mess up and you cannot adjust to the market, because market's gonna change in the next 6 months many times over. Are you able to adjust to that? Are you able to adapt to the market? And when you don't for a week or two, do you lose your shit and like start taking stupid trades and blow your account? Or are you able to take a step back, analyze, reassess, and take it from there? So that's where like a larger time period matters. And then if you're able to get through that, then the bigger question is, how do you start to adjust risk? When does risk start to become dynamic? Because that's where you'll make money. You won't make money by just magically increasing risk. You have to know A+ setup, good marketing criteria, once a month maybe, increase risk to stay. Go heavy. And those things are going to take 6 to 9 months, and you have to you're in a good place where you can slow things down and just say, well, I'm in a good place, give it till like March, give it till, June, play it quarter by quarter, look at my problems and, identify them there. Just do not get ahead of yourself right now.
Oh, no, I don't plan to, not
Yeah.
until like next year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Back again.
How you doing?
Doing good. So I'll say over the course of 3 years, taking losses and dealing with them the right way has been a challenge for me, because getting to the point where I can take 2 to 3 losses and walk away maybe for the week, I noticed that as I look back on my data, I'm trading every day throughout the week, and I know that can be a big hindrance on my performance, because obviously we spoke about like, deciding what days you're not going to trade, or, what days you are going to trade.
Yeah.
Taking losses, but then coming back the next day and then taking a few more trades, I would say 3 to 5 trades per day, or trade ideas per week is where I'm at. But then I find myself taking the same setup because I'm thinking in my mind, okay, maybe my timing was just wrong, the time horizon.
Yeah.
I'm trading Asia, late Asia and pre-London into London. I'm like, okay, like it didn't play out in Asia. Let me go ahead and take it during London when I just lost in Asia. So how did you mitigate you taking the same setup and disqualifying it when you have more data after you've just lost to maybe say, okay, like I believe that this is going to go in my direction?
I mean, it goes back to the same thing again of understanding, like, was this setup an actual good setup? Does the criteria make sense? Does the market context make sense? Or are you just making it up? A lot of things that we do as traders, we make up as we go, right? There's like this book, it's called Thinking in Bets, which is a really good book, and I recommend everyone to read it. It makes you think that just because the outcome is good doesn't mean it was a good choice, right? Just because the outcome of a trade was good doesn't mean it was a good setup, doesn't mean that the setup criteria made sense. So the same thing happens here, where in the moment you see quote unquote the same setup, but then market context is different. And market context is key here, right? The same movement in a stock, let's just say we dumb it down to patterns, let's say a double top, for example. A double top is not a double top in every single trading session and every single market session at all, right? It's different based on the market context. So that setup that you may have that works really good under some market context and doesn't in others, and you're maybe having a hard time identifying that. Now, if you're like, no, I don't have a hard time identifying that, then my flip question to that is, what is your win percentage? Would you size up more on it? What is your average R2 loss ratio on that? If those stats are good and proven, then you keep taking it. Then it's like, hey, this is the perfect setup. It works. I know it works one out of 2 times, 50% win ratio, for example, and you just keep taking that probability. But the question is your setup or strategy or approach there? Like confidently, can you say it's there? And most of the time, it's really not for most people.
Yeah, I would definitely say that during certain time horizons, like when I'm trading around 10:30, which is late Asia, getting to like 12 a.m., which is pre-London, that's my most ideal time. And then I find myself taking setups the next day at like 7.
Yeah, but see those things, it's just different market timings too. Those things are just not gonna work. Like that's already, now you're ruining your own data and ruining your confidence of knowing the setup works. So now when the setup does present on the good session, you're scared because you threw away some good mental energy on the bad sessions. And that makes it harder for you to take losses because the idea here is how good can you be on taking losses? Hey, the probability of this is 90%, 10% it won't work. I'll comfortably take this all day, every day. If it doesn't work, hey, I took my chances, and you get comfortable with that. But you only get comfortable when you see the probability of reading it and the probability of being able to execute on it is consistent for you.
Having the data and just executing at the same exact time. Even though you might think you see a setup at an outside.
If you think something, you have to back it up with data, and data has to be at least 100 trades. If not, then just tell yourself it's BS, because we will create nonsense in trading that doesn't make sense. And I still do it till today. Like if I want to justify I should go long, I'll make it up, and afterwards I'm like, whoa, that was not long. I'm like, why did I take that trade?
Yeah, the
right.
hindsight bias.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
So my question is, one of my biggest issues is with my strategy or approach, I trade obviously supply and demand areas and waiting for watching price action and volume on how they enter that area, waiting for confirmation.
Sure.
So one of my biggest issues is I misread price action and volume at those areas.
Sure.
And I take it where I think it's going, and it hits my stop loss, and I'll immediately get in right after that because it's going in the opposite direction, because I know that some level of activity is going to happen at that level. So what habits could I put in place in order to stop myself from doing that level of revenge trading?
Question, from one losing trade to a second losing trade in the session, what's the time gap between that?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I would widen that.
Okay.
Right, if you take one trade, winning or losing, add a 10-minute timer. Go on your phone, just put a 10. I'm not allowed to take a trade for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right, because the moment you get out of a trade, good or bad, your adrenaline or emotions or whatever, a lot of different things are at a high. You have the urge to click a button again. Your pain tolerance also goes higher.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you take a trade, you're down $1,000. What's losing another 300? What's losing another 400? Then next thing you know, you're down like $9,000 on the day, and you're like, how the hell did I get here?
And slamming my laptop.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So those things happen without you noticing, and they'll start becoming paper cuts. And the way to avoid paper cuts in the moment is, hey, have a 10-minute gap, I can't take a trade in 10 minutes. So that's why I don't think beginners should scalp, because there's so much context and fast pacing that happens, and you have to be able to process at such a high level, not just the data, but yourself. What are you feeling? If you go long and something goes down, you immediately go, I should go short. You go short, it goes up, I should go long. You can't process that fast enough. It's just not possible, right? It's a muscle that one needs to get developed, and it's a skill that needs to get developed that takes time and years and years and years of practice. Having a wider time between your trades is important. That's number one. After winners and losers, right? If you do go through some of your data, I would be interested for you to look into that. Like, hey, if I take a trade and I end the trade at 10 a.m. And I lose money on it, how soon is my next trade?
Yeah.
It's 2 minutes later. Why the hell am I taking a trade 2 minutes later? What is my bias? Does my bias stay consistent, or do I flip it? Why am I flipping my bias, right? What was my bias going into the day? Like, you start to question all these things, and you start to go like, wow, I wasn't me when I was trading. There's like this concept I think everyone should check out. It's like the caveman theory.
Yeah.
Like, our brains are not wired to trade and be in front of a computer. We have a caveman's brain, and anytime we feel risk, our logical side gets hijacked by our emotions. And in trading, that's what happens. Like I had a big losing month in September, and like I went through all my trades, and that's exactly what happened. I had one losing short, and 2 minutes later, I took another losing short.
Yeah.
And like the idea is when these things happen, you recognize them fast enough to put in rules that are right there, and you are forced to follow. Now, if you don't follow the rules, then that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, because on the first trade, most of the time when I do revenge trade, it is because I didn't follow my rules on the first trade, and then I get myself down this path of, oh no, I'm chasing now, FOMO, now I have revenge trading in those areas.
Yeah,
So,
those are where my worst trades came from too, like in many years ago. Even now, like I'll have one trade, lose money, and then it's like, oh, what's another few grand? What's another few grand? And the next thing you know, you look at your end of day P&L, you're like, shit, that all added up, you know?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, man.
Of course.
Hi again.
Hi.
So I wasn't going to bring this up, but since there was a joke about alcoholics, I will. I have been recovered for 7 years, and so I take the revenge trading side of trading very personally, because it does feel like a drug to me. Like it kind of can feel like an outer body experience when I'm like clicking.
It is, but it is, by the way.
So like, why can I stop, drinking, but I can't stop over trading? Like, it's just very frustrating. So I'm trying to.
I mean, I would think, and I'm not, maybe I'm wrong, but I would think because in trading, when you press the button, there's a positive outcome. In drinking, there's no positive outcome. So mentally, your brain is like, well, if I press this button, I will make the money back. In drinking, if you drink more, you're not going to get better. You're only going to get worse. So it's you would have to maybe apply the same concept or framework to trading, that trading more than 3 times is me now being drunk or consuming too much alcohol, which will destroy my body and destroy me.
Yeah, it's like overindulging in trading.
Yeah.
So it's like, this is the hardest thing I've ever had to stop to become a better person.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to apply it to trading.
Yeah, I think, that's the only difference probably. It's just here you press the button and there's a possibility of making the money back or making money. And here there's only bad. So you have to kind of, after 3 or 4 trades, you have to maybe create the same framework. After 3 or 4 trades, it's now bad. So anything I do after 3 or 4 is like me consuming too much that could be just disruptive to me, which it is disruptive if you overtrade.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah.
So I know that was random, but okay.
All good.
Well, going to overtrading, since we talked about before, when I lose a trade, I go to all these different strategies. When do you know that your strategy doesn't work anymore? Like you said, that the market always evolving, getting better. So like, when do I know, okay, I need to change something?
I mean, I don't think there's an understanding of a strategy doesn't work overall. It's a strategy maybe isn't applicable for that trading session or period, right? So I think it's good to understand that and not write off a strategy. So if something has worked for you for a month, 2 months, and it stops working, there's 2 things that have happened. The market direction changed, market movement changed. Like we sometimes go from like a very directional market on the upside to immediately chop to, or for a month, the market is just selling off. Like if you go to this year, right, like February, March, April, market selling off. So a lot of people that were trading a certain way in January and December and November of last year, they blew their accounts, right? So it's not that their strategy doesn't work anymore. It's now the whole sentiment of the market has flipped. Market is extremely short. You have to be able to read that and analyze that. And then also you have to put blockers in like, hey, I've been trading this way and I've been wrong 4 times. Let me go through these trades. Was I actually wrong or did I read this wrong? Those are 2 different questions to always ask yourself. Like I have a lot of days where I either read the market completely wrong and I had no setup, and I'll like tag it as like no setup. Even though I want to convince myself that this was a trade setup, there was no setup. I convinced myself in the moment, but afterwards there was essentially nothing. And then there's times like, hey, same thing with like the opening range breakout, right? Or morning top sell-off, like just strategy names don't really matter, but based on what I'm looking for the market to give me to trade this, that period isn't there, right? Same thing if like we go through a period where the market is really flat, and you know we have that throughout the whole year. Like out of 12 months, you'll have like 2-3 months where the market is like dead, and like people during those periods are like aggressively trying to put on their strategies, and they're like, oh, it doesn't work anymore. This strategy doesn't work. Let me jump to another one. And then when the market gets hot, they don't act on it. But yeah,
That's the exact problem. That's what happens. So like when it doesn't work 3-4 times, what I want to do is like, okay, I want to put a more size on it and make it work with something else. Maybe that is going to work. So you think after 3-4 times I should?
No, I don't think 3-4 times if something not working is enough. But I think it's good. Like when things don't work, and even when things work. So taking a step back, the most healthiest thing everyone can do is have a good feedback loop for themselves. When things are good and when things are bad. The feedback loop, what it does is just keeps you on your toes. Hey, I've traded really well this week. I shouldn't go in next week and expect I'm going to trade well again, because immediately when you trade good, you want to increase size, market takes it all back and plus more from you, right? So how do you incorporate that feedback loop to make sure that you shouldn't make those stupid mistakes? Same thing, and when you lose money or your strategy doesn't work, have that feedback loop of, did the strategy not work? Did I not execute it well? Or was it market conditions changed? And you have to be able to objectively look at that from raw data and be able to understand, hey, wow, we were in a trending market for 2 weeks. Now Trump introduced this tariff war thing and market is very confused and no one knows what direction market wants to go in. Of course, my setups that I look for in midday aren't gonna work. The market is very confused. Oh, I think I should step back a little bit. Now, if you don't wanna step aside, reduce your risk by 90%. Just assume everything is a C+ setup, and you're just like keeping your hand in the market. It's just like taking like scratch trades, if you want to call it, but they're not trades that will destroy your account or allow you to make a lot of money. So you have to it's just like an adjustment period. You need to know when to adjust and adapt to the market. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
All right, so been funded, I would say more than 4 times now this year in 2025. And my biggest struggle has just been rushing the process and being a bit impatient after phase 1. I've cleared phase 2, but once I'm funded, it's like I'm instantly thinking about the payout window and the payout request. How did you get over that hurdle, and what did you do to reset yourself after a loss mid-session? Was there certain things that you would do? I know, I'm not sure about your funded journey, if you had one. I know you briefly spoke about your process, but what did you do to overcome that?
So I've never traded prop firms ever. I mean, when I was trading back then, prop firms weren't a thing, and I actually want to try it soon, because I'm curious to know what that feeling is like.
It was alone, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So things were a lot different. Yeah. So I have like this take on prop firms, and I don't think anyone should touch them unless you have a proven strategy and you can trade well and you have a good concept of trading. If not, I think it just becomes this like magical slot machine, and you're gonna keep burning through capital, hoping for this payout without a proper approach.
Yeah.
If I was to start today, and I had, let's say, $2,000 or $3,000, and I had an option to use that $2-3 to trade or pick a funded account, I would probably use my capital to trade. Even though it wouldn't be a lot, it would be enough for me to maybe trade 1 contract or 2 contracts without extra additional rules and pressures on me. So prop firms are great if all of those things are good. If those things are not good, the only thing you're introducing more difficulty in your trading journey. So what does because the pressure of getting paid out and the pressure of hitting that payout and all of those things.
Is it different for someone that has gotten to the funded stage multiple times and has at least gotten a few payouts versus someone that has never gotten to the funded stage or never received a payout? Like, are you taking a different approach to those 2 separate people, or does it not really matter?
I think it doesn't matter. I think it's still going to be there, right? You're still going to, because there's, to my knowledge, and once again, I'm coming from a place where I have never traded prop firms, so I'm not in those shoes to really walk through the experience. But understanding it just from a psychological point of view, there are components of hitting this dopamine high of getting to this payout. So then what happens is that, let's say you're $100 away or $1,000 away from hitting a payout, you as a trader, you now start to create false opportunities in the market to hopefully get a trade right and hit that payout.
Right.
And if you do that, you'll get the payout. If you don't, you won't. So you start to make stupid trades, and it's my advice there, once again, coming from someone that hasn't done it, so it's a little bit hard, is disconnect from the outcome of prop firm payouts or any sort of payouts and just trade what the market gives you. If you're $50 away from a payout, don't say, oh, I need to get the payouts, I'm going to go put on a trade. Just trade the way you usually would. The long-term goal, in my opinion, is you should aim to get away from prop firms. Prop firms are the middle tool for you to obtain capital and your own capital that you can trade with. That bridge should be applied once you've obtained the knowledge as a trader. You have a good strategy, you have a good approach. Once that part is done, then you can use it as a bridge to go on to build your own capital to trade. But if you just stay on prop firms for forever,
That makes sense. I mean, long term, most institutional or large traders would say that they would prefer to use customer funds over their own personal capital.
but that's very different than prop firms.
It's different from prop
The reality of prop firms, and I tweeted about this the other day, prop firms are essentially quote unquote the future, but the way prop firm business models work is by your fees. They want you to fail. That's how they make money. That's the reality of a prop firm. So if a prop firm comes out and says that, I respect them more than saying, no, we want success for every trader. No, you don't. Because if you take any big top firm and all of their traders made money for that month, that prop firm is going under. Right? So that concept of like the word prop firms are funded companies, very different than traditional firms that use customer money. Those people are getting a salary. Those people that work for those firms are getting a salary.
Yeah.
So it's two different
Under the
things.
premise that they're good. I mean,
Good, yeah.
Like we know that the statistics show that only the top 5% of traders will ever pass, and then it's 1% of that 5% will ever get funded, and then it's 0.1% actually get a payout or consistent payouts. All right, so you're saying you're not approaching those two traders differently?
No, I would approach it from the way of just try to trade right. Stop trying to trade around your prop firm rules in terms of I need to get a payout, I need to do this. If that's how you're trading, it's just going to make things harder, or find a firm that's not forcing you to trade around certain rules. It's just going to make your life harder because trading is hard as it is.
Yeah.
Now you're adding these new level of rules and making it even harder and harder, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Hi. First, I just would like to share that I slightly disagree with not starting with a prop firm because I started with a prop firm, and I feel like the capital that I do have set aside to trade live with that I've been sitting on for over a year, I would have completely blown it.
Fair.
So I learned a lot of valuable lessons making mistakes on the props. But at the same time, I'm ready to try to go live. And I think I might have held myself back and that I could have become profitable more quickly had I been at least doing both at the same time. So I'm wondering if you have a recommendation of when I should attempt to go live. I'm considering doing Forex very soon because
Why Forex?
It's a lower barrier to entry.
I mean, I'm personally not a fan of Forex. I mean, just me. I probably would trade futures. More centralized exchange. Brokers aren't shady. Every broker is making up their own prices, own spreads. It's a lower barrier of entry for a reason. Just, it's up to you, but I'm not a fan of Forex.
Okay.
I would probably stick. I would probably stick to futures, but I get the point of where, for you, let's say, prop firms helped you become profitable and so on. But when we look at it from a larger point of view, they are a slot machine for a lot of people. So people feel a challenge, they go again, they go again, they go again, and they start spending so much money. Like there's people that have spent more than $2-3 grand in fees in a short period of time, where if they took that $2-3 grand, traded one contract or one micro, let's say, where every stop was they lose $20 or $30, right? They can go through 50, 60 trades and they're essentially okay, right? Opposed to now, I'm getting funded, I now have to follow these rules, and I have to trade a certain way for these rules as I'm developing and trying to become profitable. I now have these new layer of rules that I don't or shouldn't really have under me, in my opinion.
To be clear, I'm not profitable yet.
Yeah.
I just reached my first payout for AX and got denied.
Yeah.
So I've hit a wall of almost an inconsistency I hadn't seen before because I was trying to adjust my risk from the way I was trading before. So now I'm just on this roller coaster. I'm trading the P&L. I'm taking profits too fast. So that's kind of where I'm should I just try to go live alongside this, or am I trying to go in two different directions?
I think if you can follow the rules enough where if you believe that if you didn't have those rules and you go on massive tilt and you trade 30 times, because the one or two pros that I do see of prop firms is there is like a pro to the rules and there's a con to the rules, right? So like the pro of the rules is it is going to keep people in a structure, and it's like, oh, if I don't follow this, I get punished and I fail. So that there's an element of healthiness to it for a lot of people. But then on the flip side, I think that depends on you. If you can go live and you can follow your rules and you are gonna trade with max loss size and all these things, then it does make sense, right? Maybe it does make sense for you to go live. But if you think you're gonna like not be able to do that and you do need that layer of like rules on top of you, then keep sticking with props until you maybe become profitable.
Yeah,
it's also a thing, again, like I haven't traded a prop firm challenge to like experience it, which I'm going to do very soon just to go through it. So
no, I respect your opinion.
Yeah.
It was just my own journey. I was like, no discipline, no risk management, no rules. So it was a season for me, but it could be different for another trader.
Yeah, and right there, see, that's where the rule element is healthy. But the thing that I have a difficult time is like, just because you have the rules doesn't mean you're going to pass or you're going to do well. You need to have the foundations right and be able to apply that. Because if not, you're going to pay $50 or $100 or $200 for whatever it is for every new challenge, and that ends up being more at times for a 2K account that you can fund yourself and go with a certain broker and get a good amount of leverage to still trade 1 or 2 contracts. And you don't have to think about, oh, I failed the account, oh, I failed the account, I failed the account. I think once you overcome that part and you have the foundation, then you can maybe go to it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Just as a premise, the whole time you have to see the video
No, I couldn't say it. I couldn't say it.
So I did disagree with you on a bunch of things, actually, right? Because I've traded prop and I've traded personal. And the point you made about how traders might just start turning and churning accounts, I feel like people will do that with their personal. And I feel like there's, people that lose way more personal because they end up dropping in 50,000, 100,000 into their accounts, and they blow their life savings. You can't do that with a prop firm. The turning and burning.
So question, do you think people that have 50 grand that you went through props haven't burned through 50 grand on props?
So I believe that the people who blew that through props would have blown that through personals.
So they would have blown in both ways, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But the difference is, so it's not the prop firm that's the problem, it's the trader that's the problem. And when you just look at strictly numbers, you buy a $100 challenge, you get like a $2,000 drawdown.
Sure.
But if you want to fund your own account, you got to put $2,000 in to get that $2,000 drawdown.
Sure.
If it's a legitimate prop firm, you're trading the same minis, same micros. The data comes from CME, right? There's no manipulation going on, So I just don't see the advantage of trading personal. Maybe unless you are consistently profitable and you want to fund and just just be independent. And
so do you think a new trader should jump into prop firms?
I think so.
Okay. And what is going to happen in the 6 months that they trade props?
They discover their edge. They learn risk management, and.
But don't you think it's hard to discover your edge when you have a certain rule or rules to follow, and you have to hit profit targets and drawdowns and things like that, and then you start to trade around that instead of your edge? When this time the most important thing for you to do is to develop edge, raw data, and now I'm altering that to trade off this firm's rules, and now I'm altering it to trade off this firm's rules. Now I'm altering it to trade off this firm's rule. So as a beginner, where does it make sense? Look, there's a reality of it where if someone's going to blow 50 grand, they're going to blow 50 grand. Like, if you're going to be stupid, you're going to be stupid. Either way, right? But now, if I'm going to blow 50 grand of my own money, let's say that's all I have, and I'm going to burn it, I would still personally rather burn it through my own capital and know, hey, the mistakes I'm making are not shaped off the rules that I have to bend off different firms. Just my take, right? Hey, I adjusted my risk because I'm an idiot. I didn't adjust my risk because this prop firm wants me to hit this profit target in 2 days for me to get funded, and I reacted off that, and I wasn't able to get real data. So that's my point. Yes, both will lose money, but I would assume this one has better raw data for myself after losing 50 grand than churning through 50 grand in account fees. Yeah, that's my only thing with I think once you get to a stage of knowing what you're doing, you have data, you can adjust to it, you're not going to get thrown off by the different rules and stuff, then yeah, sure, trade it. Go for it, right? But until then, you're just going to hit the slot machine. And, you know, a lot of props, they have customers that have spent 80, 90, 100, 200, 300 grand with them in a year. So, and if you look at their metrics are, I'm going to try to go long, I'm going to try to pass this challenge today, I'm going to take the craziest trade. And they do that over and over and over again through gambling. And it's easy to fall into that gambling mentality. You walk away a year later with no raw data, in my opinion. Would you hit that one big trade? Sure, maybe. But if that was the case and prop firms were such a good model, prop firms would be under. They wouldn't be profitable. The reason they're so profitable is because the other happens. People burn through a lot of challenges, right? So I think it's a tool that you have to know when you're ready to use it and when you should utilize it. I think people are utilizing it too early on. Yeah,
okay. I agree. The other point that I disagreed with you on, you were talking to one of the traders here, and you were talking about how if a position is like, you know, so close to your take profit, why are you, you know, like if you're looking at the price to stall, why are you not just taking your profit there?
Okay.
You know, if you see it stall.
Sure.
I feel like that advice only applies to a veteran.
Okay.
I don't think that advice can apply to someone who's new, because as someone who's still trying to figure out their edge, still trying to figure out where their targets should be, and, you know, just learning price action, I feel like you have to kind of just let the market do its thing and watch like how it reacts, because sometimes price can chop to your take profit, right? And you got to have the patience to accept that as part of your edge, you know.
Yeah.
And then you also don't know if it's your emotions that are hijacking you trying to take this profit target, or is it actually like you're actually watching a reversal happen or not? So I feel like those are the couple of things, you know.
I mean, I still disagree with that, because I think what happens in most people's points is if their take profit is at $20, let's just say this stock or this thing has to go to $20, and it gets to like 1950 or 1980 and they're off 20 cents, their stop is still at 18. Their break even is maybe at 18.50. So what happens in those situations? They start to give up $1.50 in profit, right? Or a point or 2 points or 4 points in profit for like that small 20 cents or 10 cents, let's say, if we're talking about stocks. So I think, because risk reward starts to adjust in the trade. So like if you're risking $1 and you're looking to make 3 and you're up $2.80, your risk reward is now like you're risking 20 cents, right? Or you're risking $2 or whatever to make 20 cents.
Okay, I see.
Is that margin at this point worth it? If not, when do you start to cut your losses, right? And it's the same concept as I was saying with the ball. If I bounce the ball here, we assume it's going to hit here. But we as traders should be able to recognize when does it slow down, right? Because if we say our target is 42.80, how many times does it go to 42.77 in reverse, or 42.76 or 75? Right, for those 5-point gain, you're now going to risk 30 points. And as a trader, our job is to be adjusting to the market and be reacting to what happens. We didn't anticipate that there's going to be a lot of sell orders or aggressive selling coming. Now, if that does start to happen, we as traders, I don't think it's a veteran or individual thing. It's every trader should be able to react to the market and understand, hey, for 4 more points, I don't think it makes sense for me to risk my 25 points of profit that I'm in already. That profit, and I think for beginners, it's more important to lock in profit, see green, see consistency. Like I'd rather everyone, let's say that's a beginner in the developing stages, have, you know, 8 out of 10 trades where they've maybe maximized 90% of their take profit, left that 10%, opposed to having 2 or 3 of those trades where they gave up that full take profit and they hit their stop loss or break even, because that does more damage to a trader, especially in developing stages, than anything else, because you're like, oh my God, it was up this much. I wish I made it back. What happened? And you go on like crazy tells. So I think I would assume, even if we're comparing who is more important for, I think for developing, it's even more important to get those wins and get those momentum and get that confidence in their setups. Yeah. Okay.
So, for example, let's say I start implementing that where I start, like, you know, maybe let's say my position is 4 ticks away from my take profit, and I start seeing the price stutter, and I take that, and I get that reward system, right? I get that reward in my brain. How do I avoid going down this rabbit hole where I'm just now, I'm 10 points away from my take profit and I'm cutting it, and now I'm 20 points away from my take profit and I'm cutting it, because I just don't want to go down that.
Of course, and that's true. I think even when you do that, let's say you do that for 10, 12 trades, you do go back to them and you say, what happened after I sold? Every time I sold, 8 or 9 times out of those trades, that position went up 10 more points. Wow, I am selling early. What is making me sell early? Okay, so what's the way I can combat that? Take half off the table, move my stop off, Like there's a lot of different variations you can do, but it's like when you do it, it's not like nothing's going to be perfect. You're going to have to keep adjusting, right? So like I'll have periods where once it gets close to my take profit, I'll take half off, right? Or I'll take a percentage off and I'll like feel some of the profit just because I'm like, hey, I want to get cash flow from this trade. If I'm trading like say SPY contracts, I'm in 500 contracts and we move up a little bit, I'm taking 200 or 300 contracts, as we get closer. I'll let the remaining run and I'll have like a mental stop on where I want the remaining to go. And it makes it easier for me to manage the position now because I locked in profits. Because essentially, like you didn't make money on a trade until you hit sell. So if you see you're up 500, 5,000, 50,000, it's just numbers until you get out. So if you sell a portion of it, you take away the pressure of like, okay, I got something off. Even though it wasn't perfect on my take profit, I got something, I made some money, I got some win, I got some momentum. And that I think goes a long way for traders.
Yeah, I like that. Awesome. Cool. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to be here. Definitely.
Thank you.
So I have been trading for 3 years, and I come from a family and from a place that money hurts. Like we didn't have anything. Now that we live in the United States, money is different.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to have the right mentality on trading.
Yeah.
But my issue at this point of my 3 years on trading, I think it's mostly mentality. I'm switching. I started trading options. Then I switched to prop firms. And I found myself trying to trade every moment. Futures, we close only 1 hour. So you can trade overnight. You can place a trade, a limit order. During the overnight, you go sleep, you open your own profits, close out, that's it. But now I found, and I was making progress and I was making profits. I got some payouts, I got funded. But at some point, like during this year, I found myself only failing. And I was like, all right, let me go back to my road, where it's options, and let me trade my own capital. Because if I want to make progress on my career, I want to feel that it's my own. I don't want to be dealing with rules, like you say. I don't want to be dealing with having to request my payout, having to request somebody like, hey, this is my money, give it to me or whatever. And I'm be trading options. Options, they are hard, but I feel that I have been carrying the ghost. What would be your advice to me to deal with all ghosts, to deal with my mistakes from the beginning years? Because I have been quitting early, winning trades early. Sometimes I'm not able to recognize the A plus or B plus. So it is like, even though my good trades are 3 times what I'm losing, because just to give you a number, my profits are per contract $60 and my losses are $20, which is 3 times. But I deal with a lot of old ghosts. Like if I have a bias and I wanted to go short, I keep trying, and my win to loss ratio, it is too little. It is not. I'm not being able to constantly keep my profits, because for every 10 trades, I lose 8 or 7. Best case scenario is like 4 good ones and 6 bad ones. How can I overcome the old Kelvis?
I mean, if you're trying to overcome the old version of you, that's my assumption would be you started as the old version, you then achieved the old version and became profitable, and then you went back to the old version. Is that the case or not?
Yeah.
So what happened? So you were profitable at a point. And then what changed?
I don't really understand.
Is it because you got off prop firms, maybe?
If what?
Is it because you got off prop firms?
While I was on prop firms, I was making progress, but at some point,
And now you're not on prop firms.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was the prop firms did give you structure, and now that you don't have the structure and you don't have rules on top of you, you're a mess.
Like before, I used to be trading futures.
Yeah.
Now I'm trading options, and it's two different
Options,
instruments.
like I think, like stay away from options.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's someone that's trade options. I'm telling you, just like don't trade options. I'm being honest with you. Like I'm being honest. Yeah, don't trade options. Yeah. I don't trade options. Don't trade options. Stick to futures, right? Trade options if you're like really good at managing risk. You're gonna tell yourself you're gonna follow your rules. You're gonna do it. You can read price action in the market really well. You can identify opportunities extremely well. Until you get there, I don't think you should trade options. You should be able to make money with futures so easily that when you go to, because with options, you start to introduce more risk, more fluctuation, more unknowns. Price going up doesn't mean the contract price is going to go up the same way. That starts to mentally mess with you. Like, I'm seeing price go up, and my contracts are barely moving. Or, price makes a small move down, your contracts go down 30%. That's such a big shock. Maybe you're trading options. I think go back to futures. That's the other thing. It's like if you guys are trading a certain instrument and it's working, keep trading that instrument. Scale into that. Don't switch, right? So if you're trading futures and it's working, the difference of you making $100 a trade or for $60 a trade, size. How do you, now the question is, if you are making $60 a trade and you're losing 20, how do you increase size while maintaining your risk and keeping it consistent and making sure you're executing at the same level? It may take you some time, but that's okay. But as you slowly increase size, now instead of making $60 a trade, you go to 600. Instead of making 600, you make 6,000. And the only difference between someone that makes $1 million a year to $100K a year outside of skills and experience is size.
Yeah.
That's it.
I found amazing that you're saying that we should trade less.
I think it's conceptual to everyone. Some people like to trade a lot. They're scalping. I know people that do put on 50, 60 trades a day, and they are making $1,000, $2,000 a trade, losing 400 or 500. These are like professional people, right? That works for them, right? But I think starting out, the reason I say trade less is you want to make, it's very hard for you to identify your setup 20 times a day.
Definitely.
Just not going to happen, right? If it is going to happen, then you should be right at least 60, 70% of the time if you're scalping. If you're not, then you're over trading and just taking random trades. That's why I say reduce and force yourself to think about every trade, every opportunity you do take that has to fit within that criteria.
So you were mentioning, I overheard you say that scalping probably not very good for a beginner, and
Yeah.
I still consider myself a beginner. So what would you suggest? Like, I'm going back to the drawing board, basically.
Yeah, I think scalping is very hard because it's very you have to be quick on your feet, right? It's fast paced. You have to be able to think very quickly. You have to be able to read the market very fast. Sometimes biases are switching. Sometimes you're going from long to short. And I just think in the early stages, it's very difficult to do that, right? It also depends on your personality type. Like, are you able to move quick on your feet? Are you able to think clearly in your head in a short period of time under pressure, let's just say? Are you able to adjust your positions as needed? And most of the time, most people cannot. So if you are trading, then it could be like, hey, this is my strategy and my approach to the market. This is what I need the market to do and show me. The market is not going to show me this thing 20 times a day or 30 times a day. It'll show it to me like once, twice, 3, 4, maybe 5 times, whatever the case is. But I need to now make sure that this criteria is hit perfectly. And if it is, I go in with the least amount of size. And the reason I keep size small for, once again, people that are developing is because once you increase size, that's when emotions hijack your trade.
I've noticed
right?
that.
Like, if anyone's trading with small size, your emotions are not, or don't play a role.
So
it's
true.
just not possible. Like,
Yeah.
if everyone here risks $1 on a trade, your emotions are non-existent. So when people say, oh, my emotions are hijacking my trading, I'm like, either you're trading with too much size or you're lying to yourself. Right? Emotions come in after your strategy is essentially proven and starts to work, and then you scale up. So I would focus on that first and start to like trade in wider time frames. Don't look at the 1 minute time frame.
Okay.
Like stay at like the 5 minute at the lowest.
That's hard.
Yeah, stay at 5 minute at the lowest. Because a lot of noise happens at the 1, 2 minutes,
true,
and
even
like
the 10
that noise
seconds,
makes
too.
you very reactive. Change your chart colors. Don't have red and green. That plays a big role in people. They see 3 red candles and it's like mental panic, fire, right? They see 3 green and they want to get in.
Yep.
These things start to play a big role. And now if you just make it black and white, and you have your levels and you have your identification, it's just it needs to hit this price for me to go long. When it hits that price, jot down what happened. You might be wrong at first. You might get it. Everything might not work. But the idea is for you to keep building and learning on top of that and take the trades that fit that criteria.
Thank
yeah,
you.
of course.
Appreciate
Thank you.
Couple just firing out questions for you. Previously in the videos, you have said you look for 6 to 8 good days of trading.
Yeah.
How do you identify those days?
Good question. So as I mentioned before, FOMC happens, right? A lot of times after FOMC happens, if you don't have job report, the next Friday, that Thursday is a day I like to trade.
Yep.
The way I see it, just giving you one example, is like FOMC happens, market's been waiting for this event, waiting for the news, depending on what it was. Thursday after on the open, depending on yesterday's action, I start to look for how the open is happening. Are we getting a surge of sell volume coming in? Sometimes sellers are very aggressive on the open. And those are the days I go to the market looking to be active. Same thing if like market's been flat for a while, right? Typically you'll start seeing rotation. A flat market that's very balanced is going to get imbalanced at one particular point. So if we're imbalanced for a while, the first question I have is why are we imbalanced, right? Is there like a market event that the market's caring about? Are we in between a certain range from a technical point of view? Is there something that has happened that caused this to kind of kick in? Maybe everyone's waiting for tariff announcements. So before tariff announcements come out, market's going to stay cash and wait for that announcement to come in before it starts to make a move. So during that period, I'm like, I don't really think there's a possibility to trade. Then the second side comes in where market makes a big move up or down. It goes into imbalanced zone, right? You get a sell-off or you get this big impulse move on the upside. You break out of weekly highs, lows, whatever the case is. Now it's like market's in action. Now those are days like I'm involved. When we go back into that range, I start getting a little bit more, to myself.
Gotcha. On your personal, whatever account you use, what's your daily loss limit on it percentage-wise? How do you take that?
So because I trade options, and this is what a lot of people get wrong, is
How about
like,
in futures?
I don't really trade futures that much.
Okay.
I trade mostly options.
Okay.
But the concept can apply, right? So my loss depends a lot on my previous month and what my bankroll is, right?
Okay.
So if like my bankroll is good, right, and opportunity in that market is good, like for example, August. So in September I lost $1.4 million, but with the losses and the size I was trading, I was probably maybe going to walk out if I was right or caught some shorts right, probably 2 or 2.5 million, maybe 3. So the risk there mentally made sense for me to be like, okay, I can go in aggressive. Also, August was a strong month for me to bankroll some of the profits in to be able to take some of the bigger risks that I anticipated were going to happen in September, which I was wrong about, right? So those two things go hand in hand, and that's where dynamic risk comes in, right? So like, I'll go into some trades that'll be 20K, 30K, right? Like I think in dollar terms. I'm not thinking really percentage. I'm going, hey, if I take this trade is going to cost me 50 grand. If I take this trade is going to cost me 40 grand. If I take this trade's going to cost me 15 grand. Okay, I can take the 15 grand trade. I've been like getting crushed in the market recently. I lost a little bit of momentum, lost a little bit of confidence. Okay, let me take smaller sized bets, build that confidence up. Once that's there and I feel good, I'll go back in heavy. So for me, the dynamic of the risk adjusts all the time.
Ladies first. Appreciate that. I'll take it. Thanks for being a gentleman. So, well, I was thinking I'm like on the path of being a profitable trader, and I need more data to work for me, obviously. Sure. And as I've been looking at my stats on TradeZilla, and I look at like different things and different metrics, like what days it works for me, what times, and all the good stuff, I've been able to make those tweaks and like fine tune to discover my edge. So when I walked here this morning, and I was like, okay, you know what, I'm getting there. But all of a sudden, like I'm listening to all the folks around here, and they seem to sound so technical and so smart, and I'm feeling stupid. I am doubting myself. Is it like post-launch stuff? I don't know. You wouldn't know that, but can you help me here?
Yeah, I mean,
I thought trading is simple.
I mean, I don't want to say
Supposed
trading.
to be simple if you like fine-tune here and there, right?
I mean, I don't want to say it's simple. I don't want to say it's complicated. I think there's like a fine middle of it.
Yeah.
My thing is, if you're, let's just flip this conversation into, let's say you're profitable for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Then you have, like, whatever you feel doesn't matter, right? It's not like, oh my God, I need to add more things. I need to do more stuff. If your P&L is there and your stats are there and your data is there to support, the things don't add more just because people sound more technical or they sound like they know more. That's probably my only thing. It's the same insecurity thing, right, that we were talking about before. Don't let that creep in into like, oh, I need to learn more. This person knows that. This person knows that. Yeah. Like, if you know enough to make yourself money in the trading, like, don't try to learn more. If that's working, let's just say for you, for example, if it works, just keep it at that, because when you introduce new information, now before you execute, and I've seen this happen to so many people, like they have a proven process, a proven method to, trade, and then they're like, well, I watched this video and this guy or this girl does this or that. They introduce that. Now when it's time to execute, they overcomplicate their process that was already working. So if your thing is working, then don't be hard on yourself. Now, if it's not working, then it's good to keep your ears open, pay attention, but you also have to learn how to filter noise. Because now, the problem with the trading industry now is there's so much noise. There's good data in the noise where like 10 or 12 years ago, there wasn't a lot of noise and a lot of good data where I think there was like pros and cons of now, but now you'll hear so many different terms. Like I hear terms of like people that trade ICT and that use these words. I'm like, what are those words? What does that mean? And it gets you into like, oh, I want to learn that. I want to see that. But for me, I'm like, hey, I trade this way. It works for me. I don't really care what someone else does. My metric isn't what they know or how smart they sound. My metric is, am I able to make money from the way I look at the market? And if that works, then keep it at that.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll stick to that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
So, good morning.
What's up, man?
So, from my recent experiences, I've been learning that it's not the P&L that matters, or as you can see here, it's not really the strategy that you use that matters, but it's really the character that you bring into the market. So I guess my question is...
No, I disagree. I think strategy matters.
Okay.
Yeah, I think character and all those things matter after you have a proven strategy. I think there's a misinformation in the market that everyone focuses so much on psychology and mindset and personal development, and yeah, that's good, but I think that is second.
Okay.
That is not first. If someone is putting first and they only talk about that, that means they don't know how to trade. Keep that in mind. We're in social media world, right? If you have a proven strategy, right, and it works, your emotions only come in when you feel risk. You only feel risk when you have size or you have capital, right? If it's $1, you won't feel it. If it's $2, you won't feel it. Now, if it's 2 grand or 20 grand, you will start to feel it. So you work your way up to that. So those are two separate problems, but this problem has to be solved first.
The strategy part.
Before you get here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's then say the strategy part is working and it is fixing.
Yeah.
What characteristics do you believe should be brought upon the market every single day as an amateur trader, as many of us here?
I think you have to be that's a good question. You have to be very open to feedback. Okay. You have to be open in being wrong and good at being wrong and like accept it. You have to approach the market from like literally no ego. Like there's times I have the perfect setup, everything looks good, and I'm wrong, and I'm like, okay, that was a good losing trade, and you live with that. Adaptability, you have to adapt to market conditions really well. You have to show up every single day, and what I mean by show up every single day is just because you made money last week, as I said before, does not mean you're going to make money next week. You have to keep doing the same things you've been doing that have gotten you here. And I see traders that trade for 2 years, 3 years, work really hard, get to this really good profitable stage. And then they stop doing all the things they did, right? They stop, reviewing their data week to week or reviewing their end-of-day session notes or whatever the case is, and then they immediately start going in drawdown. Yeah, and then also in characteristics as well. I think it is good for you to know yourself and know what your flaws are. Like, what are your personal things that you have a hard time? Like, if you have no self-discipline, you're not randomly going to turn on a screen and develop it in a second. You have to have a level of patience, for example. You need to be patient, self-discipline, self-control. Your brain's important for you to be able to think. Like, if you sleep at 6 a.m. and you wake up at 8 a.m. expecting to perform,
it's hard.
You're not going to. So these are some of the things that I think are important for everyone to have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then a follow-up question, right? This is a little bit more personal experience. I'm very disciplined, like when it comes to the gym.
Yeah.
But when it comes to trading, it's a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
Like when it comes to following my process or following my rules, I maybe it's because it's the money aspect behind it, but I want to know what's your opinion on that.
It's usually the money element.
Okay.
Yeah, it's money, and you're looking for this outcome, and because you want this outcome, you're willing to bend the rules here, right? So it's like if you could go to the gym and bench 500 pounds and like gain 10 pounds of muscle, and there's a possibility of that, you would do it. But you know that if you do it, you're going to hurt yourself probably. You know what I mean? So now in trading, it's the same concept. You don't think you're going to hurt yourself. You think, I'm going to be right here. This setup looks good. This setup looks so good. Let me increase size. If I increase size on this setup, I would have made this much money. So in one, you get hurt, like you have real pain, right? And the second one, you don't believe that's real, so you're more comfortable in clicking a button that will probably hurt you after.
Thank you for that.
Of course, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Man, run up.
I'll keep it warm for you. All right, I'm gonna make this quick. So I noticed online there's these two camps of traders, right? One camp says indices have no edge and that stocks in play are the only things that you should learn because it'll make it easier for you to find your edge. Then there's another camp that, you know, they are trading indices, they're trading futures, they get payouts, and now a lot of them are starting to trade live. And they're taking wins and losses in front of you, so you can see their profitability, right? So for someone who's like, you know, trying to become consistent and want to stick to at least one thing, I feel like I'm getting pulled into these two different camps, and I don't know, I don't want to waste my time. Essentially, I want to go where the edge is. Someone who trades, I think, SPX or SPY, and I've seen you trade like Nvidia and Tesla when they're in play. Like when Trump was about to become president, Elon was with him. Tesla was in play. So like, how would you say, like, you know, where is the edge in that? Like in which market?
I think both work. I think anyone saying one works and the other doesn't is stupid. They both work. It's just, I think people haven't explored other ways of trading and they shut it off, right? So it's like if you trade, the thing that I'm only against is Forex or CFDs is for a real reason. It's not centralized. Brokers are really shady. They're displaying different prices if you go on all different brokers. They make money by B-booking. It's not centralized. A lot of different stuff. But if you go trade equities or indices, people make billions of dollars in both. There's no such thing as one is better than the other. You can make money in both. You can incorporate both. When stocks are in play, you can go and trade some of the stocks, earnings season, big news. When they're not in play, you can go and trade, you know, indices. So both work. Yeah.
So, like, would you say, because you hear a lot of this advice where, like, you know, they focus on one thing, learn the one instrument, like, learn how it moves first, you know, before you start, like, switching in, because I don't want to, like, learn, you know, I trade YM, and it moves very different than other indices, and it moves extremely different than any stock would, you know, and I don't want to spread myself out too thin.
I think starting out you shouldn't. I think starting out, stick to indices, which would probably be a little bit more easier than stocks, because with stocks you now have to find what's in play, what's moving. You're going from Tesla to Nvidia to Palantir, whatever the case is, it becomes overwhelming. But if you trade, I don't know, ES, gold, whatever the case, it's a little bit easier for you to pick that market, track it, trade it, and so on. But once you develop that market and you get good at it, you could always introduce stocks and introduce like what stocks are in play, what is moving, what is not moving, and start to combine those two hand in hand.
Right. So you've seen edge in both.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Of course, thank you.
How's it going?
How you doing?
My question is, I have been collecting data with very simple rules, and now that I have enough data, I was wondering, should I be focusing on risk and reward or win rate next? Or both at the same time? Should I be looking for a better risk and reward, or should I be looking for a better win rate? Or both at the same time?
I always say like win to loss ratio is more important, but it depends, right? It depends on what are your stats, right? If you show me that, hey, my win percentage is 60%, my question for that is like the 10 trades you took where 6 you were right and 4 you were wrong, were the 6 you were right on, was that your actual setup? Did the rules apply honestly? Right? And going back to me, I have trades where I think it's a setup in the moment and I trade it and I make money, I feel great, and I go back to it at the end of the day, I'm like, shit, that did not hit my criteria. So honestly, that was a scratch trade for me. I don't want to count that in my stats. I don't want to say now I have a 60% win rate. I want to say I have a 50% win rate because that wasn't a good setup. The outcome was good, but the things that I did for the outcome weren't good, and I have to focus on that. So if you're focusing on win percentage, I would start to dissect that and understand that on a deeper level. And same thing with losses. Was it a good loss or a bad loss? Bad loss meaning that this wasn't your trade setup. You didn't follow your stop loss. You didn't follow your execution rules. Good losses, you followed everything, but the market, just the probability didn't work in your favor. When you look at the win percentage from that component, then you get the real raw number. What is your real raw number, right? Then when you look at that real raw number, then you say, out of these 10 trades, these are 10 trades where I followed the rules, I followed my setup, I did everything good in here. I had a 60% win rate. Based on this, if I keep risk consistent at $200, what's my win to loss ratio? And then from there, you can start to optimize. But if you just look at those metrics raw, it's hard to really judge them.
I see.
Yeah.
My other question is, do you have any advice so I can recognize when the strategy it's actually not working, or the market is just shifting and the strategy needs some little adjustment? So when it's variance that it's in place, or actually market is shifting?
Yeah. So I think if strategy is working, once again, there's no such thing as the strategy doesn't work anymore. It's just maybe in the market condition, it's not as effective or the way to look at the market. So just to simplify something, let's say my approach is I'm looking at the interaction between buyers and sellers. Let's say I'm looking at order flow, for example. And let's just say I have an absorption play. To simplify it for people that don't trade order flow, let's say I'm looking at a key support level, and in that key support level, I'm identifying where buyers step in, get more aggressive, they're more passive, they're able to overtake price and drive price up higher. Now, will that stop working? Probably not. It'll keep working, but will it not work in maybe certain market conditions? Sure. If market is selling off, market's weak, that may not happen in the same context that I looked at it before. So I have to be able to recognize those different market conditions. So for example, if you take this year, February, March, April, when the market tanked, right? For example, market was tanking, we had all the tariff news, everything was chaotic. People that traded a certain way, that approached the market, that were riding the move up of Trump coming into office, they got screwed on that because they kept trying to catch momentum in the market going on the upside. They weren't able to flip their strategies or approaches. And then there's some people that were like, I have no idea how to trade this market. I'm going to sit on the sidelines. I'm not going to say my strategy doesn't work. I'm just going to say that the market has gotten more chaotic. It has gotten crazier. And I do not know how to adjust to this volatility. So then that's where volatility starts to matter. And that's why some people like look at VIX if they trade options or if they trade certain moves, because it gives them a context of like, this is not my time to trade. So your strategy and approach are, depending on what it is, are contingent at times, in my opinion, to market conditions. And you don't want to scratch a strategy off that has worked and say, it doesn't work anymore, or introduce new things because of a short period of it not working. But that's why it's very important, that's why the developing stage of getting the information and the trades and following the rules and having the setup criteria set good is so important. That's more important than you making money on year one than anything. Because if that's set and you have that proven and you have confidence in that, then you go to stage two of working on psychology, working on sizing, working on scaling in and out, which is not easier, but you now are in a much better situation.
I agree.
Yeah.
Great.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So this is actually going to be a trade that I took and I won for the day, but I felt like I definitely rewarded bad behaviors, and I was very emotional on the day. On that evening, I sat down for my trade hours, and my husband was watching my daughter, and I was hearing screaming, and I was hearing him kind of complaining, and I was just in my head emotionally feeling insecure about being a mom and being a wife, not having the food done and everything. So I had entered the trade basically as a good setup, but then it started going against me, but then it came back into profit, and I actually ended up closing the trade. You can see right here, I closed the trade, and then I was frustrated with my family, and I thought that I got out too early, so I re-entered the trade. So on the end of the day, I was just even though my P&L looks good, I'm not happy with myself. So it was kind of weird.
So I think it's good where, for everyone, if anyone has a profitable trade, even for me now, I'll give you an example. I think in June or July, I traded FOMC, and I usually don't trade FOMC, right? And I made 50 some grand on FOMC. And it was oh my God, I did so well, and I read the market and whatnot, and you want to make yourself sound smarter than you are. And then at the end of the day, I went back to the trade and I said exactly like you. I was it's a green trade, but this behavior needs to be recognized right now. If I don't recognize this behavior now and I start building false confidence on me doing stupid things, the next time I do something stupid, I will not make money. I will probably blow so much more money. So I think that's one thing I think when people do look into their data, to be able to be honest about it and to tell them hey, I didn't follow my game plan. I didn't do anything right, or I did these things wrong. Even though I made money, I'm going to count this as a scratch trade. So then even when you go on your win percentage, this would be a trade where I'm if I'm looking at my strategy, I don't want to look at this because it's going to give me flawed data, right? The trade worked, but there's also racks, there's elements of like randomness in some trades, and I don't want to introduce that in here where I kind of screw it up.
I really should even change my stars. I don't know why it has 3.5. Like, I should have given myself 2, because it was like I took this trade and then this was the second. Like me hopping back in. Like, you don't, especially the way I trade with trend lines, you don't do that. Like, that's just sloppy. Like, chasing the move or whatever.
Yeah, but this is a prime example of a trade where I think you were green, but I think you were down, you know.
Yeah, if you look at the insights.
Yeah, you were down a lot. So this is an example where the net P&L is saying, oh, the person made 20 bucks, but at one point she was down $60, right? So in theory, 200, 600, 2,000, 6,000. It looks great on paper. It looks great for your win percentage, but.
Yeah, I get a lot of these negative marks on my seller insights.
Yeah, so I would probably like see your drawdown exceeded your profits by 3 times. So like these are things where it's like, now if you look at your win percentage, you might feel good, but now if you start to take these trades out, you might start seeing your win percentage is actually a lot lower than it should be, and it'll start adjusting more stats for you.
One thing I really struggle with is the, where it tells you your data reports. I do not know how to read my reports that well. Like, what metrics, this is embarrassing because with prop firms, I take profit so fast. Like, that's horrible. 0.21 R.
No.
This is embarrassing. And, you know, when you're on prop firms, when I first started, I would set my stop loss at the max drawdown. That's super embarrassing. So that's why my daily max is so high. But yeah, just trying to decide what to improve on with the metrics is tough for me.
Yeah, I think the easiest 2-3 metrics for everyone to focus on is one is average daily win-loss ratio to trade win-loss ratio. Like, what are you making on each winning trade? What are you losing on each losing trade? Having 1 to 2 strategies that you focus on, and like categorizing your strategies, right? So for example, if you have, I don't know, let's say opening drive breakout strategy, you're able to identify what actually fits that strategy or criteria, and the ones that don't, you just say, this, even if I made money or lost money, this was no setup. So you can properly track the data around it. If not, then you start having, you know, false data and you start having false trades. So even that trade where you made money, I would probably not even attach it to a playbook or attach it to a strategy. I would say no strategy. So now when you look at the strategy stats, it doesn't alter it and make it better than it is. Then you go, okay, when I look at my stats, because there's an element of some trades where you'll do everything wrong and you'll make money. And the quicker you can realize that, and the quicker you can catch yourself and be honest and say, hey, this is not what I want to reward myself for and make myself feel good about, the better you'll be good at, the faster you'll get good at trading and recognize these mistakes. Yeah, which is, I think, great that you recognize that and did that.
Thank you.
So the first thing and the most important thing that I want to talk to you about is reading order flow, because I started using ATOS after I saw you using it, you know? So I want to make sure I'm analyzing the orders coming in correctly. So I took screenshots of my cluster settings, and I just want to kind of walk through it at a high level just to make sure that I do have the right settings, right? So if you go to the cluster settings, I have it set to bid ask, mode is volume profile, bid color red, ask color green, and I'm just trying to keep it super simple. You know, I don't want too much data showing up in the candle. And then I think, what is it? Down here, I just have the imbalance rate to set to 200. So when it starts stacking red and green orders, it should be like 2x for it to start getting highlighted, right?
So when you look at footprint charts, they're like confirmation they only work when you get to like a key zone or a key area, right? So one thing people do wrong with order flow is they like stare at it all day and try to find pockets of entries over and over again. And like there's professional scalpers that can do that and find those like 5-10 point moves. But I think for majority of people, you should utilize it if you get to like this key absorption area.
Right. Yeah.
And you know, can you analyze what's happening? And one thing that I highly recommend is like when you are trading, screen record, identify what you think is happening, go back and see if you're able to recognize it, right? And you start to train yourself over and over again. Focus on 1 or 2 things like, are we seeing absorption? When does imbalance happen? What do I need to see on the tape on on that to happen. And the thing with the tape is you start to see how the activity changes. You're not going to read every order, but you start to see the pace of orders and how activity starts to change, and how's the bid start holding. Does the bid keep reloading or not? But that's something like you need to go through a session, record it, go back, watch it. Do a session, record it, go back and watch it. Do this like a good 100 times. You'll develop this like natural intuitive feeling. That's how people get that natural intuitive feeling. Once they kind of are able to read it, they start to see, oh, this I've seen happen so many times. Buyers are stepping in, they're getting aggressive, or there's a passive participant involved here. There's a high chance we're gonna bounce.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do have a couple of like my best trades that I want to show you, because if I'm reading it correctly at my best trades, I'm just gonna try to focus on doing just repeat that as much as I can, you know. So here, let me just blow this up. Let me scroll. So pre-market review, essentially, this is a personal question. I ask, what was my weakness yesterday that I can work on
That's
today?
actually really good. The fact that you start from yesterday's weakness is a good thing, because it allows you to carry over yesterday's lessons and stuff and bring it and highlight it so you don't make the same mistake again. So if like yesterday you overtraded for something stupid, and the reality is we are all going to, including myself, continue to make the mistake. So a mistake that I make today is the same mistake I made 7 years ago. The only difference is that now I can recognize it faster and I can prevent it from bleeding into the next few weeks and blowing my account. The problem 7 or 8 years ago is when I would have a problem, I would let it bleed into my trading and destroy my trading. So a good way, which is what you highlighted, is you start the day and you're like, yesterday I overtraded. I told myself I was going to trade after 11. I need to stop trading after 11. I took 2-3 trades that didn't fit my game plan, or I saw 2-3 trades that I thought were in my playbook or my strategy, but they weren't. So today, I need to double down on that more and be a little bit more aware. Or yesterday, I slept at 6, I woke up at 8, and I didn't sleep, and whatever the case is, I'm going to make sure I don't do that today, right? So you start to go in with this like top of mind 2-3 things that you can control. What we can't control is we can't control the outcome of a trade. We can control risk, and we can control how we enter a trade, and if you follow our rules. The things we can control, if we highlight that before going into every session and we let the outcome go, it's going to keep things more present for us.
Yeah, agreed. And essentially just like, I ask myself from a 1 to 5 how I'm feeling, like how's my energy and focus, right? And then just high level what the market sentiment is, what major news events are happening, right? Then I just have some daily affirmations that I try to say to myself.
And that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's good, by the way.
So just try to reset myself, before the market opens, essentially. And then, so this is basically where I took this trade. I had a 30-minute demand zone.
Sure.
Market opens, tanks.
Sure.
Pushed aggressively at the open. It's finding support at demand.
Sure.
Now I'm looking at the order flow. I'm trying to see what's happening. I see huge increase in delta, high volume, lots of buying. As like, it dipped into it, but then like it kind of stalled, and then I see aggressive buyers coming in. Then I see aggressive sellers. I guess this is how I'm interpreting it. Aggressive sellers are trying to come back in at this pullback, but they can't, and buyers are just, I guess, pushing through. And then I'm trying to wait for a price to pull back to one of my zones, and it's just not. It's just as soon as it's.
So were you trying to go long here or what?
I was trying to go long.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to go long.
What was the context of the market? Like, why did we sell off the first? What's that? 5 minutes or 15?
This is a 2-minute chart.
Okay, so we open up 6 minutes in, we sell off, and we recover.
Yeah.
What was the overnight yesterday's? Any context on this?
So I guess I do have like a high level market sentiment. So price was pulling back this week.
What trade was this? What instrument?
This is YM Dow.
Okay.
No, it's an odd one. I haven't met anyone who trades YM, but I trade YM. So it is. So one thing is, looking at the higher time frames, I saw the price was pulling back this week. It is at a major, support. I meant to say support level from a month ago, right, on the daily. So it could find support from here. So that's where my context was from the higher time frame level.
Yeah.
But I'm just trading intraday levels. I don't like necessarily try to look back.
So there's like two ways to look at this, right? I mean, context is important, but also just because I see aggressive buying happening doesn't always necessarily mean that the price is going to go up higher. Aggressive action or action has to be followed through with price. So if I see a lot of, like, let's say positive delta at a low, I need price to follow through, because if price doesn't follow through, what that's implying is someone is aggressively buying, but price isn't moving up. There's a lot of supply that's keeping it down. So for me, that would maybe be a short. That's why the context of that session starts to matter. That's like the first thing, and then I go into the details, because I can interpret that in two different ways, right? But then as I start to see that bottom starts to force and starts to hold, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of buying activity happening, but the action before that big move up is still holding flat. So then it goes deeper into like, what would identify me going long here versus short? Because the flip side could be, hey, these are all orders going in, aggressive buying is happening, but supply is so much the price isn't moving.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you have, but that's why taking a step back, I was saying like, what's the context? Like what's happening? Is the market selling off? What time period is it? And then sometimes if I can't get the read there, I'll start looking for the move to start happening, price to follow, and look for entry a little bit later that gives me maybe a higher confirmation.
All right. I know these are some low numbers you haven't seen in a long time.
You're good, man. You're good. You're good.
Hey, so I want to kind of talk you through two trades that I took last week. One was on Thursday, one was on Friday. So I'm a supply and demand trader, so key levels and all those different things. And all of these levels that you see right here, these are all off of the either daily or 4 hours, so longer time frames. My issue is I have no great process for confirmation of when price reaches those levels. So on Friday, I think I got tricked out. One issue is you already talked about earlier in the session, which is like stay off the 1 minute. So I'm just going to tell you through my thought process for this. So one of my biggest issues is I look for confirmation sometimes.
What time is this, by the way? I can't see it.
This is the 1 minute.
Yeah, I know, but what time did you take the trade?
9:30.
Right on the open.
Yeah.
Interesting.
3 seconds until
Why?
they open. I'll be honest, it was at one of my key levels, and this was like a gamble trade. This is an impulse trade immediately. Like as soon as it was at my level, I'm like, okay, I think this thing is gonna go long, so I'm putting my stop here. We riding this thing to the top. Very, very impulsive. Broke all rules. I took journals and everything, notes, and on it. But yeah, that's the answer to that question.
Something.
That's it. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts around that one.
I mean, I'm not a fan of trading on the open because the U.S. market or New York session opens at 9:30, but it doesn't always open at 9:30.
Okay.
Sometimes it opens at 9:37.
Yeah.
Right. It opens up 6, 7, 8 minutes later. And if you guys look at price action, sometimes you'll see like 6 to 12 minutes. Sometimes like price will like open, it'll go high, then it starts to sell off.
Yeah.
So the concept behind that is before the market, like we have a set time that's 9:30 a.m. and in those 7, 8 minutes, it's all random. Just orders being filled, everything's just trying to get directional. And then typically the day before on pre-market, the floor gets a large order sometimes that we need to offload $5 or $10 billion of these shares or this in the market. They can't do it right on the open. They have to wait a little bit. 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes. So when the 5, 6, 7 minutes open, that's when they technically open the market and open those orders, and those orders, sell orders start to fill.
Yeah.
Drives market up or down. Doesn't happen all the time, but you'll start to realize that. Same thing happens at 10 a.m. So if you guys look at 10 a.m. outside of like market events, you'll see 10 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. are like the first two initial balances. That's why I say time is a very important concept in trading. And for me, I break 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. as one trading session, 10 to 10:30 a second. Okay. And then wherever price is until 10:30 a.m., that's called initial balance, right? So depending on where price is, where it traded the most volume, you start to establish those levels going into the next session or even for this session to identify will we go higher or lower. I'm not a fan of trading 30 seconds in.
Yeah.
Even if you made money or lost money, it's just, there's no read anyone can have.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Even if you're like, I'm reading the tape, the first 4 or 5 minutes is so fast that you humanly possibly cannot assess any sort of orders. So it's just like, wait 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, at least something to get some direction. If you're like, I'm going into this session to go long, cool, but you need price to showcase something.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think one of my biggest issues that I struggle with for a long time is when price actually opens up at one of my key levels. That is my biggest issue from an impulse standpoint.
Yeah, but if it opens up at your key level, how do you know it's going to go above or below your key level?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So what you're essentially doing is it's at my key level.
Yeah.
I think it's going to go up, so I'm going to flip a coin and I'm going to go long.
Yeah.
Because my question in between that is, what is the certainty or what is the confirmation that at your key level that this is going to go up or down?
Yeah.
Right? Like, what's going to make price continue from here? What are you seeing? Right? And even if you take 10 or 20 trades with no confirmation, you'll make money on some of them. You lose money on some of them.
Yeah.
You'll formulate stats, but they're not real stats.
Yeah.
Because they don't have a real approach behind them. And that's what I was saying beforehand to everyone. Like, everything has to have a real approach. And if you have a real approach and real things that can back it up, then you have data to work with. If you take these trades, and let's say you took every trade first 5 minutes, you'll say, oh, my win percentage is 60%, my this is this, it sounds good.
Yeah.
But there's no real theory behind it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. So one of my other questions is on a different trade that I did take off the open, but I did wait for more.
What time did you take this?
9:34, so
Okay,
4 minutes
in. Damn. You are impulsive.
I know, that's my issue. That's why I'm here. So, all right. So like, for example, right, for this trade here, again, it came up, retested one of my levels. So I'm watching how price is interacting in this space. I'm like, okay, we're showing signs of weakness. I'm gonna wait for a pullback. And the moment I receive a pullback on low volume, I enter.
But what was your confirmation that it was gonna go lower? Like, if you can simplify why you thought in this exact situation it was gonna go lower. And do not use the candle wicked at the top.
Okay, this is forming a trend here. So this is be a low high and a lower
But that's the
low.
1 minute time frame.
Yeah, on a 1 minute, yeah.
So what's your, what's the reason behind this?
There is no reason. There's no process around that.
For this, let's just make up a reason, right? Like, for example,
Yeah.
price opens up for first 4 minutes, price tries to hit, what price is that? What's the red price? 6 what?
18,
618. It tries to hit 618.50. Every time it gets there, we start to see aggressive sellers come in. It keeps flooding the market, I know that there's a seller sitting there or participant sitting there. That level is very important. That's a historical level from yesterday's, opening range level, whatever the case is. So we had activity, I can put a stop, I can take this trade. But I had this thing that showcased that there's activity where sellers are in control. You're seeing it hit a level, and you're like, oh, because it hit a level, it's gonna go down. Because I've seen these instances where it hits the level and picks right back up.
Yeah.
How do you decipher between the two?
Yeah.
And if you can't decipher between the two, like if I show you a different chart, and I'm like, what's the difference between this trade and that trade, and you're able to contextually break it down, if you can't break that down, then you don't have an edge.
Yeah.
You have random stuff that you're trading, and sometimes it works, and that's the thing with trading, because sometimes it'll work.
Yeah.
Sometimes it won't work. And then you think you have something, and in reality, you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think that's definitely here. Like, I typically don't do any of my analysis, obviously, off the 1 minute. I use the higher time frames and even the 5 minutes. Like, in a perfect world, my strategy is, if this is going long, for example, I wait for a 5 minute close above, and then I switch to the 1 minute and see how price comes back to that level, and then I get in. So that's my typical rules and process, whether it's long or short. Obviously, this doesn't tell that story, but even as I explain something like that, is that detailed enough, or is there more entry confirmations that's needed on?
There's entry confirmations. Just because something hits a certain price point doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Right? The idea is, like, if you have that as a price level, we want to see how it reacts.
Yeah.
Right? And how the orders exchange there. What's the activity like? There's activity like, it's like the same thing with the ball analogy, right? If I drop a ball here and it goes up and it slows down, there's a high probability price will come down. So if, like, let's say we relate that to the tape. Tape is accelerated, it goes here, tape slows down. Just one little concept of order flow where you might say, oh, tape is slowing down.
Yeah.
Orders and activity is not higher here. Now I want to see when it slows down, do we see another pickup? Maybe see another pickup. Maybe buyers do step up another pickup. Now you might be more involved and more interested in that second move up. But there needs to be something that identifies it deeper than just lines and levels, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is that 1 minute, like, I think you talked about someone earlier, staying on the 2 minute. Obviously, this is very important. Like, the 1 minute is not for me. I know that after the session today. So I'm curious, like, should I just stay on the 5 minute? Like, what would be your recommendation?
I would say 5 because it's like you took this trade, right? My other side is if you were so short on the short, you missed out on a bigger move.
Yeah.
You missed out on such a big move. Did you hit your full take profit?
So that's another thing. I
No.
cut my.
So you just took a trade and went green and you took it.
And I took it. Yeah, you transparently. That's exactly what happened. And I saw it was green, and I took it out, and I didn't even let it hit this. And like after in my journal, I put like obviously like, bro, you're not trusting the process. Like that was my exact response.
I think a lot of it just goes into the strategy part of, being able to really understand that you have a strategy. I think that should be everyone's main focus. I know people are jumping and like, I want to make sure I can take profit and I can do this and I can do those things. I think first thing for everyone should be, do you have a proven strategy? And before we even get to strategy, let's go to approach. Like, what is everyone's approach here? Like, if someone's like, oh, I trade ICT. Cool, you trade ICT, let's stick to that. However that is. Is it proven? Did you back test it? Did you forward test it? You should also forward test every single thing you do with real capital, right? Obviously, once you get over the paper trading and familiarity with the platform, forward test it, small contract, minimal risk, trade it live, see what happens, what doesn't happen, to a point where your emotions do not hijack your logical thinking. And if you trade one contract or you risk $40 per trade or $20 per trade, that shouldn't be the case. I think in that period, collect as much as data as you can on that strategy or strategies. I don't think you should jump to more than two or three strategies max. You should break it down into two components. One is, being aggressive, when to be aggressive and how to be aggressive. And then second is when to play defense. Like, what day should I not trade? What day should I trade? What does a trend day look like? What does a non-trend day look like? And a lot of this you will learn after you have a session, even if you don't trade and you write your notes down. You can have a session, you write your notes down like, hey, I thought today, before the session opened, I thought it was gonna be a trend day because of this, but the market was flat. What the hell did I miss? You might see something, you might not, but after some repetition of that over and over again, you'll build a good understanding of the market just through practice and just through applying everything throughout it all. I think that will typically take 3 months, maybe 4 months, maybe even less for some people. And the idea there, once again, is data collection and collect as much as data. I think once that's solved, then the focus comes into what are my problems? What are my rules? Am I following my rules? Am I following my game plan? Am I following my strategy and like actually identifying that setup, or am I making random setups? And then work on a week-to-week basis. And in that week-to-week basis, I would have a healthy feedback loop, right? You can go daily. I think one of you guys had in your game plans where before the session starts, you highlighted your main issues for yesterday's session so you can carry it over and like keep it top of mind. You should do the same thing for every week and every month. And I think if you continue that and you work off that healthy feedback cycle without the idea of wanting to make money, in a year or two, I'm like extremely confident everyone would get to a point of consistent profitability and understanding of the markets. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Right before the mentorship, I was actively day trading for a little over 3 years. And in the beginning, it was all just learning, just getting my feet wet, just taking up as much knowledge as I could. Now, for this last whole year, I was at a break-even stage. I passed a couple of evaluations, but I was never able to get to that payout stage. And I just felt like I was just stuck here, and I needed that next level, to just start consistently getting payouts. So that's where I was right before the mentorship. So one of the questions came up about overtrading and revenge trading. And I never had the problem where I was overtrading, taking 10, 15 trades a day. But I did have a problem, however, of forcing trades after sitting in front of the charts for like 30, 45 minutes. Just because like my, logical faculty would start to drain, and I would start seeing a setup which really isn't there, which really I shouldn't be taking, and I would force it and I would blow out on those, So that's one of the questions that I posed to Umar, like, how do I, build this tolerance of sitting in front of the charts, not seeing a setup, and just, not getting so drained. And he essentially told me that I have to build that tolerance. I can't expect myself to just show up, on day one and having the ability to sit, take in all this data, manage my emotions, and be able to perform. So I need to build that up. I need to build that tolerance up. I need to take breaks if I have to throughout the day, or even throughout the 1 hour session. That's one of the takeaways I had. And I just went home and I started just thinking, like, how can I start implementing this? And a simple, easy idea that popped in my head. I went on Amazon and I got one of these timers, you know, and I would just set this up for every 15 minutes and it would just beep and knock me out of this trance that I fall into when I'm watching the charts. And it would remind me, like, okay, look, it's been 15 minutes now. I gotta at least stand up or take a breath or lean back or do something to just check in with myself and then objectively look at the market as well. Like, look, is today turning out to be a day where I have to take a trade or not? And then every 15 minutes, this will go off. And then after an hour, I'm just done. I'm shutting off the computer. I'm off. And just this fix of just bringing self-awareness really helped me out. And it really helped me avoid forcing those trades on those bad market conditions. And it helped me, secure, profitable days where the market conditions was working out. So that's one huge takeaway. It just helped me, put that fix into that issue. When Omar was essentially speaking about how you have to compare trading to an athlete, like how you're training and how you're preparing. Athletes spend years to be able to perform under pressure, and that's how traders need to also, you know, basically build up those muscles, those mental muscles that you need to be able to sit in front of the charts and be able to perform, managing your emotions, managing drawdown, managing loss, so you have to think of it like an athlete and really train yourself, train your mentally, emotionally, so that analogy really helped, put it together. And because I watch sports, and I follow athletes, so that reference really kind of helped put things in perspective. So after the mentorship, I came home, I implemented all these fixes. There was another thing that Umar had mentioned, was when we were reviewing our TradeZella, he really liked the way I was doing my pre-market journaling. And it was more of asking questions of how I'm feeling and what is my goal for today. Now, journaling is not just about, tracking your entry, your exits, and all the technicals, right? Journaling, you really need to do a deep dive of journaling, how you're feeling, what your daily goals are. So he liked the way I was doing my pre-market journaling. So I doubled down on that. I started journaling at the end of the day, how what were my biggest mistakes, what were my biggest wins, what were my best decisions, and then the next day I would start with what was that one weakness what was the one weakness yesterday that is today's goal to improve. So that was another just takeaway that I had, that really helped me just be more aware of my trading. And so since implementing that, I was still taking profit from challenges, but really grateful. The first week of January, I was just locked in. Price action was good the first week of January, and I just had winners back to back. And I was able to secure a payout. I got past the evaluation and got a payout. And now I'm still running that same funded account. It's right going on week 3. So next week, if obviously I'm planning on staying locked in. That's gonna be the longest I've held a funded account as well. So a couple of milestones, right? I was able to get a payout and I'm able to hold this funded account for longer than any time I've had in the past. My number one advice would be to just never quit. Look, if you have this vision of becoming a consistently profitable trader, if that's the career path that you see yourself doing for the rest of your life, because that's what it is. This is a journey for life. You're never going to leave the markets. So just don't quit. Just keep trying, keep knocking doors. I did not expect, to be selected out of 500 applications, but you know what? I gave it my best chance, right? So that's what I would say. Just keep trying, keep knocking doors, keep self-improving, on and off the charts, and just see those, micro changes that you make can really end up, compounding over time.
Well, there you have it, guys. I want to say a massive thank you to everyone for being part of this video, from, of course, Umar Ashraf sitting down and willing to provide feedback, and all the traders who took part and being so open and vulnerable with their position currently as traders. And as you've seen, so many have progressed along the way. taking action within their own trading journey and taking accountability most of all. Now, if you enjoyed this, make sure you hit like, of course, make sure you comment your biggest takeaway from this episode, maybe some improvements, or even maybe people you want to see in the middle, in the hot seat next. Now, if you want to partake in one of these sort of shoots in the future, there will be a form in the description below, so make sure you click that and fill it out in detail. That's exactly how all the participants got chosen for this very shoot. Now, of course, links are in the description below for Umar Ashraf. And of course, other episodes are on screen right now. And until next time, take care.
There are online applications. And then there's Capfin's online application. You didn't hear it from us. Here's a bit of what Matthew wrote.
Better than most financial services in terms of customer service and the simplicity of the online application. Great service.
Apply online and join more than 3 million South Africans whose goals we've supported. Capfin is a registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. Plan smart. Think Capfin.
I was so confident in that trade. I was going to go heavier. I think I went like 5.5 into it. I was going to go 10 million in it.
We have the founder of the lab, a true 7-figure trader. Over 2 million payout on Apex and a single payout, Trader Kane. On top of that, the founder of TradeZella, a verified 8-figure trader, Umar Ashraf. To top it all off, the one who holds the Apex payout record, over $2.5 million and $4.5 million in his prop firm trading career so far, Jade Cap, aka Kyle. Hundreds of thousands of traders out there truly do watch your guys' journeys, take value from you. And what would you do today to try and get back into the position that you're in today? And we'll start with Kane.
If I had to start over,
I don't care how good you've been trading for 6 months. Unless you have 2, 3, 4 years under your belt, I don't think you have the real raw experience to be known as a good trader. Prior to this Tesla trade, my other biggest trade was in 2021. And I took that trade and that ended up being such a big trade for me. And that kicked off really healthy momentum. And that going into my next thing that we were talking about before, identifying A+ setups. I think when I have A+ setups, it starts from 2 components. One is
but there comes a point in the market where I feel like I'm oversized for the size of the market. Sometimes I can quite literally see my order in the book, and I'm the largest order in the book for like quite a way. They're talking about me right now. They're like, this guy doing this, like he just won't leave us alone. He wants to go short, and I'm just like, okay, I just let it go, and then the market moves.
What are you trading?
Thank you.
Well, how much size?
Sometimes up to 100 contracts. Yeah.
So even the ICT thing, I want to talk about that myself.
You've been waiting for this, haven't you?
No.
Clip it.
The ICT stuff, right? Do I know if he's a real trader or not? I don't know.
One singular algo that controls them all.
That part I don't think is true. What are the 3 things you look at to break down A+ setup and non-A+ setup?
Yeah, so I think higher time frame narrative has to be there. And knowing that the market structure is telling you a story. So I think the biggest thing is
The #1 podcast in the trading space, the fastest growing, and that's thanks to every single one of you. Before we get into this episode, guys, I just want to ask for one favor. 52% of you aren't subscribed to the channel currently, so if you can just hit like and subscribe right now, it will help us more than you will ever know. It will help us bring you and continue to bring you the best 7- and 8-figure traders from around the world. Thank you. Now let's get into this episode. Welcome everyone back to the Words of Wisdom podcast. We are back once again and still the #1 trading podcast in the world and the fastest growing, thanks to all of you and our incredible guests. Talking of which today, this is a very, very special episode. Came out of nowhere, but I am so excited because the traders we have with us today are verified 7- and 8-figure traders. But not only that, they are true inspirations to hundreds of thousands of traders out there who are watching right now. And my job today and my mission is to find out the processes, the systems, the thought processes that make them the traders that they are. And most of all, I'm going to start with a very particular question that is to get you the most value. And I'm so excited. So without further ado, starting off, we have the founder of the lab, a true 7-figure trader. He had over 2 million payout on Apex and a single payout. He actually took, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was 30K, 40K.
Yeah.
God damn, this guy. Yeah. Was it 30K? From when you did to a million, was it 50K?
Oh, no, it's 130.
130. That's
Still nice. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
That's fucking 30.
Yeah.
Why did you choose 130? Why not just 100?
Oh, go into it. Let's do it again.
Exactly.
130 or a million.
130, yeah, 1.5.
So he also took $130,000 to over $1.5 million. It's the one and only Trader Kane. On top of that, we also have a very special edition because originally he wasn't meant to be here today, but somehow he made this happen. The founder of TradeZella, a verified 8-figure trader, the one and only Umar Ashraf. And then to top it all off, the one who holds now the Apex payout record for over $2.5 million and $4.5 million in his prop firm trading career so far. It's the one and only Jade Cap, aka Kyle. Thank you all for being here today. I just about got through that intro, but there was so much to reel off, and we're so excited for this episode. And like I said, I'm going to start off with a particular question for you guys because it's not a stretch of the imagination. It's not trying to inflate things. Hundreds of thousands of traders out there truly do watch your guys' journeys, take value from you, and I think a large part of that isn't just all the value and the results that you've shown. But a large part of that is because I believe the traders see themselves in you guys. Like at some point you were in their position and you were able to transition, not only transition, but really hit the levels that they want to hit. And so my starting question really is, if you were to start today and you look at the landscape of the trading industry, all the different things that are available, both the positive and negatives, like what would you do today to try and get back into the position that you're in today? And we'll start with Kane.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for making this happen. What would I do today if I had to start over? I think, prop firms today make it so accessible to scale in the market, being trading market, that it would logically be the place to start, right? You have a cap downside on the basis you're not just buying evals and blowing them. You have a cap downside and a pretty high capped upside, right? Like there was obviously a cap at some point. But yeah, I mean, if that's kind of where I would grind my teeth down. If I started again today and knew nothing, I would start there. There's obviously a journey that you can go on that route, but I think eventually the idea is to obviously move to trade live, right? Like hence what we all do now, and it's moving into that market is where like you go from playing a game a little bit, right, trying to beat the system, to then actually trading, and that's just the reality. You build a model, you build a system, you develop the consistency and the edge, and then you step into the real world. Really, it's because the market can humble you really quickly, but sim is a completely different game, and we all know that. So yeah, that's where I would start, to be honest with you. I think scaling a live account, I know some people are for it. The journey is way too long, and you can really get a good head start there with the props. There's good and bad, but the good is obviously there from a capital perspective.
Definitely. I know that's probably a topic that we're going to go into in terms of all that sim environment, the prop firms that are available today to that live, because that is a transition that both you and Kyle have taken now. And then we have Umar, who will come to next, where that prop sort of opportunity, if you will, if you see it that way, wasn't available when you started, and kind of been a live environment from day one. So what would your thoughts be?
So I'm not really the biggest fan of new traders going into prop firms, right? The reason I'm not a big fan of it is because, number one, I feel like trading is hard as it is. And I feel like naturally, if you take 100 people and you put them in a slot machine, 98, 99 of them are going to treat it as a slot machine, right? Or they're going to treat it like gambling. So they'll buy a challenge. Oh, if I fail, I'll buy another one. Oh, if I buy a challenge, I'll reset. And I think early on, those are the habits you don't need. And it's very easy to start developing those habits. And I've seen it happen, right? I've seen people start burning 3K a month, 4K a month on just reset fees, So I think if you have, let's say, 1 or 2 grand, put that into an account, put the least amount of risk possible there, and just trade for 6 months and just learn the skill, right? Obviously, emotions won't play a role because the money isn't large enough for you to feel emotions. You're not worried about like your trailing drawdown and max this, max that, all of these other rules. You're just focused on the skill for 6 months. And I think if you focus on the skill for 6 months, you identify your problems, your edge, and all these things, then maybe if you want to go to prop firm route, sure, kind of get it. But I think starting out, I probably personally wouldn't touch it. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I think I would kind of go back to like what actually made me a successful trader. And I think a big part of that is honestly having the edge first before you pick up a prop firm challenge. Like I traded for 10 years before I started trading prop. I think prop actually made me a better trader because it actually kind of gave me those guidelines of not risking too much. But again, there's certain rules that make it much harder. The risk management side, I think, makes you a better trader. If you can find ways to like trade within those rules, I think that's important to understand because again, it's a game, but it's a rigged game.
Yeah.
But the problem with personal that I faced, at least when I was coming up, was there were no rules. So nobody was stopping me from risking 10% on a specific trade. And I know you mentioned like your emotions get taken out of it with a small amount. I guess, you know, me as a broke person, my emotions were still there. So even with like a $5,000 account, my emotions were actually probably higher because I didn't have any money in my bank account and all the $5,000 that I had was in my trading account. So I think building a nest egg first is probably one of the most important things. Like have an emergency fund where you can, you know, fund your lifestyle for 6 to 12 months and actually take it seriously. That way the money's not a pressure. And then actually build an edge. Like most of these firms have trial accounts. You can trade the trial account pass like 10. I know people that have made a challenge to try and pass 10 of the trial accounts before they even buy an evaluation fee. So if you can do if you can do that 10 times in a row, all right, go for the prop account because I think, like Kane was mentioning, it kind of springboards your capital, which is what most people are really looking for.
Let's take a break for a minute there, guys, because I want to tell you about our sponsor, TradeZella. TradeZella is the #1 trading tool for all traders. It doesn't matter whether you're a crypto trader, a futures trader, or a forex trader, whatever trader you are, all you do is connect your trading platform directly with TradeZella. It automates and makes your trading journaling so easy. If you want to be a profitable trader, you need Trading Edge, and that is exactly what TradeZella does. It allows you to identify edge, maintain your edge, and optimize your edge by automating your trade journaling, in-depth analytics, back testing, bar replay, and so much more. Now, WOR gets you 20% off your yearly subscription with TradeZella, so use WOR for 20% off your yearly subscription, or Riz10 for 10% off your monthly subscription. The link is in the description below. Don't know where the market's going next? Stop worrying about your trading. Just get informed on exactly what's happening in the markets and what to expect. From Forex to futures to stocks to crypto, be on top of it all. That's why tens of thousands of traders are subscribed to Market Journal, a free newsletter that allows traders to keep up to date with the markets every single week. Remember, an informed trader is a profitable trader. It doesn't matter if Trump tweets, AI stocks are pumping, or if Bitcoin drops out of the sky. Market Journal has you covered. Join for free today using the link in the description below. Definitely. Like, to take it back to you, Kane, I know, you know, I think the essence and the mindset is in terms of leverage.
Yeah.
Right? Because, you know, having that edge first, I think is, you know, we all know if you're going to be, whether it's prop, whether it's personal, whether it's investor capital, even if it's traditional prop, what it all comes back to is that edge. Right. And in terms of developing edge, like what would your thoughts be in terms of where traders should start there? You know, because in this landscape we're in now, the benefit is that we have so much access to information, technology, the barrier to entry has come lower, which is also a great thing. But again, a lot of those things I just mentioned also have a lot of negatives to them, right? You know, information overload. You have the barrier to entry being so low. It's kind of a negative because a lot of people can just throw capital at something and not really sort of develop the patience to, as you say, like build your capital base and your emergency fund, etc. But like, if someone was looking to develop their edge, what would your thoughts be around that?
Yeah, I kind of defend what I said, right? In terms of, I think trading the market is the best way to develop an edge because, you know, we all have some profitable systems and we could give anyone on the street, hey, look for this, do this. We can sit down with them for 2 weeks and teach them it. But you've got to do the reps, like, you know, like, the emotional whipsaw of being in that trade that comes close to stop loss, close to TP, back to break even, like just being able to like over time negate that is half of your edge, right? And the risk management and scaling and doing all those things. And I think you have to have some skin in the game. You have to have some emotional attachment to it. You know, taking emotions out of training it's impossible. Like it's just, you know, we're not robots. So you have to have that. But over the time, the swings get bigger in both directions. Facts. Like from a number perspective, And the emotional capacity to do that also gets bigger. You know, I can sit in drawdown that I probably would 10 years ago, I would have cried about.
Yeah.
You know, like genuinely cried. And I can just sit in that drawdown now, and if it takes me out, it takes me out. And I can also sit in the opposite side. So I think developing the edge is important, but actually developing I guess, all of the things around your edge actually are half of the edge, right? In my opinion. My edge is being able to do nothing with my trade and just letting it play out. Where some people will over-manage that trade, get stop break even before the move. And it's like, okay, fine. That happens to me sometimes as well. I'm not perfect.
I think that's a good point that you brought up. The edge, an edge doesn't just have to be a strategy, and a lot of people think an edge is like a strategy. My edge is this particular strategy. You can have an edge around like emotional self-control, your execution, the way you handle losses, the way you're able to like sit on your hands. These could be your edges, and I think identifying that early on kind of becomes a little bit difficult because that's where your reps come in. Once you have more and more and more reps that you execute in the market, you start to pick up like, oh shit, this is what I am good at. This is what I'm not good at. I'm very quick on my feet. I can execute at a high level. Oh no, I can't execute at a high level. You know, I'm not a quick thinker, so I shouldn't be scalping. Maybe I can day trade. Maybe I should hold my trades longer. Maybe I can't take 10, 12 trades in different directions because I can't switch context really fast. So I need to be on one side and be able to slow it down afterwards. These are things you start learning after you start putting the reps in.
Yeah, I think my as far as edge goes, like I don't think I really had any strong suits when I came into trading. Like I was pretty bad at trade management, execution, emotional control. All of them I was pretty bad at. And I think reps in the market is so important. I was never really one to back test because nothing replicates a live market environment. Like you can't be in the same economic environment. Like the whole narrative changes. Like unless you can go back in time and like figure out what the actual environment was like back then, I don't think you can really replace that, you know, in a live market. So I think backtesting has its uses to like try and build an edge and try and fine tune like the trade management and stuff. But I think being in the market, like getting the reps is the most important. Because when I first started trading, like $50, you know, kind of made my heart palpitate a little bit. But now, when you start building that up, you kind of have to do it slowly though. Because I think I tried to scale way too fast. Like I would have a massive trade, like double my account, and then try and like 4x the size, right? But instead, make it a challenge to like stick within a consistent size, at least for like a quarter. Do that, see how your motions go, because you're going to go on tilt, you're going to make mistakes, and that's like really the only way to protect it. And then if you can do it at a specific size, then maybe that next quarter kind of graduate. But I think it's just more about slowly graduating and not trying to do it too quickly.
Yeah, and in terms of is it more difficult or easier to trade now? That's what I was saying before. I feel like there is a pro that we have a lot of access to information and there's like access to capital, but it's like you don't know what information is correct. You have people that just started trading 6 months ago and they're like these gurus with the following, and people start giving the wrong people followings in this space. And in this space, it's like, I don't care how good you've been trading for 6 months, unless you have 2, 3, 4 years under your belt, I don't think you have the real raw experience to be known as a good trader, right? I always look at traders and I define if they're good or not by their drawdown period, how they scaled up, how they handled certain periods in the market when the market switched. Like, for example, I know so many traders in the past 2 years that have done really well. Trump came into office, boom, account's gone, right? So what happens the last 2 years? What happens the last year? They don't know how to adapt to market conditions. They don't know how to adapt to themselves. And these things kind of blow people up. And it's like, I don't think people that are trading for 1, 2 years should be gurus. And I think it's a disservice to others that want to get into trading. They'll learn from these individuals. They'll learn the wrong things. And then they lose money. And then they're like, oh shit, it's trading. And it's like, no, you're getting the wrong information. So I feel like now that's the negative, where back in like 2012, 2013, I think there were like 4 people, and all the 4 people out there or 5 people out there had 8 years, 10 years of experience. So that's kind of the negative about now, I think.
No, definitely, because I was thinking about this just literally yesterday. It was a case where you have these guys who, you know, have these followings and they're able to buy certain lifestyle elements, and they push the lifestyle as if trading paid for this. But in reality, their subscriptions are paying for it. Now, putting that to one side, the real issue with that is there's many issues, but the real one, I think, to your point, is it creates this false expectation of like, oh, you know, I can buy this, you know, let's say a car. I can buy this car from trading, you know, in this short period of time, when in reality, you'll see traders who, back to your point, that 8-10 years in, who then have those cars. That's fine, right? Because they've actually done it, versus the false expectation and almost the fake expectation of, oh, I can do this in a short period of time, and it fuels this. And it's a problem because of the expectation, and then when the trader fails to do it, they then get really hard on themselves. Probably that's where the jumping strategies or quitting, that's a reality. They'll quit or leave the industry, but that's when they'll start to jump because, okay, that hasn't worked to achieve this result, and the result is something that isn't really centered around trading. Like true trading isn't centered around that as the result. It's your processes, etc. Just taking it back for a moment in terms of the edge and sort of earlier on into your individual journeys, and we'll start with Kyle just to mix it up a little bit, yeah, not to throw it on Kane every single time. But in terms of early on when you were building those reps, like were there moments where you would put in, start building those reps, something would happen, maybe go on till or, have sort of a negative experience, and then you would stop, pause, come back, build those reps. And the reason I ask that is because that's something I personally went through, but I know a lot of traders out there who go through that constant boom and bust cycle. What was it though in the end that allowed you to stick through it, to continue to build those reps, which then led to building the confidence and that sort of momentum building?
Well, I think a part of it was again, like you were saying, unrealistic expectations of trading in general. Because like when I first started, props weren't around. So you didn't see people on social media posting $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 payouts. That wasn't really a thing. People were just kind of trading their own personal accounts. And, I went through a lot of cycles of me learning a couple different things. Maybe it was a new system. I would go through, a quarter. It would do okay. And then I would blow up. And then I would get really disheartened by that and go find something.
What year was this?
So I started in 2011.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah. So it was like all forum based. The stream of information was much slower. So like somebody would post a chart and I would see it like 4 hours later. I'd be like, oh, that trade looks good. Let me get into it. And at that point, like the fill price was completely not even the same. So I think right now there are advantages to the flow of information, but there's also disadvantages. Like there's too much information out there now. So I think it's hard for newcomers to like really discern who's real and who's not, and what works and what doesn't. But really, that's the journey that every trader goes on. Like even back then, before social media, you still had to do your own due diligence and try and find something that resonates with you. So I don't think anything's really changed from back in the day till now. I think traders, they need to put themselves in the right position, in the right mindset to understand, like, you're going to war almost every single day with the markets. Like it never gets easier, to be honest. And when you get to a certain level, you're going to want to size up and scale up. And those same challenges, they come back again.
They burn more.
Yeah, exactly. And I think
they burn a lot more.
Exactly. They do hurt a lot more.
Yeah.
But like the same emotions come up when you go on tilt. It feels like your edge goes away and the market's going against you. You're going in a drawdown. You're like, this trade sucks. Like I don't know what I'm doing. But it's just part of the challenge of trading. Honestly, nothing is ever like perfect. Like it's never like smooth sailing, to be honest. So I think you just get more comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Definitely. Was there a period though that was kind of like the first time where you really built those reps in? So rather than boom and bust, you actually continued to trade and continued to sort of build that momentum?
Yeah, honestly, and it was more so I blew a lot of accounts and I just got tired of doing it. I think a lot of traders will probably go through that. Like there's a lot of traders that will round trip a ton of money. And, I think you kind of have to hit that rock bottom period where it's like, all right, I'm going to change forever. And like, I never want to feel that gut wrenching pain. Cause I'm sure all of us probably have had those trades where it's like cold sweats at night, can't sleep. And you just feel awful about the risk that you put on because you just took a massive loss. It was against the rules. So you feel terrible about it. And the only way to change that is like really be disciplined the next time you're stepping in the market, because again, it could happen again tomorrow, right?
Let's take a break for a minute there, guys, because I want to tell you about our incredible sponsor, Alpha Prime, the first of its kind in the industry. Now, evaluation firms have been in the industry for the last few years and done absolutely phenomenal in terms of its impact for traders. As you can see here, through Alpha Capital and Futures, so many payouts to so many traders across the world. But now, for the first time, there is an incredible route for traders to become professionals and to trade live capital, and that's through Alpha Prime. So let me quickly tell you how it works. You could just buy a challenge on Alpha Capital or Alpha Futures. Doesn't matter which one. So Alpha Capital, you have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 challenges. On Alpha Futures, you have standard and advanced plans. Whichever one, purchase a challenge. Show consistency, build your track record, and then you can be invited.
A project that's going to kind of evolve as the son picks up more skills along the way working with his parents. We've got a Honda CRX. I'll take that back. It's a CRZ. I guess what they wanted to recreate. Inspiration from the CRX. Spoon banner on it. Missing the lower finisher there for the bumper. We've got a super low NSX. Actually, I think this is one from the crew that we shot a year or two back here in Osaka. Good to see the same guys coming to this meet. And I told you it's low. For some cars, it's very low. He had a lifter at the front, but not for the rear. Lexus LC. Spinning the outside tire there as it compresses. Oh my God, that's so low. Yeah, I would never make it up here with the RWB. We've got another Lexus IS coming in, and we'll see what else rocks up. We got a Magnum station wagon. That's a rare car these days. Got another Evo. Good to see a couple of Evos rolling into a meet. Don't really get too many out in Tokyo. A couple of 86s rolling in. Bike shoots by. Oh, that's painful. They really don't care. Somebody's in a hurry to get here. All right, I think somebody else is gonna scrape. Oh, clean. No issues there. Oh, nice JZX. Sick EK9. That's definitely gonna scrape. Oh, that's close. And there's so many cars arriving now. I guess when you get here, you have to go all the way past the car park and go do a U-turn all the way down there. So we'll have another batch of cars arriving shortly. 34, hell yeah. Another red EK. Coming in hot. Just don't care. Finally a cool CRX. Hell yeah. So many Hondas arriving. There's DC2 and something a little bit more luxurious. Good old Cedric. On its way to becoming a proper VIP cars. by the sound of it. 180SX. Couple of 32s. All the way from Yamaguchi, wow. White plate on it as well. Sick. Aristo. Again, all the way from Yamaguchi. Damn. People coming far for Tokyo, or rather Osaka Otomese. Swinging wide. That's a really good representation of EK9s today. .180 crew. Couple or more. Look at this one, winking. Pink on black. Ouch. That's nice scrape there on the frame. Couple more 34s. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Right, how's this one gonna take it? There goes the diffuser. Ouch. Another EK9. Oh, another fully tuned R33 GTR by the sounds of it. Oh, that's it. That's painful. Midnight Purple. Golf R. Pretty mean looking R35 coming up. This is gonna scrape. Allowing the pedestrians to cross. Always be polite. Oh. Safe. Man, there's so many cars arriving. I can't believe there's so many today participating to this. Another nice 32. Beautiful Supra. Hey, what's up, man? All the way from Nagoya. Sakai. Nice Kanjo EG. Listen to that diff. Purple Rose. Oh, nice. 997 turbo cab. And they just keep rolling. R34. We got a couple of S14s following the S15 here. Oh, two S15s. My bad, I'm blind, it's dark. Stanced Odyssey, why not? Another winking 180. Man, Osaka just does this so differently. Euro R. Accord. Got another JZX on the way. Oh man, they're all coming now. Sick Gloria. S15s are also very well represented tonight by the looks of it. A couple of 86s. And they're all coming in so hot. All right, so I came up to where the cars are all parked, and you can see the lineup of the late arrivals driving in there. I think it's gonna get really loud. Oh, dude, there's an SLS. An SLS. Oh my God. Sorry, little fanboy moment. I love, literally the only AMG I've ever liked. Right there. Right, can't wait to see that roll in. But this is what the meet looks like from the top floor where we are assembled. Cars just keep rolling in. So I thought people just started arriving, but actually they've been coming in way before 9. So there's a nice array already parked up. Look at this. Wait, is this the... No, this is not the RB. Powered one, it would be a Yokohama number plate now. Another G30 Infinity. You don't see these cars often, that's why I thought it could be the one we spot in Yokohama every once in a while with the RB swap. There's that Supra coming in. Man, what a turnout. Look at this. See, this is exactly why Osaka, Kansai in general, just does it so much better. In Tokyo, the police would have already been here, spoiling the fun. Not that this is gonna last a long time, mind you. I think we're gonna be attracting a bit of attention sooner or later. But while we're here, why not enjoy it all? Oh wow, this is absolutely insane.
It's better not.
Look at this lineup. Right, so let's get busy trying to check out everything that has shown up. Like I said, when I come to these meets, even in Kansai, there's always the danger of the police kind of getting a whiff of it and then coming to spoil the whole thing for us. So I'm gonna try and walk quickly once and then maybe walk it again to get a bit more details of cars. So we saw the SLS coming in downstairs. There's a bit of another AMG representation here. Nice AMG GT next to a GT3 RS. Look at the color of the wheels on this thing. And right next to it, another 3RS in Tiffany blue. I'm not even sure if this is painted or wrapped. So clean, beautifully done. It actually looks like paint, that's insane. 718 Spider, 4 liter. Nice to see a bit of Porsches. We got the 997 Turbo that came in a second ago. The Garage Yoshida R32, which you finally get to see what the yellow actually looks like. Very cool. All right, let's get back to the whole Civic lineup here. We've got a nice EK, DC2, another EK. We've got an EG Coupe on chrome wheels, kind of going for that USDM feel. Let's jump over to this side before we go too deep on that lane. We've got the CRZ that came in earlier on. FD2, a Legacy. I actually used to run one of these like 15 plus years ago. Station wagon, 3 liter, wide body, Z33. Look how clean this thing is. Wow. Z34 actually, or at least the lights were out the back. 180, a couple of S15s. These are the cars we saw roll in a second ago. Little Miata. Man, such a cool venue. This sounds well used. And cars are coming from every angle. See, I thought there was another entrance because the cars that are rolling in from where we were out are coming this side. But then there's another entrance here, another ramp feeding the parking from the other side. Check this Corvette out. I love the variety tonight. Right behind it, we got an FL7, see FL7, FL5, followed by the SLS. This is so sick. Love these cars. Love the wheels in this. Beautiful. GTR. Apache RX-8. We literally have the entire GDM world represented here tonight. What a sick venue. Getting rowdy. Man, Osaka is just too cool. You got yet another NSX. Another car from Yamaguchi. These are the guys from the US base. So the cars actually get that E are the cars that have been imported into Japan from other countries. Hence the car getting not the Y plate, but it's not an Acura, so it's equally as confusing. Another 34. See, this one has the Y plate. A sick Auto Select FD. Actually, you know what? I think I actually bumped into this car at Daikoku parking area. I don't know if it was Seven's Day, but I'm 100% sure it was this car. I mean, look at it. It's hard to kind of forget, right? I think this used to be an Auto Select demo car, and then it was purchased by the current owner, and they did have it up in Kanto at one point. And look at this, the cars keep coming. So apparently 100% the police is going to come and break this up. So let's get back into trying to get everything before that happens. So we kind of already saw this lineup of cars. This is Midnight Purple 33. We're going to keep going past this wall here, then we'll see something a bit fresher. So good. Got another EK. It's really cool. I mean, you know, when I go to meets in Tokyo, you just don't see so many Hondas out there, which is really strange. You can always expect to see a hell of a lot here in Kansai. Supermade, holy shit. Haven't heard Supermade in so many years. I shot with these guys back in the day when they built that S15 and the Risto. Good to see a name, a blast from the past. I don't even know if they're still active. Check out this old school S13 build with a TRA Kyoto kit.
FTMO